My parents cut me out of the family business after years of free labor, so I exposed their tax fraud, and now the whole town knows their legacy was built on lies. I'm 27F, and I've been working at my parents' restaurant since I was basically a kid. My brother Jake is 29M, and let me tell you right now, this guy has coasted through life while I've been busting my ass keeping this place running. My parents, Mom 54F and Dad 57F, have spent years telling everyone in our small town about how they're building this amazing legacy for their children, and how they've sacrificed everything for us kids. Here's the thing, though. I actually believed them. I really thought we were all working toward the same goal. I started helping out at the restaurant when I was 16, just weekends and summers at first. But by the time I graduated high school, they needed me more and more. The place was struggling, and they couldn't afford to hire experienced managers, so I stepped up. I dropped out of college after my sophomore year because they said they desperately needed me full-time. I figured I'd go back eventually, but there was always another crisis, always another reason why they needed me right then. Before I knew it, I was running the kitchen, managing staff schedules, handling inventory, doing the bookkeeping, and basically keeping the entire operation afloat. I worked doubles constantly, covered for no-shows, dealt with difficult customers, fixed equipment when it broke down. I became the person everyone came to when there was a problem, because I was the only one who actually knew how everything worked. Meanwhile, Jake would show up whenever he felt like it. He'd roll in hungover at noon, when his shift was supposed to start at 10, mess up simple orders, disappear for smoke breaks that lasted an hour. And somehow I'd always be the one getting pulled aside for a lecture about setting a better example or being more supportive of your brother. When customers complained about slow service or wrong orders, it was somehow my fault for not training the staff better or not double-checking Jake's work. I never got a real paycheck. Every time I brought up getting paid like a normal employee, my parents would give me the whole speech about how family doesn't pay family, and how often. But things started feeling weird around my 25th birthday. I'd been there for almost a decade at that point, and I started noticing that Jake was getting more decision-making authority, despite doing way less work. Dad would have these strategy meetings with Jake that I wasn't invited to. When I asked about them, they'd say it was just boring stuff about vendors or whatever, nothing I needed to worry about. But Jake would come out of these meetings acting like he was suddenly the boss of me. I also started noticing that my parents were being really vague whenever I tried to talk about the future of the restaurant. Before, they'd always been clear that Jake and I would inherit it together and run it as partners. But now when I brought it up, they'd change the subject or give me non-answers about how we'll figure all that out when the time comes. When I pressed them on it, they'd act like I was being pushy or greedy for even asking. The warning signs were all there, but I ignored them because I didn't want to believe what they meant. I'd invested my entire adult life in this place. I'd given up college, relationships, other job opportunities, everything, for this restaurant. The idea that they might be planning to cut me out was too awful to really consider. Then Jake started getting worse about showing up and doing his job, but instead of getting in trouble for it, my parents would make excuses for him. He was going through a rough patch, or finding himself, or dealing with stress. When he'd disappear for days without calling, they'd cover his shifts themselves rather than make him face any consequences. But if I took a single day off or made the tiniest mistake, I'd get a lecture about responsibility and commitment. The final straw should have been when Jake told a longtime customer to chill out when they complained about waiting 45 minutes for their food, and my parents somehow decided it was my fault for not managing the kitchen better. But even then, I made excuses for them in my head. I told myself they were just stressed about money, or getting older, or whatever. 2 months ago, they asked me to come to a family dinner at their house. They said they had something important to discuss about the restaurant's future. I actually got excited because I thought maybe they were finally ready to papers across to me. They'd made Jake the sole heir and future owner of the restaurant. All the paperwork was already done and filed. My name wasn't anywhere on any of it. I just sat there, staring at the papers, trying to process what I was seeing. I think I asked if this was some kind of joke. Dad got this patronizing tone and explained that they'd decided Jake was better suited to be the face of the business, and that his natural leadership qualities made him the obvious choice to carry on the family legacy. When I finally found my voice and asked what about me, what about all the years I'd put into this place, Mom looked me right in the eye and said I was never truly part of the plan. She said I should be grateful for all the experience I'd gained and the skills I'd learned, like that was some kind of payment for 11 years of my life. Dad jumped in with this whole speech about how real family doesn't expect to be paid and how I was being ungrateful for questioning their decision after everything they'd done for me. He said I should be happy for Jake and supportive of their choice instead of making it all about money. That's when Jake finally spoke up. He pushed off from the counter and said I should probably start thinking about what I wanted to do with my life now, because I'd never make it outside the family business anyway. He said it with this cruel smile that made it clear he'd known about this plan for a while and had been looking forward to this moment. I felt like someone had reached into my chest and ripped my heart out. 11 years of 70-hour work weeks, missed opportunities, sacrificed dreams. All of it was just gone. I was 27 years old with no college degree, no savings, no career prospects, and a family that had just told me I was never really part of their plans anyway. I left their house that night in complete shock. I couldn't even cry yet. I was just numb. I kept replaying the whole conversation in my head, trying to figure out how I'd missed all the signs that they were planning to screw me over this badly. But the more I thought about it, the more obvious it became that this had been their plan for a while. All those private meetings with Jake, all the vague answers when I asked about the future, all the times they'd brushed off my questions about getting paid. I'd worked there, unpaid. I wasn't asking to be made a millionaire. I just wanted enough to get on my feet and start over somewhere else. I went back to the restaurant and asked to speak with them privately. I tried to be calm and reasonable. I explained that I understood their decision about Jake, even if I didn't agree with it, but that I thought I deserved some kind of compensation for my years of unpaid work. I suggested maybe they could give me the equivalent of what they would have paid a manager for the time I'd been there, or even just a few months of salary to help me transition to something new. They looked at me like I'd just asked them to rob a bank. Dad actually laughed and said I was being ridiculous. He said the experience and training I'd gotten was worth more than any salary they could have paid me. Mom chimed in that I was being greedy and that they were disappointed I was making this all about money instead of family. I tried explaining that I wasn't trying to be greedy. I just needed something to live on while I figured out what to do next. I pointed out that I'd basically been working for free for over a decade while Jake got to live his own life, and now he was getting everything. I said it wasn't fair. That's when Dad got really nasty. He said life isn't fair, and that I was acting like an entitled brat. He said if I thought I deserved money for helping out my family, then maybe I didn't understand what family meant in the first place. Mom started crying and saying I was breaking her heart by being so selfish and cruel. Jake walked in right in the middle of this conversation and immediately took their side. He said I was pathetic for trying to guilt them into giving me money, and that I needed to grow up and accept their decision. He said maybe this would be good for me, because I'd finally have to learn how to stand on my own 2 feet, instead of depending on Mommy and Daddy. That conversation ended with me walking out while they were all still yelling at me about being ungrateful and selfish. I was so angry I was shaking. Not only had they stolen my future, but now they were trying to make me feel guilty for even asking for the bare minimum to survive. I went home and just sat in my apartment, staring at the wall for hours. I felt completely helpless. I had maybe $3,000 in savings, no degree, several years. The more I looked, the more obvious it became that something was seriously wrong with their numbers. They'd been skimming cash for years. I found evidence of probably 30% of their actual income never being reported. They had boxes of fake receipts for business expenses that were really personal purchases. Groceries, gas, clothes, even a vacation to Florida that they'd written off as a business conference. They'd claimed depreciation on equipment that didn't exist and had been inflating their costs to reduce their taxable income. The worst part was that I'd been the one entering a lot of this information into their accounting system. They'd hand me receipts and tell me to categorize them as business expenses, and I'd done it without questioning because I trusted them. I'd been unknowingly helping them commit tax fraud for years. I spent the next 2 weeks going through everything systematically. I made copies of bank statements that showed cash deposits that never appeared in their reported income. I documented fake receipts and inflated expenses. I calculated the difference between what they actually made and what they reported to the IRS. It was tens of thousands of dollars per year in unreported income, going back at least 5 years. At first, I wasn't sure what to do with this information. Part of me thought about confronting them with it and trying to use it as leverage to get the settlement I wanted. But I knew they'd just deny everything and find a way to blame me for it. They'd probably say I was the one who'd been doing the books wrong, or that I was making it all up out of spite. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. These people had spent years lecturing me about responsibility and hard work and family values, while they were literally stealing from the government. They'd built their whole reputation in the community on being honest, hard-working small business owners, while they were cheating on their taxes and exploiting their own daughters' free labor. They'd told everyone who would listen about their sacrifices and their dedication to their children, while they were planning to cut me out entirely and leave me with nothing. They'd made me feel guilty for even asking for basic compensation, while they were living off money they'd stolen. I realized that they'd never face any consequences for what they'd done to me, unless someone made them face consequences. They'd go on running packages to the IRS, the state tax department, and a local news blogger who'd been writing about small business tax issues. I included a detailed letter explaining exactly what they'd been doing and where to find the evidence to prove it. I mailed everything on a Tuesday morning and then sat back to wait. The first sign that my anonymous tips had worked came about 3 weeks later. I was at the grocery store when I ran into Mrs. Chen, who'd been a regular customer at the restaurant for years. She gave me this weird look and asked if everything was okay with my family's business, because she'd heard there were some issues with the government. I played dumb and said I didn't know what she was talking about, but my heart was racing. 2 days after that, I got a text from my old coworker, Maria, asking if I knew why there were people in suits at the restaurant taking pictures and going through paperwork. That's when I knew the audits had officially started. I drove by the restaurant that afternoon and saw a white sedan parked outside with government plates. Through the windows, I could see my parents sitting at a table with 2 people in business attire, and Dad's face was red, like it gets when he's really stressed. Part of me felt this surge of satisfaction, but mostly I just felt sick to my stomach. This was really happening. The local news blogger broke the story about a week later. The headline was, "Popular local restaurant under investigation for tax fraud," and it was posted on his website, along with their business Facebook page and everything. He didn't name me as the source, obviously, but he had enough details that it was clear someone with inside knowledge had given him the information. Within hours, the story was being shared all over social media. Our small town loves gossip, and this was the biggest scandal we'd had in years. People were commenting with shocked face emojis and talking about how they couldn't believe it. Some people were defending my parents and saying it was probably all a misunderstanding, but others were sharing their own stories about sketchy things they'd noticed over the years. My phone started blowing up. Jake called me screaming that I'd destroyed everything and that he knew it was me who'd ratted them out. I didn't admit to anything, but I didn't deny it either. He was furious, calling me every name in the book and saying I'd ruined their lives out of what I'd documented. They'd been doing this stuff since before I even started working there. The health department somehow found time for a surprise inspection right around the same time, and suddenly, all those violations I'd been begging my parents to fix for years became a big problem. The walk-in cooler that ran too warm, the grease trap that hadn't been cleaned properly, the hand-washing station that never had soap. All of it got written up. They had to close for a week to fix everything before they could reopen. But the real damage was to their reputation. The story got picked up by the regional newspaper, and suddenly, everyone in 3 counties knew about the tax fraud investigation. Their social media reviews tanked overnight. People were posting about how disappointed they were and how they'd never eat there again. Some of the more dramatic ones were talking about how they felt personally betrayed by people they'd trusted and supported for years. Business basically died. I heard from Maria that they went from being busy every night to having maybe a dozen customers on weekends. People were actively avoiding the place. The ones who did still go there would whisper and stare, trying to figure out if my parents looked guilty or stressed. The financial pressure started showing pretty quickly. They had to lay off 2 part-time servers within the first month. Then they cut everyone else's hours. Maria told me she was looking for another job because she couldn't afford to stay somewhere that might close any day. That hit me hard because Maria's got 2 kids and really needed the stable income. 3 other longtime employees quit over the next few weeks, either because they were worried about the restaurant closing or because they didn't want to be associated with the scandal. These were people who'd worked there for years, who'd become like family. Seeing them get hurt because of what I'd done was the worst part of the whole thing. The legal bills started piling up too. My parents had to hire a tax attorney and an accountant to deal with the investigation. From what I could piece together from gossip and public records, they were looking at owing tens of thousands in back taxes plus penalties and interest. There was also the possibility of criminal charges if the government decided to pursue them. Jake tried to keep the restaurant running, but he had no idea what he was doing. Without me handling the scheduling, the story broke. I heard they were talking about selling the building. The restaurant that had been my parents' life for over 20 years, the business they'd claimed was their legacy, was basically worthless now. Even if they found a buyer, it would probably be someone who'd gut the place and turn it into something completely different. I started getting messages from extended family members taking sides. Some aunts and uncles were furious with me for destroying the family business and hurting my parents. Others said they'd always suspected something was fishy about how well my parents were living compared to what the restaurant should have been making. My cousin Sarah actually thanked me for exposing the truth, because she'd loaned my parents money years ago that they'd never paid back. The town basically split into camps. Some people thought I was a hero for exposing tax cheats and standing up for myself after years of exploitation. They'd stop me on the street to tell me they were proud of me for not letting my family walk all over me. But others thought I was a vindictive daughter who'd destroyed a local institution out of jealousy and spite. I tried to go back to school to finish my degree, but it was hard to focus with all the drama. Every time I went to class or the grocery store or anywhere public, people would stare and whisper. Some would come up to me wanting to know the whole story. Others would just give me dirty looks and turn away. The guilt about the innocent employees who got hurt kept eating at me. Maria ended up finding a job at a chain restaurant that paid less and had worse hours. Another server named Tom, who'd been there for 6 years, had to move back in with his parents because he couldn't make rent after getting laid off. These people had nothing to do with my parents' tax fraud or the way they'd treated me. but they were paying the price for my revenge. At the same time, I couldn't shake the satisfaction of watching my parents' perfect reputation crumble. For years, they'd gotten away with exploiting me while presenting themselves as model citizens and devoted parents. Now everyone knew the truth about who they really were. The people who used to praise them for their family values were seeing that they'd built their success on lies and stolen money. I still don't know if the restaurant is going to survive. Last I heard, they were trying to work out some kind of payment plan with the IRS and were looking for investors to help. I've started building a new life for myself, but it's been harder than I expected. I'm back in school trying to finish my degree, and I got a part-time job at an office doing data entry. It's not glamorous, but it's honest work, and nobody's exploiting me or lying to me about my future. I'm slowly making friends who don't know anything about the restaurant drama, and who see me as just a normal person trying to get her life together. Sometimes, I lie awake at night wondering if I went too far. My parents betrayed me and exploited me for years, but destroying their business and reputation feels like nuclear revenge. I hurt people who didn't deserve it, and I've probably damaged relationships and reputations that can never be repaired. But then I remember how they looked me in the eye and told me I was never part of their plan, after I'd given them 11 years of my life. And I think, maybe they got exactly what they deserved. For years, my uncle mocked me for being lazy, so I proved him wrong by taking away the job he thought he'd never lose. I'm 26 and work as a software developer at a mid-sized tech company. My uncle Rick is 48 and has been in construction his entire adult life. For as long as I can remember, family gatherings have been absolutely brutal because of this guy. Every single holiday, every birthday party, every barbecue, Rick makes it his personal mission to remind everyone that I'm apparently a complete failure as a man. The thing is, Rick genuinely believes that anyone who doesn't work with their hands is basically worthless. He's got this whole philosophy about real work versus what he calls playing on computers. According to him, I'm soft, lazy, and will never amount to anything because I chose to go into tech instead of following the family tradition of manual labor. Most of the men in our family work construction, plumbing, or electrical work, so Rick acts like he's the voice of reason when he tears into me. I'll never forget this one Thanksgiving when I was maybe 22. I had just landed my first decent job out of college, and I was actually pretty excited about it. Rick spent the entire dinner telling my cousins that I was still playing with toys and that my job wasn't real work. He kept saying things like, "When the world falls apart, you think anyone's going to need someone to click buttons on a screen?" The worst part was how everyone just sat there and let him do it. My parents would give me these apologetic looks but never actually told him to stop. They always said the same thing afterward. Just ignore Rick. Don't cause family drama. He doesn't mean anything by it. But Rick absolutely meant something by it. This wasn't just casual teasing between family members. He would pull my cousins aside and tell them I was never going to make it in the real world. He told my aunt that I was wasting my life and that my parents were enabling me by supporting my computer hobby. He made it clear to everyone that he thought I was a disappointment to the family name. The comments got worse as I actually started succeeding in my career. When I got promoted to senior developer, Rick said I probably just kissed ass to get ahead because office politics don't require any real skill. When I bought my own place, he said I was my drink. The company he was talking about, the one where he'd applied for this senior IT position, was exactly where I work. Same building, same HR department, probably the same team I collaborate with every day. Rick had no idea. I didn't say anything. I just stood there, listening to him explain to my cousins how he'd been studying up on computers, and how the job was basically guaranteed because he had years of experience with technology. My cousin Jake asked what kind of experience, and Rick got a little vague. He mentioned something about fixing computers for friends and knowing all about networks, but couldn't give any specific details. The whole thing was surreal. Here's this guy who had spent years telling me that my career was worthless, that anyone could do what I do, that it wasn't real work, and now he was trying to waltz into my exact field like it was nothing. The irony was so thick I could barely process it. What made it even worse was his attitude about the whole thing. Rick wasn't just confident he'd get the job. He was acting like it was already his. He kept saying things like, "When I start at that company," and "once I'm running their IT department." He told my dad that he was excited to finally be doing something worthwhile with his life, as if construction hadn't been worthwhile, but somehow IT magically was, now that he wanted to do it. I spent the rest of that barbecue just listening and taking mental notes. Rick mentioned that his interview was scheduled for the following week. He bragged about his resume and how impressed the company was going to be with his extensive background in technology solutions. He even said he'd probably get promoted faster than most people because he understands how things really work, better than these college kids who only know theory. The whole drive home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Rick genuinely believed he could just walk into my industry and succeed immediately, despite having zero actual experience or training. He thought my job was so easy that he could master it without even trying. After years of being told I was lazy and worthless, here he was trying to prove his point by taking what he saw as the easy path. But the real kicker was when my mom called me the next day. Explained that HR needed some of the senior developers to help evaluate candidates for the new IT position they were trying to fill. They wanted technical people involved in the interview process to make sure whoever they hired actually knew what they were doing. She asked if I'd be willing to review resumes and sit in on a few interviews over the next couple weeks. I said yes before I even fully processed what this meant. Then it hit me. Rick's interview was scheduled for that week. I was going to be directly involved in evaluating my uncle's application. The ethical part of my brain started screaming immediately. This was obviously a conflict of interest. I should tell HR about the family connection and recuse myself from the whole process. That would be the mature, professional thing to do. But another part of me was incredibly curious to see Rick's resume. After years of him claiming I didn't do real work, I wanted to know exactly what qualifications he thought he had for my field. I decided I'd take a look at his application first, then figure out what to do. HR sent over a stack of resumes that afternoon, and Rick's was right there in the middle of the pile. I opened it with my heart pounding. It was worse than I expected. Rick had listed 15+ years of IT experience, right at the top. He claimed to have certifications in network administration, database management, and cybersecurity. Certifications that definitely don't exist with the names he'd written down. Under work experience, he'd somehow transformed his construction background into technology solutions consulting and hardware installation specialist. He listed skills like advanced programming in multiple languages and enterprise system architecture design. Every single line was either a complete fabrication or such a massive exaggeration that it bordered on fraud. The guy who had mocked me for playing on computers had created an entire fake identity as a tech expert. He'd even listed a salary expectation that was higher than what I was making after 5 years in the industry. I sat there staring at this resume for probably 20 minutes. Rick wasn't just trying to get into IT. He was trying to get hired as a senior-level position based on completely made-up credentials. The arrogance was breathtaking. He genuinely believed he could lie his way into a job that I'd spent years training for, he claimed. Then he'd get the job fair and square. If he didn't, then that wasn't my fault. I wasn't going to sabotage him, but I also wasn't going to help him fraud his way into a position he wasn't qualified for. I made my decision. I would participate in the evaluation process, but I'd be absolutely fair and professional about it. I wouldn't mention our family connection unless it became relevant, and I'd evaluate him exactly the same way I'd evaluate any other candidate. When I reviewed his resume for HR, I simply highlighted the inconsistencies and questionable claims like I would for anyone else. I noted that several of his listed certifications didn't appear to exist, and that his work experience descriptions didn't align with the technical skills he claimed to have. I didn't say he was lying. I just pointed out that the resume raised some red flags that should probably be explored during the interview. The interview was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon. The panel included me, Sarah, someone from HR, and our IT director. Rick walked in wearing a suit that probably cost more than my monthly car payment, looking confident and relaxed. He shook everyone's hands, made small talk about the weather, and settled into his chair like he owned the place. For the first few minutes, everything went fine. HR asked basic questions about his background and interest in the position. Rick gave smooth, confident answers about wanting to transition his extensive technical experience into a more formal IT environment, and his excitement about bringing real-world problem-solving skills to the team. Then Sarah started asking about specific technologies. Rick handled the general questions okay. He could talk about computers and networks in broad terms that probably sounded impressive to someone without technical knowledge. But when she asked about particular programming languages or software platforms, his answers got increasingly vague and nonsensical. That's when my turn came. I started with something basic, asked him to explain the difference between a few common networking protocols. Rick paused for way too long, then gave an answer that was completely wrong but delivered with total confidence. I followed up with a question about database management, since that was one of his claimed specialties. His response made it clear he didn't even understand what a database was. The whole time this was happening, he kept glancing at me like he couldn't believe what was happening. I continued asking technical questions like nothing had changed, but Rick was falling apart. He couldn't focus on the questions anymore because he was too busy trying to figure out how his computer geek nephew had ended up sitting across from him in a job interview. His answers became increasingly desperate and obviously made up. The final nail in the coffin came when our IT director asked him to walk through how he'd approach troubleshooting a network outage. Rick gave this long, rambling response about checking the computer wires and rebooting the internet that made everyone in the room exchange glances. It was clear to everyone that he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. By the time the interview ended, Rick looked like he'd been hit by a truck. He knew he'd bombed it, and he knew I'd been sitting there watching the whole thing happen. Rick didn't get the job, obviously. HR called him 2 days later with the rejection, and I heard through the office grapevine that they'd flagged his application for containing fraudulent information. Apparently, they'd tried to verify some of his claimed certifications and discovered that half of them didn't even exist. The whole thing became a cautionary tale in our HR department about the importance of thorough background checks. But the real fallout happened in our hometown. Word spread fast that Rick had been caught lying on a job application. In a small town where everyone knows everyone, that kind of news travels at light speed. By the end of the week, people at the grocery store and the local diner were talking about how Rick had tried to fake his way into some big IT job and got exposed during the interview. The humiliation was killing him. Rick had spent his entire adult life building this reputation as the successful, hard-working guy who always told it like it was. He was the one who called out other people for being lazy or dishonest. Now everyone knew he'd tried to lie his way into a career he'd spent years mocking. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. My parents called me constantly during those first few days, alternating between panic and anger. They were convinced I'd deliberately sabotaged Rick and that the whole family was going to implode. My mom kept asking why I hadn't just recused myself from the process, why I had to be involved at all. She said, "Up." The first family gathering after the interview was my cousin Jake's birthday party about 3 weeks later. I almost didn't go, but my parents guilt-tripped me into showing up. The tension was unreal. Rick was there, but he spent the entire time avoiding me and talking loudly to anyone who would listen about how he'd been set up and sabotaged by family. According to Rick's version of events, I had somehow orchestrated the whole thing. He claimed I'd known about his application from the beginning and had specifically gotten myself assigned to his interview panel to make him look bad. He told people I'd asked unfair questions that weren't relevant to the job, and that I'd been unprofessional and biased throughout the process. Some family members bought into his story completely. My Aunt Linda spent 20 minutes lecturing me about family loyalty and how I should have warned Rick that I worked at the company. A few of my cousins seemed to think I'd gone too far and that I should have found a way to help Rick succeed instead of letting him fail. But others weren't having it. My cousin Mike, who has always been pretty sharp, pointed out that Rick had been trashing my career for years and that it was pretty rich for him to expect special treatment now. My grandmother, who's usually diplomatic about everything, made some comment about people needing to be honest about their qualifications when applying for jobs. The really awkward part was watching Rick try to maintain his usual swagger while everyone knew what had happened. He kept making his normal comments about real work and manual labor, but now people were giving him weird looks. Someone actually asked him if he was planning to apply for any more computer jobs, and Rick got so angry, he left the party early. Over the next few months, the family dynamic completely shifted. Rick still tries to take shots at my career during family events. But now when he starts going on about how easy my job is or how I don't do real work, other people actually push back. My cousin Sarah told him to knock it off at Christmas dinner. My Uncle Paul asked him why he'd applied for an IT job if he thought it was so worthless. The power dynamic that had defined our relationship for years was suddenly gone. Have handled things differently. They still think I was wrong to participate in the interview process, and they blame me for the ongoing tension at family events. A few of my cousins stopped talking to me entirely, convinced that I'd been vindictive and unprofessional. Rick himself has never spoken directly to me about what happened. He just pretends I don't exist at family gatherings now, which is honestly an improvement over the constant mockery. But he's never stopped claiming that I sabotaged him, and he's never acknowledged that maybe lying on a resume wasn't the best strategy. The weirdest part is that some people in my family now treat me differently because they finally understand that I actually know what I'm doing at work. For years they'd nodded along when Rick called my job fake, but seeing him completely fall apart during a basic technical interview made them realize that maybe there was more to my work than they'd understood. Was I wrong to let my uncle fail under my watch? Or was it fair, after all the years of ridicule? I've been thinking about this for months now, and I still don't have a clear answer. Part of me thinks I should have recused myself the moment I saw his name on the candidate list. But another part of me thinks Rick got exactly what he deserved for years of being a bully and for trying to fraud his way into a job he wasn't qualified for. What I do know is that the next family gathering is coming up next month, and I'm already dreading it. When my grandmother passed, my aunt stole the inheritance meant for me, so I turned the entire extended family against her with one letter. I'm 24, male, and this whole mess started because I was always my grandmother's favorite. Not gonna lie about it. Everyone in the family knew it, and honestly, I never tried to hide it either. My Aunt Sarah, who's 52 and my dad's older sister, absolutely hated how close Gran and I were. She'd been resentful about it for years, always making these snide little comments at family gatherings about how I was the golden child and how I didn't deserve special treatment because I was still just a kid who hasn't proven himself in the real world. Growing up, Gran would constantly tell me about how she planned to leave me a significant portion of her estate. She'd pull me aside during family dinners and whisper things like, "You're going to be just fine, sweetheart. Grandma's going to make sure you have a good start in life." She'd talk about the money she'd saved, the family jewelry that belonged to her mother, and how she wanted me to have it all so I could buy a house or start a business or whatever I wanted. It wasn't just empty promises either. She'd show me the jewelry, tell me stories about each piece, and even took me to the bank once to show me her savings account balance. We're talking about around $150,000, plus jewelry that was probably worth another $20,000 or so. Sarah would roll her eyes every time Gran would slip me an extra 20 or talk about my future inheritance. She'd make comments like, "Well, isn't that nice for some people?" Or, "I guess the rest of us don't matter." Her kids, my cousins Jake and Emma, who are 28 and 26, would always back her up. They'd never say anything directly to my face, but I could tell they thought it was unfair too. The thing is, Jake and Emma both still lived at home and depended on Sarah financially, so of course they were going to side with her. My parents never really stood up to Sarah about any of this. Dad is the younger brother and has always been kind of intimidated by her, and Mom just wanted to keep the peace. Whenever Sarah would make her little digs about me being spoiled, family, on Gran's condition and handle all the logistics. Looking back, I should have been more suspicious, but everyone just assumed Sarah was being the responsible daughter-in-law. During this time, Gran started getting more confused about things. She'd sometimes forget who I was, or she'd think I was my dad when he was young. But there were still moments of clarity where she'd remember our conversations about the inheritance. She'd grab my hand and say, "I haven't forgotten about you, sweetheart. Everything's going to be taken care of." I thought she meant she was just reaffirming what she'd always told me. Gran passed away 3 months ago. The funeral was hard, obviously, but I thought the worst part was behind us. Boy, was I wrong. The will reading was scheduled for a week after the funeral, and I went in expecting to hear what Gran had always told me, that I'd be getting the bulk of her savings and the family jewelry. Instead, I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. The lawyer read through the will, and everything that Gran had promised me, the $150,000, the jewelry, even some family photos I'd always loved, had been legally transferred to Sarah. Apparently, Gran had signed new beneficiary documents just 2 months before she died, changing everything. I sat there in complete shock while the lawyer explained that Gran had designated Sarah as the primary beneficiary for almost everything, with smaller amounts going to other family members. I got basically nothing except some old photo albums and a few books. When I looked over at Sarah during the reading, she wouldn't make eye contact with me. She just sat there with this neutral expression, like nothing unusual was happening. After the lawyer finished, I approached her in the parking lot and asked what the hell had happened. That's when she hit me with her explanation. Sarah told me that Gran had come to her senses in her final months and realized that I was too young and irresponsible to handle that kind of money. She said Gran had expressed concerns about me wasting the inheritance and had decided it would be better managed by someone with more life experience. When I brought up all the conversations Gran and I had had about the money over the years, Sarah actually laughed and told me I was living in a fantasy and that I'd misunderstood what Gran meant. Had really happened. Dad just kept saying family is more important than money, and Mom begged me to let it go for everyone's sake. They said fighting about money right after Gran's death was disrespectful to her memory, and that I should focus on grieving instead of being bitter about inheritance. For the next few weeks, I felt like I was going completely insane. Maybe I really had misunderstood Gran's intentions. Maybe I was just being a spoiled kid who felt entitled to money that wasn't really mine. Sarah had managed to make me doubt my own memories and conversations with Gran. The worst part was that I felt totally alone. Nobody in the family believed me or was willing to stand up to Sarah. That's when I remembered something that would change everything. Gran used to leave me little handwritten notes in her family Bible when I'd come visit. It was this sweet tradition we had. She'd tuck notes between the pages for me to find, usually with little encouraging messages or reminders of things we'd talked about. I realized that if there was any evidence of her real intentions, it would be in that Bible. I drove straight to Gran's house the next day, praying that Sarah hadn't already cleared everything out. Luckily, she was apparently taking her time going through Gran's belongings, probably savoring her victory. I still had a key from when I used to check on Gran regularly, so I let myself in. The house felt so empty and quiet without her there. I went straight to Gran's bedroom, where she kept her old family Bible on the nightstand. My hands were actually shaking as I opened it and started flipping through the pages. At first I didn't find anything, and I started to panic that maybe I'd imagined the whole note-leaving tradition. But then, tucked between the pages of Psalms, I found exactly what I was looking for. It was a handwritten note in Gran's shaky handwriting, dated just 6 months before she died, when her dementia was already getting bad, but she still had moments of clarity. The note said, "For my dear grandson, the house money and Mama's jewelry are for you, to help you build your life. You've always been my special boy. Don't let anyone tell you different." I literally started crying reading it because it was so clearly her voice, and it proved that even as she was getting sicker, "I promised you, sweetheart. It's all going to work out." Another one was from around the same time as the note, where she said, "I've been thinking about Mama's jewelry again, and I know she would want you to have it. You're going to take such good care of it." I also had screenshots of text messages from Gran. She'd only started texting in the last few years of her life, and she wasn't great at it, but she'd occasionally send me these sweet messages. I had one from about 8 months before she died that said, "Thinking of you today. Everything I promised is still yours." It wasn't super specific, but combined with everything else, it painted a pretty clear picture. The more evidence I gathered, the angrier I got. Sarah had completely manipulated a sick, confused old woman into signing documents that went against everything Gran had wanted. And she'd done it systematically, waiting until Gran was at her most vulnerable, and then convincing her that I somehow didn't deserve what she'd always planned to give me. I started thinking about the timeline more carefully, and it all made sense. Sarah had ramped up her caretaking right around the time Gran's dementia got worse. She'd isolated Gran from the rest of the family by positioning herself as the primary caregiver, which gave her unlimited access to influence Gran's decisions. She'd probably spent months working on Gran, planting seeds of doubt about my character and my ability to handle money responsibly. The worst part was realizing how calculated it all was. Sarah hadn't just stolen from me. She'd stolen from Gran, too. She'd robbed an elderly woman with dementia of her right to make decisions about her own money and belongings. She'd taken away Gran's ability to follow through on promises she'd made to someone she loved. I decided I couldn't let this stand. Not just because of the money, although obviously that hurt, but because what Sarah had done was morally disgusting. She'd taken advantage of a vulnerable person and then lied to the entire family about it. She'd made me look like a greedy, delusional kid when she was the one who had manipulated the situation. But I also knew that if I was going to expose her, I had to do it right. I couldn't just go around making accusations without proof, because Sarah would just dismiss me as a bitter young man who couldn't accept that Gran had changed. Definitely heard Gran mention the inheritance at family gatherings. My Uncle Tom had even made jokes about me being set for life because of Gran's promises. These weren't secrets that Gran had kept to herself. She'd talked openly about wanting to help me get started in life. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that other family members had probably suspected something was off, but hadn't wanted to say anything. Sarah had a reputation for being the responsible, practical one in the family, So when she explained that Gran had changed her mind, people had probably just accepted it rather than questioning her motives. I also remembered some weird interactions I'd had with Sarah in the months before Gran died. She'd made several comments about how I needed to prove myself before I could expect any help from family. She'd also started questioning whether I was really responsible enough to handle money, bringing up times when I'd made minor financial mistakes as a teenager. At the time, I thought she was just being her usual judgmental self. But now I realized she was probably laying groundwork for her story about Gran losing confidence in me. The final piece that convinced me I was doing the right thing was thinking about Gran herself. She'd always been such a strong, independent woman who knew exactly what she wanted. The idea that she would suddenly change her mind about something she'd been planning for years, especially during a time when her cognitive abilities were declining, just didn't make sense. Sarah had stolen Gran's voice along with her money, and someone needed to speak up for her. I decided to write one comprehensive letter that laid out everything Sarah had done, with copies of all the evidence I'd gathered. I wasn't going to send it just to immediate family. I was going to send it to everyone, including extended family and some of Gran's close friends. If Sarah wanted to claim that Gran had legitimately changed her mind, then everyone should see the proof of what Gran's real intentions had been. I spent 3 days writing that letter, making sure every word was carefully chosen. I wasn't writing it out of pure anger anymore. I was writing it because someone needed to tell the truth about what had happened to Gran. I laid out everything chronologically, starting with years of Gran's promises to me, moving through her illness and Sarah's increased involvement. List of every relative I could think of, plus some of Gran's longtime friends who had known about her intentions for me. We're talking about probably 30 people total. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, even some neighbors who had been close to Gran. I figured if I was going to do this, I might as well do it completely. I sent the letter on a Thursday morning and then waited. I didn't have to wait long. My phone started ringing that same afternoon. The first call was from my Uncle Tom, Dad's brother, and he was furious. Not at me, at Sarah. He told me he'd suspected something was fishy about the will situation, but hadn't wanted to cause family drama by bringing it up. Reading Gran's note and hearing about the voicemails had convinced him that Sarah had definitely taken advantage of the situation. Then my Aunt Lisa called, crying. She said she remembered Gran talking about the jewelry specifically, about how it had belonged to her mother, and how she wanted me to have it to remember both of them. Lisa had thought it was weird when Sarah ended up with everything, but she'd assumed maybe Gran had her reasons. Now she felt terrible for not speaking up sooner. The response was honestly overwhelming. Over the next few days, I got calls and texts from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Most of them were supportive and apologetic for not questioning things earlier. Several people mentioned that they'd had their own doubts about Sarah's story, but hadn't felt like it was their place to interfere. A few relatives even shared their own stories about things Sarah had said or done during Gran's illness that had seemed off at the time. My cousin Rebecca, who's Sarah's niece but from a different side of the family, called to tell me that Sarah had actually bragged to her about finally getting what she deserved after years of watching Gran favor me. Rebecca had thought it was a weird thing to say about an inheritance, but now it made perfect sense. But the most satisfying response came from some of Gran's old friends. Mrs. Patterson, who had been Gran's neighbor for 20 years, called to tell me that Gran had mentioned her plans for me just a few months before she died. She said Gran had been worried about her memory getting worse, but she was still very clear about wanting to help me get started in life. Mrs. Patterson had even offered to be a witness evidence and that I was mentally unstable from grief. She was sticking to her story that Gran had legitimately changed her mind about the inheritance, and she was claiming that the note I found was written during one of Gran's confused episodes. But the damage was already done. Within a week, Sarah had gone from being seen as the responsible caretaker to being viewed as someone who had taken advantage of a sick, elderly woman. People started avoiding her at family gatherings, and several relatives told me they were reconsidering their own relationships with her. The social pressure eventually got to Sarah, and she finally called me about 2 weeks after I sent the letter. She was absolutely livid. She accused me of ruining her reputation over money, and said I had tore the family apart with my lies and manipulation. She kept insisting that everything she'd done was legal, and that Gran had made her own decisions about the will changes. But here's the thing. The pressure from other family members actually worked. My Aunt Lisa and Uncle Tom confronted Sarah together and demanded that she at least return Gran's jewelry to me, since there was clear evidence that Gran had always intended for me to have it. Sarah initially refused, but when more relatives got involved and threatened to cut her off completely, she eventually gave in. I got most of the jewelry back, which honestly meant more to me than the money. These were pieces that had belonged to Gran's mother, and Gran had shown them to me so many times over the years, telling me stories about each necklace and ring. Having them back felt like having a piece of Gran and her promises to me restored. The money was a different story. Since Sarah had legally inherited it and had probably already spent or moved most of it, there wasn't much anyone could do about that. A few family members suggested I could try to contest the will in court, but that would have been expensive and time-consuming, and there was no guarantee I'd win. The fallout from all this has been complicated. On one hand, I feel vindicated that people finally know the truth about what Sarah did. She's basically been ostracized from most family events, and the relatives who do still talk to her treat her very differently now. People see her for what she really is. Someone who took advantage of a vulnerable, elderly woman for financial me, saying I should have handled things privately instead of involving the whole extended family. The weirdest part is that I keep wondering what Gran would think about all this. Part of me thinks she'd be proud that I stood up for myself and didn't let Sarah get away with stealing from both of us. But another part of me worries that she'd be sad about how divided the family has become. She always hated conflict and tried to keep everyone together. I still think I did the right thing, though. Sarah committed what was basically elder abuse, and she was never going to face any consequences unless someone exposed her. Now at least everyone knows who she really is, and maybe that will protect other vulnerable family members in the future. Some things are more important than keeping fake peace in the family. So that's where things stand now. I got some justice, but it came at the cost of basically splitting the family in half. Was it worth it to publicly expose what my aunt did to my grandmother? Or should I have just accepted the theft and kept the peace? After my wedding, I discovered my cousin sabotaged everything behind the scenes, so I made sure she was uninvited from every future family event. I'm a 29-year-old woman who just got married 3 months ago, and I'm still dealing with the fallout from what my cousin Maya did to my wedding day. Maya is 31, and we grew up together since our moms are sisters. She's always been this weirdly competitive person who has to one-up everything I do. When we were kids, if I got a new bike for Christmas, she'd throw a tantrum until her parents bought her a better one. In high school, she literally started dating my ex-boyfriend Tom just 2 weeks after we broke up, and when I confronted her about it, she acted like it was just a coincidence that they found each other. The pattern continued into our 20s. She'd copy my haircuts, my clothing style, even the way I decorated my apartment. When I started taking photography classes, suddenly she was a photography enthusiast too. When I got into yoga, she became this huge yoga person on social media. It was like she couldn't let me have anything that was just mine. Our family always brushed it off as Maya being Maya, and my parents would tell me I was being too sensitive whenever I complained about it. When I got engaged to my husband Jake last year, I honestly expected Maya to either throw a fit or try to steal the spotlight somehow. Instead, She was suddenly the most supportive, sweetest cousin in the world. She kept texting me about how excited she was for me and Jake, offering to help with wedding planning, saying she had connections with vendors and could get us discounts. She even offered to be in charge of coordinating with some of the vendors, since she had experience planning events at her job. My parents were over the moon about this. They kept going on and on about how wonderful it was that Maya and I were finally getting along, how she was being such a good cousin, how this wedding was bringing the whole family together. My mom especially kept praising Maya for stepping up to help when she knew wedding planning was stressing me out. I started feeling guilty for all the years I'd been suspicious of Maya's motives, thinking maybe I really had been too harsh and she'd genuinely matured. Jake was skeptical from the beginning. He'd only met Maya a few times, but he picked up on the weird, organized and detail-oriented. Even our photographer mentioned how nice it was to work with such a prepared family. But then my actual wedding day arrived, and it was an absolute nightmare from start to finish. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and not in cute, funny ways that make for good stories later. These were serious, expensive problems that almost ruined the entire day. The morning started with the florist calling me in a panic, saying they couldn't deliver our flowers because there was an issue with the payment. I was getting my hair done and had to spend an hour on the phone with my bank and the florist, trying to figure out what happened. They kept saying someone had called to change the payment method, and there was confusion about which card to charge. I had to pay again over the phone just to get them to deliver the flowers, and they showed up 3 hours late. Then the cake situation happened. The bakery delivered our cake 2 hours behind schedule, and when they opened the box, half of it was smashed. But worse than that, it was completely the wrong flavor. We had ordered vanilla with raspberry filling, and this was chocolate with some kind of orange cream that Jake is actually allergic to. The baker was apologetic but confused, saying someone from our family had called the week before to change the flavor because the bride had decided she wanted something different. The seating chart disaster was probably the worst part of the reception. I had spent weeks carefully planning where everyone would sit, making sure certain family members who don't get along weren't near each other, putting the important people at the good tables. But when guests started arriving, nothing was where it should be. My divorced aunt and uncle, who literally can't be in the same room without screaming at each other, were seated at the same table. My college friends were scattered across random tables instead of being together. And somehow, Maya had moved herself from her assigned seat to the head table, right where my maid of honor was supposed to sit. The music was wrong, too. Our DJ kept playing songs that weren't on our carefully curated playlist. He played my ex-boyfriend Tom's favorite song, which Maya knew I absolutely hated because it reminded me of our messy breakup. When I asked him about it, he said someone from the wedding party had called to add some special requests. Rushing around trying to fix problems, offering to make phone calls to vendors, consoling me when I started crying from the stress. She seemed to be the only person who was prepared for each disaster, always ready with solutions or explanations. At the time, I thought she was being an amazing cousin, stepping up when everything was falling apart. I spent probably half my wedding day crying in the bathroom while Maya rubbed my back and assured me that everyone would remember the love, not the problems. She kept saying that weddings always have hiccups, and that Jake and I looked so happy that nobody would notice the little things going wrong. Jake was furious about everything that was happening, but he was trying to stay calm for my sake. Looking back now, I should have realized it was suspicious that Maya seemed so calm and prepared for every single thing that went wrong. She always had an explanation ready, always knew exactly who to call or how to handle each crisis. But in the moment, I was just grateful that someone in my family was keeping their head while my perfect wedding day crumbled around me. The reception ended up being okay despite everything, mostly because our families were great about rolling with the chaos. But instead of feeling like a glowing bride who'd just had the best day of her life, I felt exhausted and defeated. I kept thinking about everything that had gone wrong and wondering if I'd somehow jinxed my own wedding by being too picky about the details. Jake and I got back from our honeymoon 2 weeks later, and I was still feeling weird about how everything had gone wrong at the wedding. I kept replaying the day in my head, trying to figure out if there was something I could have done differently to prevent all the disasters. Jake kept telling me to let it go, that we were married, and that was all that mattered. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the whole situation. The first real clue came from my friend Sarah, who works part-time at the flower shop we used. We met up for coffee about a week after I got back, and she casually mentioned how confusing our order had been to fulfill. She said someone claiming to be me had called multiple times in the weeks leading up to the wedding, changing the delivery time, the payment method, even some of the flower types. When I told her I had never made any of those calls, her face got really serious, that a random person couldn't have known. They mentioned my mom's maiden name when dealing with payment issues, knew the exact address of the venue, and even referenced conversations I'd had with the florist about my grandmother's favorite flowers. Sarah said the voice didn't quite sound like me, but the person knew so much personal information that they assumed it was legitimate. That's when I started getting paranoid and decided to call other vendors. The cake place had a similar story. Someone claiming to be either me or my mom had called multiple times, making changes to our order. They had detailed notes about a caller who said the bride had changed her mind about flavors because her fiancé had food allergies. The person knew Jake's name, knew details about our taste test appointment, even mentioned specific family members who would be at the wedding. The photographer was the most disturbing conversation. She told me that someone had called pretending to be my maid of honor, saying that I was too stressed to handle the details and they were helping coordinate everything. This person had tried to change our photo timeline and had specifically requested that certain family members get more photos than we'd originally planned. When the photographer mentioned that the caller had suggested getting extra shots of Maya because she was such an important part of the wedding, I felt my stomach drop. I started going through my email accounts, looking for anything suspicious. That's when I found them. Emails that looked like they came from me, but the address was slightly different. Instead of my normal email, someone had created accounts that were off by one letter or had an extra number. These fake accounts had been corresponding with vendors, making changes and causing confusion. The emails used my writing style and referenced real conversations I'd had, but they were requesting things I never would have asked for. The DJ situation was the most obvious once I started investigating. Someone had called claiming to be my cousin Emma, saying that the bride had specifically requested certain songs be added to the playlist. The caller had Emma's full name and knew she was in the wedding party, but Emma later told me she never made any such call. The songs that got added were all ones that Maya knew I hated, including several from my relationship with Tom. At this point, I was pretty sure Maya was behind everything, but I needed more proof before I could overwhelmed to handle the vendor coordination properly, so she'd taken it upon herself to make sure everything went smoothly. Maya had presented herself as the hero who stepped in to prevent even bigger disasters. But Emma said Maya's version of events didn't match what had actually happened at the wedding. Maya claimed she'd prevented the flowers from being completely wrong, that she'd saved the cake from being a total disaster, that she'd fixed major problems with the seating chart. She was taking credit for solving problems that she had apparently created in the first place. The final piece of evidence came when I decided to confront Maya directly. I called her and asked if we could meet for coffee to talk about the wedding. I didn't accuse her of anything at first, just said I was trying to figure out what had gone wrong with all the vendors. Maya immediately got defensive, which was weird, because I hadn't even suggested she was involved in anything. She started explaining how she'd been trying to help coordinate things because she could see how stressed I was getting. She said she'd made some calls to vendors to clarify details because she was worried I was going to have a breakdown from all the pressure. When I asked her specific questions about which vendors she'd contacted and what exactly she'd said, her story kept changing. Then Maya made a huge mistake. She mentioned a conversation I'd had with the florist about my grandmother's favorite roses. A conversation that had happened when I was there alone, with no one else around. There was no way she could have known about that specific detail unless she'd been the one impersonating me on the phone calls. When I confronted her with the evidence I'd gathered, Maya completely fell apart. She started crying and admitted that she'd been making calls to vendors, but she insisted she was only trying to help. She said she was worried that I was making bad decisions because I was too emotional and stressed, and she thought she could fix things quietly without me ever having to know. But then the real truth came out. Maya broke down and said she'd been jealous of my wedding, that she thought she deserved to have more input in the planning because she had better taste and more experience with event planning. She actually said that she thought my wedding would be prettier and more memorable if she was involved in the decisions, and she couldn't understand why I was being so selfish by not including her more. The conversation—
Maya hadn't been trying to help me. She'd been trying to sabotage my wedding because she couldn't stand that I was having something beautiful that she wasn't in control of. After Maya's breakdown and confession, I spent the next week in a weird emotional state. Part of me felt vindicated that I hadn't been crazy or paranoid. There really had been someone sabotaging my wedding. But another part of me felt completely betrayed and hurt that someone in my own family had deliberately tried to ruin the most important day of my life. Jake was furious and wanted me to immediately tell everyone in the family what Maya had done, but I needed time to figure out how to handle the situation. I decided to be strategic about it instead of just blowing up at the next family gathering. I spent several days collecting every piece of evidence I could find. I took screenshots of all the fake emails, printed out records from the vendors showing the timeline of calls and changes, saved text messages, and even recorded a phone call with the photographer where she described the person who had contacted her, pretending to be my maid of honor. The florist was incredibly helpful once I explained what had happened. Sarah gave me a detailed timeline of all the calls they'd received, including notes about what the caller had said and when. The cake place did the same thing, and they were actually angry when they realized someone had been scamming them by pretending to be their customer. Even our DJ provided documentation of the song requests that had come from the fake caller. I also reached out to Emma and asked if she'd be willing to back up what she'd told me about Maya bragging at the barbecue. Emma felt terrible about not saying something sooner and agreed to support me if I decided to tell the family what had really happened. She even remembered specific things Maya had said about deserving more credit for making my wedding successful. Jake wanted me to go nuclear immediately and expose Maya at the next family event, but I wanted to be smart about it. I knew that if I just started accusing Maya without proof, it would turn into a he said, she said situation where some family members might take her side. Our family has a tendency to sweep drama under the rug and pressure people to forgive and forget, especially when it comes to keeping the peace. The opportunity started by explaining that I'd been investigating why so many things had gone wrong at my wedding, and I discovered that someone had been contacting our vendors and making unauthorized changes to our orders. I said I had documentation proving that someone in our family had been impersonating me and other family members to sabotage our wedding day. Then I laid out all the evidence piece by piece. I had printed copies of everything for people to look at, and I walked through the timeline of fake phone calls, forged emails, and vendor confusion. I explained how the person making these calls knew personal details about our family and the wedding that only someone close to us could have known. Maya tried to interrupt several times, but I kept going with the evidence. When I got to the part about Emma hearing Maya brag about managing behind-the-scenes details, Emma spoke up
and confirmed what Maya had said at the barbecue. Maya's face went completely red, and she started shaking her head and saying that wasn't what she meant. The room was dead silent, except for Maya trying to defend herself. She kept saying she was only trying to help, that she could see I was stressed, and she wanted to make sure everything went smoothly. But then my uncle, who's always been pretty direct, pointed out that nothing Maya had done had made anything go smoothly. It had caused chaos and nearly ruined my wedding day. My aunt was horrified when she realized Maya was the reason she'd ended up sitting next to her ex-husband at the reception. My grandmother looked completely disappointed, which was almost worse than if she'd been angry. Even my parents, who usually try to keep the peace and avoid confrontation, were visibly upset when they saw all the evidence laid out. Maya finally broke down and admitted she'd made some calls to vendors, but she kept insisting she was trying to help. She said she thought I was making poor decisions because I was too emotional, and she wanted to fix things quietly. But when people started asking her specific questions about why she'd changed the cake flavor to something Jake was allergic to, or why she'd requested songs she knew I hated, she couldn't come up with good answers. The breaking point came when Maya started crying and said she just wanted my wedding to be perfect, and she thought she knew better than me about what would make it beautiful. My dad, who almost never raises his voice, always tried to treat Maya like another daughter, and they felt like they'd failed to see how jealous and manipulative she'd become. My grandmother said she'd suspected Maya had some jealousy issues over the years, but never imagined she'd do something this destructive. The unanimous decision was that Maya needed to face consequences for what she'd done. My parents quietly removed her from the guest list for my cousin's upcoming wedding, and my aunt said she wouldn't be invited to my grandmother's 80-year-old birthday party next month. Other relatives started reaching out over the following days to say they were also reconsidering Maya's invitations to their events. Maya hasn't spoken to any of us since that dinner 3 months ago. She's completely cut off contact with the whole family, which some relatives think proves she knew what she did was wrong. But other family members, particularly my mom's older sister, think I went too far by exposing Maya in front of everyone instead of handling it privately. The aftermath has been complicated for me emotionally. On one hand, I'm relieved that everyone knows the truth, and that Maya is facing real consequences for trying to sabotage my wedding. But on the other hand, I feel guilty about being the reason our family has been fractured. Some relatives keep saying that family should handle things internally, and that I humiliated Maya unnecessarily. The worst part is that Maya's sabotage has permanently affected how I remember my wedding day. When I look at our wedding photos, I don't just see the happy moments. I remember the stress and confusion and tears. I remember feeling like everything was falling apart and not understanding why. Even though I know the truth now, I can't get back that feeling of pure joy that brides are supposed to have on their wedding day. I also find myself questioning other family relationships and wondering what else Maya might have interfered with over the years that I never found out about. It's made me realize that I can't trust family members the same way I used to, which feels like losing something important about how our family used to be. During my father's funeral, my stepmother tried to erase me from his legacy, so I revealed the secret she never wanted the family to know. I'm 31, and I just lost my dad 3 weeks ago. Cancer got him fast. Went from diagnosis to gone in 4 months. My stepmother, Carol, is 54, and she's been in my life since I was 16, which is when she married my dad. She brought her own kids into the marriage, Mike, who's 28 now, and Lisa, who's 25. From day one, Carol made it crystal clear that I wasn't her real son, and never would be. The thing is, I tried to stay out of her way growing up. I spent most of my time at friends' houses or working part-time jobs. When I moved out for college, I kept my distance, but still visited Dad regularly. Carol would always make these little comments when I came around, stuff like, "Oh, look who decided to show up," or asking Dad why he was still supporting his first family, when he'd help me with car repairs or whatever. But Dad was clear with me over the years about his intentions. He told me multiple times that I'd get his personal journals. He kept detailed ones about our fishing trips and life lessons he wanted to pass down. There was also his grandfather's pocket watch that had been in our family for generations, plus some old family photos, and a small trust fund he'd set up back when I was little, way before Carol came into the picture. Carol hated this arrangement. She'd drop hints constantly about how everything should stay in the real family, and how Dad's first marriage to my mom was a mistake he needed to move past. I learned to just ignore her comments, because arguing would only hurt Dad. When Dad got sick, I tried to be around more to help out. Carol handled most of the medical stuff, which I understood since she was his wife. But she made it weird whenever I visited the hospital. She'd act like I was intruding on private family time, even though Dad would light up when I walked in the room. After Dad passed, Carol took complete control of the funeral arrangements. She didn't ask for my input on anything. Not the service, not the flowers, nothing. I figured she was grieving and trying to cope, so I didn't push it. I just showed up where she told me to show up. The view and asked if there were problems in the family, because Carol had been telling people some concerning things. Uncle Robert seemed confused about why I wasn't involved in planning anything. I just told everyone I was letting Carol handle things because she was the widow. The actual funeral service was fine. Standard stuff. Carol didn't speak during the service itself, which I was grateful for because I wasn't sure what she might say. Then came the reception back at Dad's house. This is where everything went sideways. Carol decided to give a big speech about Dad's legacy in front of all the relatives and family friends. She talked about what a devoted father he was to his children, Mike and Lisa. She shared memories of their family vacations to Yellowstone and Disney World. She mentioned how proud Dad was when Mike graduated business school and when Lisa got engaged last year. I stood there waiting for her to mention me. Any little acknowledgement. A single sentence about Dad's older son, or his love for fishing, or literally anything that included me in his story. Nothing. She wrapped up the speech talking about how Dad's memory would live on through Mike and Lisa and their future families. She got applause and hugs from relatives while I stood there feeling like a ghost. But the real punch in the gut came after the reception, when people started to leave. Carol announced it was time to go through Dad's personal belongings and distribute some items to family members. She led everyone toward Dad's study, which had always been his private space. When I moved to follow the group, Carol physically stepped in front of me and put her hand up. She told me that Dad had changed his will shortly before he died. Everything was going to Mike and Lisa now. She said Dad realized he wanted to keep things in the real family, and that I should respect his final wishes. I asked to see the updated will. Carol said it was with the lawyer and I'd get a copy eventually, but right now the family needed to grieve privately. She actually used those words. The family needed to grieve privately, like I wasn't part of it. Mike stood behind his mother, nodding along. Lisa looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. Carol kept talking, telling the relatives who were watching this whole scene unfold that I barely visited to discuss because Dad's wishes were clear, and she wasn't going to let anyone disrespect his memory by fighting over material possessions. She walked into the study with Mike and Lisa and literally closed the door in my face. I could hear them moving around in there, probably going through Dad's desk and bookshelves. I stood in that hallway with about 15 relatives staring at me, feeling completely humiliated and erased. This was my father's house. Those were his things that he'd promised to me countless times. And now I was being treated like some outsider trying to take advantage of a widow. That's when I realized Carol had planned this whole thing. The missing photos at the funeral, the speech that excluded me entirely, the convenient will change that nobody could verify. She was systematically erasing me from Dad's story and his legacy. I had two choices. I could walk away quietly and let her win, or I could fight back. Walking away meant accepting that everything Dad promised me would disappear forever, and that Carol's version of our family history would become the official record. But fighting back at a funeral felt wrong too. Dad always taught me to take the high road and avoid causing scenes. I stood there for probably 5 minutes, listening to Carol's voice coming from behind that closed door, knowing she was probably pocketing items that were rightfully mine. The relatives were starting to drift away, apparently assuming I'd given up. That's when I made my decision. I wasn't going to let her erase me from Dad's life without a fight. I walked out of that house and drove straight home. My hands were shaking the whole way because I was so angry, but I knew I needed to think this through carefully. Carol was banking on me either giving up or making a scene that would make me look like the bad guy. When I got to my apartment, I went straight to my closet and pulled out a folder I'd been keeping for years. Dad was the type of guy who made copies of everything important, and he'd given me duplicates of his will, some bank statements, and other documents over the years. He said it was just in case anything ever happened to his copies. But looking back, I think he knew Carol might try something like this. I spread everything out on my kitchen table. The original will was dated 3 years ago.
She was too stressed to handle it. Then I remembered something else. About 6 months ago, Dad had called me late one night. He'd been drinking a little, which wasn't like him, and he sounded worried. He told me he needed to tell me something important and asked me to record the call on my phone. I found that recording in my phone's voice memos. Dad's voice was clear as day, saying he wanted me to have his journals and Grandpa's watch, no matter what happened to him. He said these items were meant to connect me to our family history, and he'd never forgive himself if they ended up anywhere else. He also said something that didn't make sense to me at the time. He told me to keep all the documents he'd given me safe because Carol doesn't know I have copies of everything. That phrase had confused me back then, but now it was starting to click. Dad had been preparing for exactly this situation. I sat there, staring at these documents, and felt this weird mix of vindication and sadness. Dad had known Carol might try to cut me out, and he'd quietly set up a paper trail to protect me. But it also meant he'd spent his final months worrying about his family fighting after he was gone, instead of just focusing on his treatment. Part of me wanted to just call Carol's lawyer and handle this privately. But then I thought about what she'd done at the reception, publicly humiliating me in front of the entire extended family and painting me as some deadbeat son. If I handled this quietly, those relatives would never know the truth. They'd go home thinking Carol was the victim and I was the greedy stepson. I also knew that if I didn't confront this head-on, Carol would just claim the documents were fake or outdated. She'd already lied about Dad changing his will, so she'd have no problem lying about everything else too. Around 9 o'clock, I called Uncle Robert. I knew some relatives would still be at the house helping Carol clean up after the reception. I told him I was coming back over because I had some important documents to share with the family. He sounded surprised, but said okay. The drive back to Dad's house was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I kept rehearsing what I was going to say. Could hear a pin drop in that room. Carol's face went white, then red. She interrupted me and said that Will was old and Dad had changed his mind before he died. That's when I pulled out my phone and played Dad's voice memo on speaker. His voice filled the room, talking about how important it was that I get his journals and the pocket watch. You could tell he was emotional when he recorded it. He talked about wanting me to pass these things down to my future kids someday, and how they represented our family's history. Mike looked shocked. Lisa started crying. Carol was staring at me with pure hatred in her eyes. But I wasn't done yet. Dad had told me something else during those late-night conversations when he was worried about Carol. Something I'd never planned to use against her, but her behavior today had crossed every line. I told the room that Dad had shared something with me about Carol's gambling problem. Carol immediately started yelling that I was making things up to hurt her, but I had bank statements going back 2 years showing multiple cash withdrawals from their joint savings account, all on the same days Carol had made trips to the tribal casino about an hour away. The amounts were staggering. 300 here, 500 there, sometimes over 1,000 in a single day. It added up to over $47,000 that had disappeared from their savings while Dad was getting sicker and their medical bills were piling up. I also had receipts that Dad had quietly collected. He'd followed Carol to the casino one day and gathered evidence because he was trying to figure out where their money was going. He'd shown me all of this months ago because he was scared and didn't know what to do about it. The room was completely silent, except for Carol sobbing. Mike demanded to know if it was all true. Lisa was asking why their mother never told them about any gambling problem. Carol finally admitted she'd been going to the casino, but claimed she was trying to win money to help with Dad's medical expenses. She said the gambling had started as just occasional fun, but got out of control when the stress of Dad's illness became too much to handle. Uncle Robert was looking at the bank statements with his mouth hanging open. Aunt Martha,
While Mike and Lisa just sat there in shock. Uncle Robert took charge and told everyone we needed to calm down and figure this out like adults. He asked Carol directly if the bank statements were accurate and if she'd really taken that much money without telling Dad. Carol broke down completely at that point. She admitted the gambling had been going on for about 3 years, starting small but getting worse as Dad's health declined. She claimed she'd been planning to pay it all back once Dad recovered, which obviously never happened. She said the stress of watching him die had made the gambling addiction spiral out of control. Lisa was crying and asking why Carol never told them she needed help. Mike was furious, not just about the gambling, but about finding out their family's finances were way worse than they'd thought. Apparently, Carol had been hiding the extent of their money problems from her own kids, too. The relatives didn't know what to do with this information. Some of them looked disgusted with Carol. Others seemed to feel sorry for her because addiction is a disease. But the consensus in the room was pretty clear. Carol had lied about Dad changing his will, and she'd tried to steal from me while dealing with her own financial mess. Uncle Robert said we needed to honor Dad's original wishes as written in his will. Carol didn't fight it anymore at that point. She was too busy dealing with Mike and Lisa's questions about their family's financial situation. I got access to Dad's study that night. Going through his things was emotional as hell, but also validating. His journals were exactly where he'd always kept them, and there were entries from just a few weeks before he died where he wrote about wanting me to have them. He'd also written about being worried that Carol might try to keep everything for herself out of spite. The pocket watch was in his desk drawer in a small wooden box, along with a note he'd written to me. It just said he hoped I'd think of our fishing trips whenever I looked at it. I'm not ashamed to admit I cried reading that. But getting my dad's belongings back didn't fix the bigger problem. The family was completely fractured now. Mike and Lisa barely spoke to me for the rest of that evening. They weren't mad about me getting the items Dad had promised me, but they blamed me for humiliating their mother in front of everyone. Mike told me I could have handled it privately instead of making a public spectacle. Could have found a less public way to do it. Dad's cousin Janet was on Carol's side, though. She said families should handle problems privately, and that airing dirty laundry at a funeral was disrespectful to Dad's memory. A few other relatives seemed to agree with that perspective. Carol left the house that night and went to stay with her sister in another state. She sent Mike an email a few days later saying she couldn't face anyone from Dad's side of the family anymore. She felt too humiliated and angry to stick around. She ended up moving back to her hometown permanently. Through mutual relatives, I heard that Carol was telling her version of events to anyone who'd listen. In her story, I was a vindictive stepson who'd ambushed a grieving widow with old documents and cruel accusations. She claimed the gambling wasn't as bad as I'd made it sound, and that Dad had known about it and forgiven her. The truth is, I don't know if Dad had forgiven her or not, but I know he was stressed about money in his final months, and I know he'd quietly gathered evidence of her casino trips. That doesn't sound like someone who was okay with what was happening. Mike and Lisa cut contact with me completely after Carol moved away. They blamed me for breaking up their family and driving their mother into exile. I tried reaching out a few times, but they never responded. I get it from their perspective. They lost their stepdad and then immediately had their mother's reputation destroyed by his son. It's been 3 months now since the funeral. I have Dad's journals and I've been reading through them slowly. They're full of stories about our relationship and advice he wanted to pass down to me. There are also entries about his worries regarding Carol's behavior and their marriage problems. Reading them makes me feel closer to Dad, but also sad that he spent so much time stressing about family drama. The trust fund situation got complicated because Carol had been named as a co-trustee, but the bank honored Dad's original instructions once I provided all the documentation. So I got that money too, which honestly felt weird given everything that had happened. Some nights I lie awake wondering if I handled everything wrong. Maybe I should have just walked away when Carol locked me out of the study. Maybe preserving family peace was more important than getting some old books and a watch. Other nights I have been proud that I stood up for myself and made sure his wishes were honored. I'll never know the answer to that, which is probably the hardest part of this whole situation. I defended his memory and got the items he wanted me to have, but I also caused a family explosion that scattered everyone to different corners of the country. Was I wrong to reveal her secrets in front of everyone? Or was it the only way to defend my father's memory and my place in the family? The family is broken now either way, and I'm still not sure if the truth was worth the destruction it caused. On my birthday, my brother turned the celebration into his engagement party, so I made sure everyone found out how he really treats his fiancée. I, female, 25, have been dealing with my older brother Marcus, 28, and honestly, our entire family dynamic my whole life. Marcus has always been the golden child. I'm not even exaggerating when I say our parents treat him like he invented oxygen or something. Every tiny thing he does gets celebrated like it's a Nobel Prize achievement, while I could literally cure cancer and they'd be like, "Oh, that's nice, honey. Did you hear Marcus got a parking spot closer to his office building?" It's been like this since we were kids. When I made honor roll every semester in high school, crickets. When Marcus barely graduated, they threw him a party. When I got into my dream college with a partial scholarship, they mentioned it once at dinner. When Marcus decided to switch his major for the 3rd time, suddenly that was the most fascinating topic of conversation for weeks. The pattern continued into adulthood. I graduated college with honors and got a job at a marketing firm within 2 months. You know what happened at my graduation dinner? Marcus announced he was thinking about getting his real estate license, and suddenly that's all anyone could talk about. When I got promoted to senior account manager last year after busting my ass for 3 years, Marcus chose that exact same week to casually mention he might buy a condo. Guess what dominated every family conversation for the next month? It's not just big moments either. Birthday parties, family gatherings, holidays. Somehow Marcus always manages to make everything about himself. He'll show up late with some dramatic story about his day, or he'll have news that suddenly becomes the main event. I've learned to just expect it at this point, but it still stings every single time. So when my 25th birthday was coming up, I decided I wanted to keep things simple, but nice. Just a dinner at Rossini's, this Italian place I absolutely love, with the people who actually matter to me. I invited our parents, Marcus and his girlfriend Sarah, and 3 of my closest friends, Jessica, Mike, and Carla. Nothing crazy, just good food and hopefully one night where I could actually feel like the main character of my own life. I should have known better. Living someone else's life. A life where my birthday actually mattered, and people were there specifically for me. We ordered appetizers, shared stories, laughed at my dad's terrible jokes about getting older. My mom made this sweet little speech about how proud she was of the woman I'd become, and how excited she was to see what I'd accomplish in my next year of life. I actually teared up a little, because it felt so genuine and focused on me. The food was incredible. We had this amazing seafood pasta and the bread was perfect, and everyone was just having such a good time. I remember thinking this might actually be the first birthday celebration I'd had where I felt truly celebrated. Not overshadowed, not competing for attention, just genuinely the guest of honor at my own party. Then they brought out the cake. It was this gorgeous chocolate cake with raspberry filling, my absolute favorite, and they'd written, "Happy Birthday," in gold frosting. The restaurant had dimmed the lights slightly, and I could see everyone's faces in the warm glow of the candles. I felt this rush of happiness and gratitude. Finally, a birthday that was actually about me. That's when Marcus stood up. I felt my stomach drop immediately. I knew that look on his face. I'd seen it 1,000 times before at family gatherings and special occasions. That slightly smug, self-satisfied expression that meant he was about to make himself the center of attention. Sarah looked confused and glanced around the table. My friends went quiet. My parents looked curious but not alarmed because they're so used to Marcus taking over situations. "Actually, before we sing Happy Birthday," Marcus said, reaching into his jacket pocket, "I have something I need to do first." I watched in slow-motion horror as he pulled out a small velvet box. The entire restaurant seemed to go silent around us. Sarah's eyes widened, and she put her hand over her mouth. My parents immediately started getting emotional. My mom actually gasped out loud. My friends looked absolutely mortified, but clearly didn't know what to do or say. Marcus got down on one knee right there next to my birthday cake. My birthday cake with my name on it, and 25 candles that were slowly melting wax onto the frosting. The next few minutes, my family fuss over the happy couple, listening to my parents immediately start talking about wedding plans and venues and guest lists. Sarah was showing off her ring to everyone, and Marcus was basking in all the attention, like he always does. The waitstaff was asking if they wanted dessert menus since the birthday cake situation had changed. Jessica leaned over and whispered to me that this was completely messed up, but that I shouldn't say anything, because I'd just look like the jealous, bitter sister. Mike and Carla looked uncomfortable, but were trying to smile and participate in the celebration. My parents were completely absorbed in congratulating Marcus, and didn't even seem to remember whose birthday we were supposed to be celebrating. I felt invisible. Again. On my own birthday. In the restaurant I'd chosen. With the cake I'd ordered. Surrounded by people who were supposed to be there for me. But just like always, Marcus had found a way to steal my moment and make it his own. I sat there watching my entire birthday celebration transform into someone else's engagement party, and I felt something inside me just break. Not in a dramatic way, but like a quiet snap. Like the last thread holding up a picture frame finally giving out. My dad stood up with his champagne glass and started making this impromptu toast about how proud he was of Marcus for taking this big step, and how Sarah was already like a daughter to him. My mom was crying happy tears and kept saying how this was the most romantic thing she'd ever seen. The other restaurant patrons were still watching and smiling at our table like we were dinner entertainment. And there I was, the birthday girl, sitting next to my pushed-aside cake with melting candles, feeling like a complete afterthought at my own party. Jessica caught my eye, and I could see she was furious on my behalf, but she kept making these subtle headshakes like, "Don't do anything you'll regret." Mike looked uncomfortable and kept glancing between me and Marcus like he was watching a car accident happen in slow motion. Carla was trying to participate in the celebration, but I could tell she felt awkward about the whole situation. The worst part, satisfied grin on his face that I'd seen so many times before, the look he gets when he successfully makes himself the star of the show. He was retelling the proposal story to people who had literally just watched it happen, embellishing details about how long he'd been planning it and how he'd coordinated with the restaurant staff. That's when I realized he'd actually coordinated with the restaurant staff. The champagne had appeared way too quickly. They'd known this was coming. He'd planned to hijack my birthday dinner and turn it into his proposal venue. This wasn't some spontaneous romantic gesture. He'd deliberately chosen to use my celebration as the backdrop for his big moment. The rage that hit me was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. Not the quick flash of anger you get when someone cuts you off in traffic, but this deep, burning fury that started in my chest and spread through my entire body. All those years of being overshadowed, all those moments he'd stolen from me, all those times my parents had chosen him over me. It all came rushing back at once. But I didn't explode. Instead, I felt this weird calm wash over me, like I was watching everything from outside my own body. I could see exactly what was happening, and exactly what I was going to do about it. And for the first time in my life, I didn't care about keeping the peace, or protecting Marcus's feelings, or maintaining family harmony. My dad finished his toast and everyone raised their glasses. Then my mom stood up and started talking about how she couldn't wait to start planning the wedding, and how this was such a beautiful surprise. Sarah was getting emotional again, and Marcus was just soaking up every second of praise and attention. Then my mom said something about how this was such a perfect way to celebrate love and family, and how birthdays are nice but engagements are once-in-a-lifetime moments. That's when something inside me just snapped completely. I stood up. The table went quiet, and everyone looked at me expectantly, probably thinking I was going to make some gracious sister speech about how happy I was for the happy couple. Marcus was beaming at me with this smug, satisfied expression, like he was waiting for me to congratulate him on his brilliant, romantic gesture. I picked up my champagne glass and looked around. We'd had coffee together. He'd spent an hour telling me about his doubts about the relationship. I talked about how he'd specifically said he wasn't sure Sarah was the one, and how he'd been having second thoughts about their future together. The mood at the table shifted instantly. Sarah's smile faltered and she looked confused. Marcus's face went pale and he started shaking his head at me. My parents looked shocked. My friends were staring at me with wide eyes. But I wasn't done. I mentioned how Marcus had also told me that his ex-girlfriend Emma had been reaching out to him recently, and how he'd been responding to her messages. How he'd actually shown me some of their text conversations and admitted he'd been thinking about what might have been with her. The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah looked like she'd been slapped. Marcus was opening and closing his mouth like a fish out of water. My parents looked horrified, not at Marcus for what he'd done, but at me for bringing it up. Sarah finally found her voice and asked Marcus if what I was saying was true. He started stammering about how I was taking things out of context and twisting his words, but you could see in his face that everything I'd said was accurate. The confident, smug expression was completely gone, replaced by panic and desperation. Sarah stood up from the table, her new engagement ring catching the restaurant lights. She looked at Marcus and then at me, and I could see her putting the pieces together. All those little doubts she'd probably had, all those moments when something felt off. Suddenly everything was making sense to her. The entire restaurant was watching our table now. Other diners had stopped their own conversations to stare at the drama unfolding. The waitstaff was hovering nearby, clearly unsure whether to intervene or just let us implode. And for the first time in my entire life, Marcus wasn't the center of attention in the way he wanted to be. Sarah demanded to see Marcus's phone right there at the table. Her voice was shaking, but she wasn't backing down. Marcus kept trying to deflect, saying I was being dramatic and that I'd misunderstood what he'd told me. But Sarah wasn't having any of it. She kept asking for his phone, and he kept making excuses about why he couldn't show her right now. The entire restaurant was staring at us at this point. I'd said about him was true. That's when Sarah pulled the engagement ring off her finger and threw it at Marcus. It bounced off his chest and landed on my birthday cake, right in the chocolate frosting. She told him they were done and that she never wanted to see him again. Then she grabbed her purse and walked out of the restaurant, while Marcus sat there looking completely stunned. Marcus finally snapped out of his shock and went after her, but not before turning around and screaming at me that I was a vindictive bitch and that I'd ruined the most important night of his life. He said I was jealous and pathetic and that I couldn't stand seeing him happy. The whole restaurant heard every word. I just sat there watching him run after Sarah, feeling this strange mix of satisfaction and complete emptiness. My parents were furious with me. My dad was already asking for the check while lecturing me about family loyalty and how I should be ashamed of myself. My mom kept saying she couldn't believe I would stoop so low, and that I owed Marcus an apology. My friends were trying to process what had just happened. Jessica looked shocked but also kind of impressed. Mike seemed uncomfortable with the whole situation. Carla was gathering up my birthday gifts and trying to salvage what was left of the evening. The birthday cake was still sitting there with the engagement ring embedded in the frosting and 25 melted candles dripping wax everywhere. We left the restaurant in complete chaos. My parents paid the bill and lectured me the entire time about how I'd embarrassed the family and destroyed Marcus's happiness. They said I was selfish for not being able to let him have his moment, and that I should have been honored he chose my birthday to propose. The fact that he'd literally stolen my celebration didn't seem to register with them at all. The next few days were brutal. Marcus wasn't answering my calls or texts. Not that I was really trying to reach him anyway. My parents kept calling to tell me how disappointed they were, and demanding that I apologize to both Marcus and Sarah. They said I'd acted like a spoiled child and that I needed to make things right. But here's the thing. I didn't feel sorry. For the first time in my life, I'd actually stood up to Marcus, and there were real consequences for his actions. Yeah, I felt bad about hurting Sarah, from making the biggest mistake of her life. She'd been planning to move in with Marcus next month, and they'd already started talking about wedding dates. She said the thought of finding all this out after they were married made her sick to her stomach. It turns out Marcus had been texting Emma for weeks, not just casually, but actually talking about meeting up and reminiscing about their relationship. Sarah found screenshots on his phone of conversations where he was basically having an emotional affair. She said my birthday dinner revelation had given her the courage to demand the truth instead of just accepting his lies. My friends have been split on the whole situation. Jessica thinks Marcus had it coming and that someone needed to call him out on his selfish behavior. She said she was proud of me for finally standing up for myself instead of just taking it like I always do. Mike thinks I went too far and should have handled it privately, but he also admits that Marcus was completely out of line for hijacking my birthday. Carla is somewhere in between. She thinks I was justified, but wishes there had been a less nuclear way to handle it. My parents are still furious with me. It's been 3 weeks and they're still saying I was vindictive and that I destroyed Marcus's happiness out of jealousy. They keep insisting that his engagement was more important than my birthday and that I should have been mature enough to share the spotlight. The fact that he deliberately planned to use my celebration as his proposal venue doesn't matter to them. Marcus has completely cut contact with me. He's blocked me on social media and won't respond to any attempts at communication. My parents say he's devastated and heartbroken, and that it's all my fault. They want me to grovel and beg for his forgiveness, but honestly, I don't think I want to. The weirdest part is how I feel about everything now. I do feel guilty about hurting Sarah, even though she's thanked me for it. I feel bad that my birthday dinner ended in complete chaos and that my friends had to witness such a mess. But I also feel this strange sense of liberation, like I finally broke free from this pattern of always putting Marcus's feelings and needs ahead of my own. For once in my life, there were actual consequences for his selfish behavior. He didn't get to just steamroll over me and take what he wanted without any pushback. Yeah, it was
At my cousin's baby shower, my aunt tried to force me to give up my college fund, so I revealed exactly how she stole from the family years ago. I'm a 21-year-old woman in my junior year of college, and I've been dealing with my controlling Aunt Patricia, 52, for basically my entire life. She's one of those people who somehow appointed herself as the family matriarch, even though she's not the oldest or wisest. She organizes every gathering, dictates where we go for holidays, and has this annoying habit of making financial demands on everyone whenever one of her 3 kids needs something. My parents, both 48, have always just gone along with whatever she says because they hate confrontation and think keeping the peace is more important than standing up to her bullying. Patricia has this way of making everything about money and guilt. When her oldest son, Jake, got married 5 years ago, she went around to every family member asking for contributions for the wedding because they were struggling young people who deserved a beautiful start. When her daughter needed a car for college, suddenly it became everyone's responsibility to chip in, because we all benefit when the family succeeds. She never asks directly either. She frames everything like you'd be a terrible person for not volunteering your money freely. The thing is, most of the family just goes along with it. My aunts and uncles write checks. My cousins contribute what they can, and everyone pretends like this is normal family behavior. The few times anyone is pushed back, Patricia makes them out to be selfish and greedy. She has this way of making you feel like you're the problem for not wanting to hand over your hard-earned money to whatever cause she's decided is worthy this month. My college fund is different, though. It came from my grandfather, who died 3 years ago when I was 18. Before he passed, he specifically set it up so that only I could access it, and he made it very clear that this money was for my education and nothing else. He knew how Patricia operated, and he wanted to make sure I'd have something that was actually mine. The fund is literally the only reason I can afford college right now. It covers my tuition, books, housing, and basic living expenses. Without it, I'd be drowning in student loans, or probably dropping out entirely. So when my cousin Sarah announced and co-workers. The hall was decorated with all this pink and white stuff since they were having a girl, and there were tables loaded with gifts and food. I went with my parents, even though I wasn't particularly excited about spending my Saturday afternoon at another one of Patricia's productions. I brought a reasonable gift, some baby clothes and a small toy. Nothing extravagant, but appropriate for a college student's budget. I was planning to stay for a couple hours, eat some cake, watch Sarah open presents, and then head home to study. Everything seemed normal at first. People were mingling, eating finger foods, taking pictures.
Sarah looked happy and was showing off her belly to anyone who wanted to see. Patricia was in her element, fluttering around, making sure everything was perfect and accepting compliments on what a wonderful job she'd done organizing everything. Then came the gift opening portion of the shower. Sarah sat in this decorated chair in the front of the room while everyone gathered around to watch her unwrap presents. Patricia stood right behind her, like some kind of supervisor, making comments about each gift. When someone gave clothes, she'd hold them up and announce how practical and thoughtful they were. When someone gave something expensive, like a stroller or car seat, she'd go on about how generous and loving that person was. I started getting a weird feeling during this part, because Patricia kept making these comments about generosity and family support that seemed directed at the room in general. She kept talking about how blessed Sarah was to have such a giving family, and how everyone was stepping up to help with this new chapter. After Sarah had opened maybe half the gifts, Patricia suddenly clapped her hands together to get everyone's attention. The room went quiet, and she had this big smile on her face, like she was about to make some grand announcement. She started talking about how wonderful it was to see everyone come together for Sarah and the baby, and how this was what family was really about. Then she said that while all the gifts were beautiful, Sarah and Tom were going to need real help transitioning to this new phase of life. She explained that their current apartment was too small for a baby, and they'd been looking at houses but couldn't quite afford the down payment they needed. That's when it would be a beautiful gesture, and that I'd always be remembered as the family member who stepped up when it mattered most. Some people actually started clapping. A few relatives nodded and made comments about what a wonderful idea that was. I heard someone say it would be such a blessing, and another person mentioned how generous and selfless it would be. My parents immediately grabbed my arms from both sides and started whispering in my ears to just smile and say we'd discuss it at home and think about it. They were clearly panicking and trying to get me to avoid making a scene. But Patricia wasn't done. She kept pushing, saying that family means making sacrifices for each other, and that selfish thinking has no place when someone you love needs help. She said I was blessed to have that money in the first place, and that sharing it would show everyone what kind of person I really was. I felt completely trapped. 40 people staring at me, my parents begging me to keep quiet, and Patricia standing there with this expectant smile like she'd already won. She was basically demanding that I hand over the only money keeping me in school, in front of everyone, so I'd be too embarrassed to say no. That's when something inside me just snapped. I'd been sitting there feeling trapped and humiliated, with everyone staring at me like I was supposed to just hand over my entire future because Patricia decided it was time. The expectant looks on people's faces, the way my parents were frantically whispering at me to keep quiet, and especially Patricia's smug expression like she'd already won. It all hit me at once, and I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up from my chair, which made the whole room go even quieter if that was possible. Patricia's smile got even bigger because she thought I was about to announce that I'd give Sarah my college fund. But instead, I looked around the room and said that if we were really going to talk about family and sharing and being generous with each other, then maybe we should discuss the $15,000 that Patricia borrowed from Grandpa's family trust fund 6 years ago. The change in the room was instant. Patricia's face went from smug and satisfied to completely white. Decided I was being selfish. I explained that 6 years ago, when Jake was getting married, Patricia had taken money from the family emergency fund that Grandpa had set up for situations like medical bills or job loss. She didn't ask permission from the other trustees. She just took it and figured she'd pay it back later. The problem was that she never did pay it back. Not fully, anyway. And then 2 years later, when Uncle Mike needed surgery and the insurance didn't cover everything, suddenly, there wasn't enough money left in the trust to help him like Grandpa had intended. Uncle Mike had to take out a loan and go into debt for his medical bills, while Patricia's son got his fancy wedding paid for with what was supposed to be emergency money for the whole family. I could see Uncle Mike's face during this part, and he looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't know how. His wife was nodding, though, and I realized they'd never forgotten about having to struggle financially while Patricia's family benefited from money that wasn't really hers to take. Patricia was getting more and more frantic, trying to control the situation. She kept saying I was being vindictive and bringing up ancient history that had been resolved years ago. But it hadn't been resolved. It had just been swept under the rug because nobody wanted to deal with the family drama. Grandpa had been furious about it before he died, but he was too sick at the end to keep fighting with Patricia about paying the money back. That's when I pulled out my phone and told everyone that I actually had copies of all the bank statements from the trust account. Grandpa had saved everything and shown it to me when I was 15 because he wanted me to understand why my college fund was separate and protected. He knew Patricia would try to get her hands on that money too if she could, so he made sure it was set up in a way that only I could access it. I started reading off some of the amounts and dates from my phone. 1,500 here, 3,000 there, another 2,000 a few weeks later, all taken right around the time Jake was planning his wedding, all without permission from the other people who were supposed to have a say in how that money was used. The younger cousins were looking shocked because they'd never heard any of this before. Patricia was practically yelling at this point, saying I was making it sound worse than it was, and that she had everything I needed to stay in school. Without it, I'd have to drop out or go into massive debt, and unlike Patricia's kids, I didn't have parents who could bail me out if things went wrong. The room was completely divided at this point. Some people were staring at Patricia like they were seeing her in a whole new light, especially the ones who remembered the trust fund situation but had never heard the full details. Others were looking at me like I was some kind of monster for bringing up old family business at what was supposed to be a celebration. Patricia tried one more time to regain control by saying that this was Sarah's day, and I was being selfish and cruel by making it about old grievances. She said a loving family member would put the past behind them and focus on helping Sarah build her future. But by then, I was way past caring about keeping the peace. I told her that a loving family member wouldn't try to publicly shame a college student into giving up her education fund, especially when that same family member had a history of taking money that didn't belong to her. I said that my grandfather specifically protected my college money because he knew exactly what kind of person she was, and I wasn't going to let her guilt me into giving it up, no matter how many people she got to clap for her ridiculous demands. The tension in that room was unbelievable. People were whispering to each other, some of them clearly taking sides. Sarah looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor, and Tom was just standing there looking confused about how a baby shower had turned into a family financial scandal. My parents looked mortified, but also couldn't really argue with what I was saying because they knew it was all true. Patricia realized she'd completely lost control of the situation, and that people were starting to ask questions she didn't want to answer. Her face was bright red, and she was shaking, whether from anger or embarrassment, I couldn't tell. She announced loudly that she didn't have to stand there and listen to lies and personal attacks, and that anyone who cared about family unity would be disgusted by my behavior. That's when Patricia grabbed her purse and announced she was leaving. She said she wasn't going to stand there and be attacked and lied about, especially not at her daughter's baby shower. She was talking really loudly and dramatically, clearly trying to make me look like the villain who had ruined everything. Sarah looked absolutely mortified, and Patricia just grabbed Sarah's arm and started heading for the door. About 15 people followed them out. Mostly Patricia's immediate family and some of the relatives who always side with whoever is making the most noise. They were muttering things about how inappropriate I'd been and how I'd ruined what was supposed to be a beautiful day. A few of them gave me dirty looks on their way out, and I heard someone say I should be ashamed of myself for attacking a pregnant woman at her own baby shower. But here's the thing. About 25 people stayed, and once Patricia and her supporters left, the atmosphere in the room completely changed. People started talking more openly about what had just happened, and it turned out a lot of them had their own stories about Patricia's financial demands over the years. Uncle Mike came up to me first and shook my hand. He said someone should have spoken up years ago about the trust fund situation, and that he was glad I had the guts to finally say something. His wife came over too and thanked me, saying they'd never forgotten about having to take out loans for his surgery while Patricia's family lived it up with money that was supposed to be for emergencies. My cousin David, who's about my age, told me that Patricia had pressured his parents into paying for half of Jake's honeymoon because young couples deserve to start their marriage with beautiful memories. Apparently she'd used the same guilt tactics on them, saying that family members who really cared would want to contribute to such an important milestone. Even some of the older relatives who I barely know started sharing stories. One of my great-aunts said Patricia had asked her for money when her middle son needed a car, framing it like it was a family investment in his future success. Another cousin mentioned being pressured to contribute to some kind of fund for Patricia's youngest daughter's college expenses, even though that daughter ended up going to community college and probably didn't need nearly as much money as Patricia had collected. The more people talked, the clearer it became that I wasn't the first person Patricia had tried to financially manipulate. She'd been working this system for years, just usually in private where people felt too awkward to say no. The baby shower demand was just the first time she'd tried to do it publicly, probably because she thought the social pressure would make it impossible for me to refuse. My parents were still pretty upset with me during the drive home. They kept saying financial demands were normal. Someone needed to point out that she had no right to be lecturing anyone about family generosity when she'd literally stolen money from the rest of us years earlier. The fallout has been pretty intense, though. It's been 3 months since the baby shower, and the family is definitely split into camps now. About half the relatives think I did the right thing by finally standing up to Patricia's bullying. They've been more supportive of me than I expected, and a few of them have even apologized for not speaking up when she was pressuring me at the shower. The other half think I'm a horrible person who destroyed family unity over money. They act like I committed some terrible sin by bringing up Patricia's past behavior, even though everything I said was completely true. Some of them have stopped talking to me entirely, and I've been uninvited from a few family gatherings since then. Patricia herself hasn't spoken to me once since that day. She's apparently been telling people that I'm vindictive and cruel, and that she's heartbroken about how I treated her at what should have been a happy occasion. She's playing the victim role perfectly, acting like she's the one who was wronged, instead of the person who tried to publicly shame me into giving up my education. Sarah had the baby about 6 weeks ago, a healthy little girl. I found out through other family members because I wasn't invited to visit or even told when she went into labor. Apparently, Patricia made it clear that I wasn't welcome around the new baby, which honestly hurt more than I expected it to. I bought a gift anyway and had my mom deliver it, but I have no idea if Sarah even knows it came from me. The weird thing is that Sarah and Tom did end up buying a bigger house about a month after the baby shower. I have no idea where they got the money, but obviously they figured something out without needing my college fund. Maybe Patricia found another family member to guilt into contributing, or maybe they just got a loan like normal people do when they want to buy a house they can't quite afford yet. I still have my college fund, and I'm still in school, which was the whole point of refusing Patricia's demands in the first place. My grades are good. I'm on track to graduate next year, and I don't have the massive student loan debt that I would have been facing if I'd given up my grandfather's money for someone else's house down payment. College education. But then I remember how trapped and humiliated I felt in that moment, with 40 people staring at me and expecting me to sacrifice my future because Patricia decided it was time for me to share my blessings. I think about my grandfather a lot when I doubt myself. He specifically set up my college fund to be protected from exactly this kind of situation. He knew what Patricia was like, and he wanted to make sure I'd have something that was actually mine when I needed it for school. Standing up to her felt like honoring his memory and the sacrifice he made to give me this opportunity. The family might be divided now, but at least I'm still in college and working toward my degree. And honestly, the relatives who stopped talking to me over this probably weren't people I needed in my life anyway. Anyone who thinks I should have given up my education to make Patricia happy clearly doesn't have my best interests at heart. I kept my college fund. I'm staying in school. And Patricia's bullying tactics finally got exposed to the whole family. Was I wrong for bringing up her past at a baby shower? Or was it the only way to protect my future from being stolen, like she'd stolen from everyone else before? When my sister stole my artwork to pass off as her own, I made sure the entire exhibition knew who the real artist was. I'm 23 and just finishing up art school, trying to make it as an illustrator in a world where everyone thinks digital art isn't real art. My older sister Maya is 26 and has always been the family favorite, the one who could do no wrong. She's also been my biggest critic when it comes to my artwork, constantly calling it a hobby and insisting that she's the real creative genius in our family. Never mind that she hasn't touched art supplies since some pottery class in high school. Growing up, Maya always had this need to be the best at everything. If I got good grades, she had to get better ones. If I played guitar, suddenly she was taking piano lessons. But art was supposed to be my thing, you know? It was the one area where she never showed interest, probably because it required actual patience and practice instead of just natural talent or charm. So when Maya announced at Sunday dinner about 2 months ago that she'd been invited to showcase her work at this community gallery exhibition for emerging artists, I was genuinely confused. What work? I'd been living at home to save money during my final semester, and I'd never seen her working on anything artistic. But our parents immediately went into full celebration mode. My mom started crying happy tears and talking about how she always knew Maya had hidden artistic talents. My dad was already making plans to invite all the relatives and co-workers to come see his daughter's big debut. They were acting like she'd just gotten into the Louvre or something, when it was really just a small local gallery that does these community showcases for amateur artists. The whole thing felt off to me, but I tried to be supportive. I asked Maya what kind of pieces she was planning to submit, thinking maybe she'd been secretly working on something, and I could offer some advice or encouragement. But she just got this weird, smug look and told me I'd have to wait and see like everyone else. She kept making these comments about how some people prefer to let their work speak for itself instead of constantly seeking validation. Over the next few weeks, Maya became super secretive. She'd disappear for hours, claiming she was working on her submissions, portrait series I'd done, inspired by classical mythology, and an abstract piece that combined traditional painting techniques with digital manipulation. I was really proud of these pieces, especially since they represented different styles and showed my range as an artist. I've been planning to submit them to some student competitions and maybe use them in my portfolio when I started applying for jobs after graduation. They were stored on my laptop in a folder I'd organized with all my works in progress and finished pieces. The gallery exhibition was scheduled for a Friday night, and my parents had invited what felt like half the city. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, people from my dad's work, even some of my old high school teachers. Maya was eating up all the attention, talking about how nervous and excited she was for her big debut. She kept making these backhanded comments about how nice it must be for me to see what real artistic success looked like. I'll admit I was a little jealous of all the attention she was getting, but mostly, I was just curious to finally see what she'd been working on. Part of me hoped she'd actually created something good so I could be genuinely proud of her, even if she'd been acting like a total brat about the whole thing. The night of the exhibition, I got there a little early to help my parents find parking and get good spots to view Maya's work. The gallery was this cute little space downtown with white walls and those track lighting systems that make everything look professional. There were maybe 15 different artists displaying pieces, mostly paintings and some photography, with neat little placards giving the artist's name and the title of each work. Maya was holding court near the entrance, accepting congratulations from early arrivals and talking about how surreal it felt to finally share her vision with the world. She looked confident and happy, totally in her element, which honestly made me happy for her despite everything. I started making my way around the gallery, checking out the other artists' work and looking for Maya's section. The pieces were actually pretty good for a community show, nothing that would hang in a museum, but definitely respectable, amateur, and semi-professional work. I was starting to feel genuinely excited to see what my sister had created. Then, I turned the corner into the back section of the gallery and felt
Definitely my pieces. I knew every pixel, every color choice, every detail I'd agonized over. But somehow they were here, in this gallery, being presented as Maya's work. That's when Maya appeared beside me with this satisfied smile that made my blood boil. She looked at the pieces hanging on the wall, then at my shocked face, and leaned over to whisper in my ear. She told me I should be flattered that she'd chosen my work, since nobody knew who I was anyway. She said now my art was finally getting the recognition it deserved, and I should be thanking her for giving me this opportunity. The casual way she said it, like she was doing me some kind of favor by stealing my work, was what really got to me. Before I could even respond, our parents appeared with a whole group of relatives in tow, all gushing about how incredible Maya's artwork was and how they had no idea she was so talented. I watched my own work get praised while everyone treated me like I was just there as moral support for my successful sister. I stood there in complete shock while my entire extended family crowded around my stolen artwork, praising Maya for her incredible talent and artistic vision. My aunt kept going on about how the cyberpunk piece reminded her of something she'd see in a fancy art museum, while my uncle was fascinated by the technical skill in the fantasy portraits. Maya was just soaking it all up, nodding along and accepting compliments like she'd actually spent months perfecting every detail. The worst part was watching my parents. My mom had tears in her eyes, talking about how proud she was that Maya had finally found her calling, and my dad was already making plans to have prints made for the house. They kept saying things like how they always knew Maya was special, and how this just proved that creativity ran in the family. Meanwhile, every time I'd tried to show them my actual work over the years, they'd given it a polite glance and changed the subject. I tried to pull my mom aside to tell her what was really going on, but she immediately got defensive before I could even finish explaining. She told me not to be jealous, and that this was Maya's moment to shine. When I insisted that those were actually my pieces, she looked at me like I'd lost my mind and said there was no way I could have created something so sophisticated. That stung more than I expected. Squirm. At one point, she walked over and stood next to me while people continued praising the artwork, and I could hear her making little comments under her breath about how nice it must be to finally see what real artistic recognition looked like. The gallery owner, this woman named Patricia, who seemed to really know her stuff, was especially impressed with Maya's work. She kept talking about the sophisticated use of digital techniques and how rare it was to see such polished work from someone so young. She mentioned that she'd been running the gallery for 15 years and could always spot natural talent when she saw it. Maya was eating up every word, talking about how she'd been developing her style for years and how these pieces represented a real breakthrough in her artistic journey. I felt completely helpless. Here I was, surrounded by people praising my own work while simultaneously treating me like I was delusional for claiming it was mine. Maya had somehow managed to not only steal my art, but also turn my entire family against me in the process.
Every time I tried to speak up, people would either ignore me or actively shut me down. The situation got even worse when Patricia announced that Maya would be giving a short presentation about her creative process in about 15 minutes. She wanted all the featured artists to share their inspiration and techniques with the audience, and Maya was scheduled to go third. I watched her face light up with excitement, and I realized that she was actually planning to stand up in front of all these people and give a speech about how she created my artwork. That's when it hit me that this wasn't just theft anymore. This was about to become a complete fabrication. Maya was going to have to explain her process, talk about her inspiration, maybe even answer technical questions about digital illustration techniques. She was going to have to lie through her teeth in front of a room full of people, including art professionals who might actually know what they were talking about. Part of me was curious to see how she planned to pull it off, but mostly I was terrified that she might actually succeed. Maya had always been good at talking her way through situations, and she clearly felt confident enough to agree to give this presentation. What if she managed to convince everyone? What if people believed her explanations, and I ended up looking even more paranoid and jealous?
Parents would be mortified, and everyone would think I was some kind of crazy person trying to sabotage my own sister. Even if I could prove the artwork was mine, people might think I was being cruel and vindictive by choosing such a public moment to confront her. But then I thought about all the hours I'd put into those pieces. The late nights tweaking colors and adjusting compositions, the research I'd done into different techniques, the satisfaction I'd felt when I finally got each piece exactly right. Those weren't just random digital files. They represented real work, real creativity, real growth as an artist. Maya didn't get to just take all of that and pretend it was hers. When Patricia called for everyone's attention and introduced Maya as the next presenter, I made my decision. I walked out to my car and grabbed my tablet from my bag. I had all my original project files on there, including the layered Photoshop documents with timestamps, progress shots I'd saved along the way, and even some videos I'd recorded of my process for a class assignment. I came back into the gallery just as Maya was starting her presentation. She looked completely comfortable up there, talking about finding inspiration in urban environments and how she'd developed her digital techniques through years of experimentation. People were nodding along, clearly impressed by her confidence and the way she spoke about artistic concepts. Maya was in the middle of explaining her color choices in the cyberpunk piece when I stepped forward and interrupted her. I told the room that I had something important to show everyone about the real creative process behind these pieces. The look of panic that flashed across Maya's face was almost worth everything that was about to happen. The entire room went dead silent when I stepped forward with my tablet. Maya's face went from confident presenter to deer in headlights in about 2 seconds. Patricia looked confused but interested, probably thinking this was some kind of planned collaboration or something. My parents were staring at me with these horrified expressions, clearly mortified that I was interrupting Maya's big moment. I opened up the first project file right there in front of everyone, turning the tablet screen toward the crowd so they could see. It was the cyberpunk cityscape in its original layered format, with all the different elements separated out and the timestamp showing I'd created it 4 months ago. I started videos next, little screen recordings I'd made for a digital art class where we had to document our process. There I was on camera, talking through my technique while working on the fantasy portraits, explaining my color choices and showing how I built up the details layer by layer. The timestamps were right there on the screen, going back months before Maya had even announced her gallery participation. Maya was trying to maintain her composure, but failing miserably. She kept stammering about how art was collaborative and how siblings often influenced each other's work. But when I showed the reference photos I'd taken myself and the preliminary sketches I'd drawn by hand, it became pretty obvious to everyone what was really going on. Patricia asked Maya directly if she could explain the creative process for the abstract piece, and Maya just stood there for a few seconds,
looking panicked, before mumbling something vague about experimenting with different techniques. Then I opened up that project file and showed the 37 different versions I'd saved while working on it, each one with timestamps and detailed layer structures that clearly showed the evolution of the piece. The whispers started then. People were pulling out their phones, probably to take pictures, or maybe just to have something to do with their hands while this incredibly awkward situation played out. Maya's friends from high school were looking back and forth between us like they were watching a tennis match. My relatives were just standing there in shocked silence, trying to process what they were seeing. Patricia took control of the situation at that point. She asked Maya to step aside and invited me to explain what was happening. I kept it simple and just showed more evidence. The original digital files, the process documentation, even the emails I'd sent to my professors with early versions attached. Everything had my name and my timestamps, and there was no way to fake or doctor that much consistent evidence. The gallery manager looked absolutely furious, probably realizing that she'd been made to look foolish by showcasing stolen work. She started asking Maya direct questions about her artistic background and training, and Maya just crumbled under the pressure. She admitted that she'd found the files on my laptop and thought they were so good that they deserved to be seen by more people. She tried to frame it like she was doing me a favor, but nobody would. She'd been running galleries for years and had never encountered anything quite like this before. Then she asked if I'd be interested in having a proper showing of my work the following month, which was honestly the last thing I expected to happen. The rest of that evening was surreal. Some people came up to congratulate me and apologize for not believing me initially. Others just quietly left without saying anything, probably feeling embarrassed about how enthusiastically they'd praised Maya's stolen work. A few people seemed genuinely interested in my actual art and asked questions about my techniques and inspiration. My art school friends who'd shown up were mostly just stunned by the whole drama. They'd always known Maya was competitive, but none of them had expected her to actually steal my work. One of my professors was there and said he was proud of me for standing up for my intellectual property, which meant a lot coming from someone I respected. But the family fallout was immediate and brutal. My parents didn't speak to me for the rest of that weekend. When they finally did, it was to tell me that I'd handled the situation all wrong, and that I should have dealt with it privately instead of embarrassing Maya in front of everyone. They kept saying that family comes first, and that I should have found a way to resolve things without making such a public scene. Maya completely cut contact with me after that night. She blocked me on all social media and refused to be in the same room as me at family gatherings. My aunts and uncles were split. Some of them understood that Maya had been in the wrong, but others thought I was vindictive for exposing her so publicly, instead of handling it quietly. The gallery showing that Patricia arranged for me ended up going really well. I got several commissions from people who attended, and a local magazine even did a small feature about emerging digital artists that included my work. But every professional success felt weird, because I knew it had come at the cost of basically destroying my relationship with half my family. 3 weeks later, Maya still isn't speaking to me. Family dinners are incredibly tense, with my parents walking on eggshells and changing the subject whenever anything art-related comes up. Some of my relatives have made it clear that they think I went too far.
On the night I bought my first house, my parents tried to move in without asking, so I locked them out and revealed the truth to the neighbors. I'm 28 years old, and I had just closed on my first house after what felt like a lifetime of saving every penny. My parents, both 55, had always made it clear that I owed them everything. Growing up, they constantly reminded me about all the sacrifices they made, how much money they spent on me, and how I needed to pay them back someday.
When I moved back home after college to save money, they treated my paychecks like they were family income. I'd come home from my 2 jobs, one at a marketing firm during the day and another bartending nights and weekends, and they'd already have plans for my money. New furniture for the living room, repairs for their car, vacation funds. It was never really a discussion. For 3 years I lived this way. Every time I tried to move out, they'd guilt me about abandoning them or remind me how expensive rent was and how I'd never save anything if I left. They weren't wrong about the rent part, which made it even more frustrating. But I kept putting money away in a separate account they didn't know about, slowly building toward a down payment. I was determined to buy instead of rent, because I knew that once I owned something, they couldn't use the "you're wasting money on rent" argument anymore. When I finally told them I was buying a house, their reaction was perfectly split between public and private. In front of family and friends, they were so proud. They'd brag about their daughter becoming a homeowner so young, how smart I was with money, how they'd raised me right. But behind closed doors, they mocked me constantly. They said I wouldn't last a year on my own, that I'd be back home begging for help within 6 months. My mom would laugh and say things like, "Wait until you see what property taxes really cost," or "You have no idea how to maintain a house." My dad would shake his head and mutter about how I was making a huge mistake. The house hunting process was exhausting, especially while working 2 jobs. I'd view properties during my lunch breaks, or late in the evening after bartending. My parents insisted on coming to most of the showings, which I thought was normal at first. But they'd spend the
Dreading telling them the exact closing date, because I knew they'd want to be involved somehow. But I figured I had to tell them eventually. So about a week before, I mentioned that I'd be getting the keys on Friday and planning to move in over the weekend. They seemed normal about it, even offered to help with the move, which surprised me. I should have known better. The night before closing, I could barely sleep. I kept thinking about having my own space, my own rules, my own life. No more asking permission to have friends over. No more justifying every purchase. No more listening to lectures about responsibility while they spent my money. I was excited, but also terrified. What if they were right? What if I couldn't handle it on my own? Friday came, and the closing went smoothly. I sat in that lawyer's office signing paper after paper, and when they handed me the keys, I almost cried. I had done it. I actually owned something. The realtor congratulated me and said I should celebrate, but all I wanted to do was go to the house and just sit in the quiet for a few minutes before the chaos of moving started. I drove straight there from the closing, planning to do a final walkthrough before my friends showed up to help me move. But when I turned onto my new street, my stomach dropped. There was a huge moving truck parked in my driveway, and my parents' car was behind it. I sat in my car for a minute, trying to process what I was seeing. Maybe they were just there early to help, but something felt off. I parked on the street and walked up to the house. My parents were directing 2 guys who were unloading furniture from the truck. Not my furniture, but theirs. Their bedroom set, my dad's recliner, boxes labeled with their names. My mom saw me first and waved like nothing was wrong. That's when it hit me what was happening. They weren't there to help me move in. They were moving in themselves. My dad walked over with this huge smile and started talking about how this was going to be great, how we could all live together, and I could learn how to be a real homeowner. My mom chimed in about how it was tradition for children to take care of their parents, and how lucky I was to have them there to help me adjust to homeowner. It was all planned. Like I was the grateful daughter who wanted mommy and daddy to come live with her. The worst part was how trapped I felt. If I said something now, in front of everyone, I'd look like the ungrateful kid who didn't want to help her parents. But if I didn't say something, they were going to be living in my house. My house that I had worked 2 jobs for 3 years to buy.
My house that was supposed to be my escape from exactly this kind of manipulation. I watched them direct the movers toward my front door, my mom already talking about which room would be theirs and how we'd need to rearrange things. The neighbors were still watching, probably wondering why I looked so pale and wasn't participating in this happy family moment. That's when I realized I had a choice to make. I could let them do this and spend the rest of my life under their control, or I could stand up for myself right here, right now, in front of God and everyone. My hands were shaking as I reached into my purse and pulled out the folder with all my closing documents. I pulled out my house deed and held it up so everyone could see it. My hands were still shaking, but my voice was surprisingly steady when I spoke loud enough for all the neighbors to hear. I told them that I was the sole owner of this house, that my name was the only one on the deed, and that no one else had any legal right to move in without my permission. The look on my parents' faces was something I'll never forget. My dad's mouth literally fell open, and my mom just stared at me like I had grown a second head. The movers stopped what they were doing and looked around awkwardly, probably wondering if they were about to get caught in the middle of some family drama. The neighbors went quiet too, suddenly realizing this wasn't the happy family moment they thought they were witnessing. My mom was the first to recover. She started laughing this fake, nervous laugh and told everyone I was just being dramatic, that of course they belonged there. They were family. She kept saying how I was just overwhelmed with the stress of buying my first house and didn't know what I was saying. My dad jumped in and started talking about how much money they had invested in raising me, how I owed them this, how ungrateful I was being after everything they had sacrificed. But I was done. 3 years of having my pay growing up. She was getting louder and more frantic, and I could see the neighbors starting to look uncomfortable. That's when my dad really lost it. He started yelling about how disrespectful I was being, how I was humiliating them in public, how they had every right to be there because they were my parents. He actually tried to push past me to get to the front door, like he was going to force his way into my house. The absurdity of it hit me then. Here was my 55-year-old father literally trying to muscle his way into a house that wasn't his, while the whole neighborhood watched. I stepped in front of the door and told the movers to start putting everything back on the truck. They looked confused and kept glancing between me and my parents, clearly not wanting to get involved. My dad started telling them to ignore me, that he was paying them, but I pulled out my phone and threatened to call the police for trespassing if they brought one more box inside. My mom switched tactics then and started crying, telling the neighbors how cruel I was being, how they had just wanted to help me, how they didn't understand why I was acting this way. She was really playing it up, talking about how worried they were about me living alone, how they just wanted to be there for me. A couple of the neighbors actually looked sympathetic to her, which made my stomach turn. But I wasn't falling for it anymore. I had seen this performance too many times. The tears, the guilt, the manipulation. I told everyone within earshot that my parents had shown up uninvited to move into my house without asking, that I had no idea they were planning this, and that I had never agreed to it. I explained that they had been controlling my finances for years, and apparently thought they could control my living situation too. The older woman from across the street asked if I was sure I wanted to turn away family, and my mom jumped on that, nodding and wiping her fake tears. But I was so angry at that point that I just started talking. I told them about the years of my paychecks being treated like family money, about being told I was too irresponsible to live on my own while they spent my earnings, about the constant guilt trips and manipulation. I said I had worked 2 jobs for 3 years specifically to get away from this kind of control, and I wasn't about to
Fine. Pay them to take everything back where it came from because none of it was staying at my house. I went inside and locked the door behind me. I could hear them arguing with each other outside, my mom still crying and my dad getting increasingly angry. The neighbors had mostly gone back to their own yards, but I could see them peeking out their windows. I sat on my empty living room floor and listened to my parents directing the movers to reload their furniture. My mom occasionally calling out things like how sorry they were that I felt this way and how they hoped I'd change my mind. After about an hour, I heard the truck start up and drive away. I looked out the window and saw my parents sitting in their car in front of my house, just staring at the building like they couldn't believe what had just happened. My dad was gesturing angrily, and I could tell they were having a heated argument, probably about whose fault this was and what they were going to do next. Eventually, they drove away too, and I was left alone in my empty house with the echoes of what had just happened. The silence was deafening after all that chaos, and I realized I was shaking again. But this time it wasn't from fear. I had actually done it. I had stood up to them in the most public, humiliating way possible, and I had won. But even as I sat there feeling victorious, I knew this wasn't over. I knew my parents well enough to know they wouldn't just accept this and move on. They were going to be furious, hurt, and probably planning their next move to try to get back at me or make me feel guilty enough to apologize and invite them back. The first night in my house was weird. I had planned this whole celebration, ordering pizza, having my friends come over to help me unpack, maybe opening a bottle of wine to toast my new independence. Instead, I sat alone on my living room floor eating takeout Chinese food and trying to process what had just happened. The house felt huge and empty, but also completely mine in a way that was both thrilling and terrifying. My phone started blowing up around 8 that evening. First, it was my aunt calling to tell me how disappointed she was in my behavior, how I had humiliated my parents in front of the whole neighborhood. Then my cousin texted asking what the hell was wrong with me and why I thought it was of that weekend fielding calls and texts from various family members. Some of them were supportive once I explained what actually happened, but others clearly thought I had gone too far. My grandmother called me crying, saying she didn't understand why I couldn't just let my parents help me, that family was supposed to stick together. My uncle told me I was being selfish and that I owed my parents more respect than that. The worst part was that some of them had valid points that made me second-guess myself. My parents had spent money on me growing up. They had let me live at home to save money. And maybe they really did just want to help. Maybe I could have handled it differently. Maybe I could have talked to them privately instead of making a scene in front of the neighbors. But then I'd remember the look on my dad's face when he tried to push past me into my house, or the way my mom performed for the neighbors like this was all planned, and I'd get angry all over again. The neighbors were a whole different issue. The older couple next door seemed to avoid eye contact when I saw them outside, and I caught them whispering and looking toward my house a few times. The woman across the street actually came over a few days later to check on me, which was nice, but also made it clear that the whole street was talking about what happened. She said she hoped everything worked out with my family, and I could tell she was fishing for more details about the situation. But here's the thing. As the days went by, I started feeling more and more vindicated about my decision. Living alone was incredible. I could eat dinner at whatever time I wanted, watch whatever TV shows I liked, have friends over without asking permission, and most importantly, my paychecks were actually mine. I didn't have to justify buying groceries or worry about someone else making plans for my money. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. My parents, meanwhile, had gone completely silent. No calls, no texts, nothing. I heard through my aunt that they were telling people they needed space to process my betrayal and decide if they could forgive me. They had also apparently told several family members that they were cutting me off financially, which was hilarious because they hadn't been giving me money anyway. They'd been taking mine. About 2 weeks after the incident, I was working in my front yard when I saw an idea how to handle home repairs. My dad had always taken care of stuff like that, and for a moment I actually considered calling him. But then I remembered that this was exactly what they had predicted, that I'd need them, that I couldn't handle being on my own. Instead, I figured it out myself.
I watched YouTube videos, called a repair company, dealt with it like an adult. Same thing when my garbage disposal broke and when I needed to hire someone to clean my gutters. Each time I successfully handled something on my own, I felt a little more confident that I had made the right decision. The extended family drama continued for months. My parents had apparently decided that the best strategy was to play the victim and wait for me to apologize. Family gatherings became awkward because people felt like they had to choose sides. Some relatives stopped inviting me to things altogether, rather than deal with the tension. Others would invite me but spend the whole time trying to convince me to reach out to my parents and make amends. My cousin Sarah was the only one who really got it. She told me that she had always thought my parents were too controlling, but hadn't wanted to say anything. She said watching me stand up to them had actually inspired her to set some boundaries with her own family. It was nice to have at least one person in my corner, especially when everyone else was acting like I was the villain in this situation. About 6 months later, I heard through the family grapevine that my parents had started telling people they were concerned about my isolation and were considering staging some kind of intervention. The idea of them showing up at my house again with a bunch of relatives to try to guilt me into reconciling made me sick to my stomach. I started keeping my doors locked all the time and avoided being in my front yard when I thought they might drive by. But here's what I realized during all of this. I wasn't the same person who used to let them control my finances and my life. Living on my own had changed me. I was more confident, more independent, and more sure of what I would and wouldn't tolerate from people. Even if they did show up again, even if half the family thought I was wrong, I knew I could handle it. Was I wrong to shut my parents out in front of everyone? Or was it the only way to protect my independence? At my best friend's wedding, my mother stood up to give a speech about me instead of the bride, so I finally cut her off in front of everyone. I'm 24, and I was the maid of honor for my best friend Sarah's wedding last month. My mom has always been this way. She has to be the center of attention at everything, especially when it comes to my milestones. I've been dealing with this my whole life, and I guess I just got used to staying quiet about it. Growing up, every single birthday party I had somehow became about her. She'd find ways to bring up how hard it was raising me as a single mom, or she'd tell embarrassing stories about my childhood to make herself look like this amazing parent. When I graduated high school, she literally got up during the family dinner and gave this whole speech about her sacrifices and how she deserved credit for my success. I remember just sitting there wanting to disappear. College was the same thing. When I got accepted to my dream school, instead of just celebrating with me, she posted this massive Facebook rant about all the things she gave up so I could succeed. It was supposed to be my moment, but somehow it always turned into the mom show. Even smaller things, like when I made varsity soccer or got my first job, she'd find a way to make it about her parenting skills. I know I should have said something years ago, but confronting my mom has always felt impossible. She gets so defensive and dramatic, and then I end up feeling guilty for hurting her feelings. It was honestly just easier to let her have her moments and move on. I figured that's what family was about, picking your battles. But Sarah's wedding was different. This wasn't my event to let my mom hijack. Sarah and I have been best friends since freshman year of college, and she specifically asked me to be her maid of honor because she said I was the most important person in her life besides Tom. I took that role seriously. I planned the bachelorette party, helped with wedding prep, and wrote this really heartfelt speech about their relationship. The wedding itself was beautiful. Sarah looked absolutely stunning, and you could tell Tom was trying not to cry during the ceremony. The reception was at this gorgeous venue with about 150 people, both families, college friends, work colleagues, everyone important to them. The atmosphere honor Sarah and Tom properly. I started to stand up from the head table when suddenly my mom just got up from her seat.
She wasn't supposed to give a speech. She wasn't on the program. But she walked right up to the microphone like she owned the place. And the MC just handed it over because I guess he assumed she was part of the plan. I sat back down because I figured maybe she was going to say something quick about the bride's family or whatever. But no. She started talking about me. She began with how proud she was of her daughter and how I'd grown into such an amazing young woman. At first, I thought maybe she was leading into something about Sarah, but she just kept going. She talked about how I was such a good student in school, how I got into college, how I landed my current job. She mentioned my apartment, my car, my accomplishments. She was literally giving a speech about my life at someone else's wedding. I could feel my face getting hot with embarrassment. I looked around and saw guests starting to shift in their seats. Sarah's relatives looked confused, like they didn't understand why the maid of honor's mom was giving a speech about the maid of honor instead of the bride. Some people were checking their phones or looking at each other with raised eyebrows. But the worst part was seeing Sarah's face. She was sitting right next to me at the head table, and I could see her expression just fall. She looked hurt and confused. This was supposed to be her moment, her day, and my mom was stealing it right in front of everyone. Tom was holding her hand and looked like he didn't know what to do either. My mom, meanwhile, was completely oblivious. She was smiling and gesturing, clearly loving having everyone's attention. She started talking about what a wonderful daughter I was and how she'd raised me to be independent and strong. She brought up stories from when I was little, things that had nothing to do with Sarah or the wedding. I felt completely frozen. Part of me wanted to just let her finish so we could move on, because that's what I'd always done before. But this wasn't about me. This was Sarah's wedding, and my mom was stupid and selfish. I couldn't let this happen. Not here. Not today. I stood up so fast that my chair made this loud scraping noise against the floor. Everyone turned to look at me, including my mom, but she didn't stop talking. She just glanced over like she was annoyed that I was interrupting her moment, then kept going with her speech about how proud she was of my college achievements. The walk from my seat to the microphone felt like it took forever, but it was probably only like 10 seconds. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I'd never confronted my mom in public before. Hell, I barely confronted her in private. But seeing Sarah's face, seeing how hurt she looked, I knew I couldn't just sit there anymore. My mom was in the middle of telling some story about my high school graduation when I reached her. I put my hand on her arm and tried to take the microphone, but she pulled it away and kept talking. She actually turned her body away from me, like I was some random person trying to interrupt her. That's when I realized she genuinely thought this was appropriate, that she had every right to be up there talking about me at someone else's wedding. The whole room had gone quiet except for her voice. People weren't even pretending to listen anymore. They were just staring at this weird situation unfolding. I could see Sarah's dad looking confused, and Tom's mom had this horrified expression on her face. Some of my college friends were looking back and forth between me and my mom, like they were watching a tennis match. I reached for the microphone again, and this time I was firmer about it. My mom finally stopped talking and looked at me with this shocked expression, like she couldn't believe I was interrupting her. For a split second, I almost backed down, because that's what I'd been trained to do my whole life. Avoid making her upset. Keep the peace. Don't cause drama. But then I looked out at all these people who had come to celebrate Sarah and Tom, not to hear about my mom's parenting journey. I saw Sarah wiping her eyes with her napkin, trying not to let anyone see that she was crying on her wedding day. That's what made me grab the microphone and not let go. I thanked my mom for her kind
Embarrassment, anger, and then this hurt look like I'd slapped her.
Some people started clapping, quietly at first, then louder. A few people even stood up, including Sarah's dad and some of my friends. But my mom's reaction was what I'd been dreading my whole life. Her face turned bright red, and she got this look I'd seen before when she felt publicly humiliated. She didn't say anything to me, just stared for a moment, like she was waiting for me to take it back or apologize. When I didn't, she turned and walked straight out of the reception hall. I watched her leave and felt this weird mix of relief and panic. Part of me wanted to run after her and smooth things over like I always did, but I forced myself to stay put. Sarah needed her maid of honor speech, and these people deserved to hear about the actual bride and groom instead of my family drama. So I gave my speech. I talked about how Sarah and I met, how she'd been there for me through everything, how perfect she and Tom were together. I told the story about when Tom first asked me for advice about proposing and how nervous he was. I managed to get some laughs and even got a little teary when I talked about watching Sarah find her person. But the whole time I was talking, I kept thinking about my mom sitting in her car in the parking lot, probably crying or calling my aunt to complain about how I'd embarrassed her. I knew I'd crossed a line that I could never uncross. For 24 years, I'd let her have her way to avoid exactly this kind of confrontation. And now, it was out there, for everyone to see. When I finished my actual speech, people clapped way louder than they had for anyone else. Sarah got up and hugged me so tight I could barely breathe, and she whispered that she loved me. Tom shook my hand and thanked me, and even some of Sarah's relatives came up afterward to tell me I did the right thing. But I also noticed some people looking uncomfortable, especially some of my mom's friends who were there. My Aunt Carol, who's always been close with my mom, gave me this disapproving look from across the room. A couple of my cousins seemed unsure about what had, no matter how justified I felt. I'd probably just blown up my relationship with my mom in the most public way possible. There was no taking it back now. The rest of the wedding went surprisingly well after my mom left. People seemed to relax once the awkward tension was gone, and the dancing started up again like nothing had happened. Sarah and Tom looked happy, which was all that really mattered to me. But I spent the whole night checking my phone and looking toward the door, half expecting my mom to come back or at least send me some angry text. She didn't. Radio silence. When Sarah and Tom were cutting the cake, Sarah pulled me aside and told me it was the best gift I could have given her on her wedding day. She said she'd been worried about my mom trying to make the wedding about herself, based on stories I'd told her over the years, and she was proud of me for finally standing up. That made me feel better, but I still had this sick feeling in my stomach about what I'd done. The drive home that night was weird. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I could have handled it differently. Maybe I should have just let her finish her speech and then given mine afterward. Maybe I should have quietly asked the DJ to cut her microphone. Maybe I should have pulled her aside before she even got to the microphone. Though honestly, I don't know when I would have had the chance. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept expecting my phone to buzz with angry texts from my mom or concerned calls from family members, but it stayed quiet. That almost made it worse, because at least if she was yelling at me, I'd know what she was thinking. Sunday came and went with nothing. Monday, too. By Tuesday, I was starting to worry that something had happened to her, so I called.
straight to voicemail. I tried texting and got no response. I even drove by her house, but her car wasn't there. So she was probably staying with my aunt or something. The family drama started Wednesday. My Aunt Carol called to tell me how hurt and embarrassed my mom was, and how I should have handled it privately instead of humiliating her in front of all those people. She said my mom was staying with her because she was too upset to be alone, and that I needed to apologize immediately. Then my cousin Jake,
saying they thought I handled it well. It's been almost 3 weeks now since the wedding. My mom still isn't talking to me. She's been posting on Facebook about ungrateful children and how much she sacrificed as a single mother, which I'm pretty sure is directed at me. Some relatives are still giving me grief about it, saying I should be the bigger person and apologize first. The thing that's really getting to me is that part of me does feel terrible about embarrassing her like that. I know how much my mom cares about what other people think, and having her own daughter publicly shut her down at a wedding was probably her worst nightmare. I can imagine how humiliated she felt walking out of there with everyone watching. But then I think about all the times she's embarrassed me over the years, and how she was literally ruining Sarah's wedding day. And I get angry all over again. This wasn't some random social event where she wanted to brag about me. This was my best friend's wedding, and she was making it about herself without any regard for Sarah or Tom or their families. Sarah has been amazing through all of this. She's checked in on me several times and keeps telling me I did the right thing. She said her own mom thanked me later that night for handling it because she was about to march up there herself, and it would have been way more dramatic. Tom also reached out to say he was grateful I stood up for them. I've been going back and forth on whether I should reach out to my mom again. Part of me thinks I should call her and try to work things out, maybe apologize for the public nature of it, while still maintaining that her behavior was inappropriate. But another part of me thinks that if I apologize now, I'll just be back to the same pattern of letting her get away with whatever she wants because I don't want to deal with the drama. The weird thing is that this is the longest I've gone without talking to my mom since I was probably 16 and grounded for something stupid. We usually talk every few days, and she's always been involved in every aspect of my life. Not having her constant input has been both freeing and terrifying. I've started to realize how much I was walking on eggshells around her, always worried about setting her off or hurting her feelings. Even when I was excited about something good happening in my life, I'd find myself dreading having to tell her, because I knew she'd find a way to make it about herself. Resentment. Maybe I should have had this conversation with her privately years ago, instead of letting it explode publicly. The honest truth is, I don't know if I did the right thing or not. Sarah got her wedding day back, and I finally set a boundary with my mom. But the cost was pretty high. My family is divided. My mom isn't speaking to me, and I'm not sure how to fix it. Or even if I want to fix it the same way I always have before. All I know is that I can't go back to letting her hijack every important moment in my life. But I'm not sure what the path forward looks like from here. Just before Christmas dinner, my grandfather tried to force me to hand over my savings to my cousin, so I told everyone how he really treated me growing up. I'm a 27-year-old guy who's been dealing with years of favoritism from my grandfather toward my cousin Jake, 25. My parents are Mark, 52, and Linda, 49, and they've always known about the situation but never really stood up for me. Looking back now, I can see how messed up the whole dynamic was, but when you're living in it, you just think it's normal. Jake has always been the golden child in our family. Ever since we were kids, my grandfather treated him like he could do no wrong, while I was constantly being compared to him and coming up short. When Jake wanted to go to an expensive private college, my grandfather wrote the check without blinking. When I applied to the same school and asked for help, I was told that I needed to be a man and figure it out myself. Jake got a brand new car for his 18th birthday. I got a lecture about responsibility and the value of hard work. The pattern continued through our 20s. Jake wanted to backpack through Europe after college. Grandfather funded the whole trip because young men need to see the world. When I was sleeping in my car after graduation because I couldn't afford rent, I called my grandfather, begging for help with a security deposit. He told me that struggling builds character, and that maybe if I worked harder, I wouldn't be in that situation. I spent 3 months homeless after college. 3 months sleeping in my beat-up Honda Civic, showering at the gym, and pretending everything was fine when I saw family members. During that time, Jake was living rent-free in a nice apartment that grandfather helped him get while he figured out his career path. The double standard was so obvious it hurt, but everyone just accepted it as normal. After I finally got back on my feet, I became obsessed with saving money. I worked 2 jobs for years, lived with roommates in terrible apartments, and barely spent money on anything that wasn't absolutely necessary. Every dollar went into my savings account because I was terrified of being homeless again. I ate ramen for dinner most nights and wore the same clothes until they fell apart, and everyone was fussing over her engagement ring and asking about wedding plans. I was actually in a good mood for once, because I knew I'd be closing on my apartment right after New Year's. We were all standing around waiting for dinner to be served when grandfather suddenly called for everyone's attention. He does this sometimes, usually to make some announcement about family business or to give one of his speeches about family values. I figured he was going to toast Jake and Sarah's engagement or something like that. Instead, he started talking about how important it is for family to help each other and how the older generation has a responsibility to make sure the younger generation gets a proper start in life. Everyone was nodding along because this is the kind of stuff grandfather says all the time. Then he looked directly at me and said that now that Jake was getting married, he needed a proper start in life more than ever. I still didn't see where this was going until he said that I should do the right thing and give Jake my apartment savings so he and Sarah could get a house instead of starting out in a rental. Just like that, in front of the entire family, he announced that I should hand over 6 years of my life's work to my cousin, because Jake deserved it more. The room went quiet for a second, and I just stood there staring at him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. After everything I'd been through, after all the times he'd refused to help me, he wanted me to give away the one thing I'd managed to accomplish on my own. When I didn't immediately agree, his expression hardened. He started talking about how I was being selfish and ungrateful, and how family is supposed to stick together. He said that Jake had always been responsible and deserving, while I had made poor choices that led to my struggles. The implication was clear. Jake deserved help because he was the good one, and I didn't because I was somehow lesser. Other relatives started chiming in with awkward murmurs of agreement. My aunt mentioned how nice it would be for the young couple to start out in a house. My uncle said something about family responsibility. Even some of the cousins were nodding along like this made perfect sense. My parents were giving me desperate looks, the kind that said, "Just go along with it and don't make a scene." My mom, everything for. They wanted me to give it away like it meant nothing. The worst part was how everyone was looking at me like I was the unreasonable one for hesitating. Like it was obvious that I should just hand over my life savings to the golden child, because that's how things worked in our family. Jake wasn't even saying anything. He was just standing there looking uncomfortable, but not telling anyone to stop. Standing there with everyone staring at me, I felt like I was back to being that scared kid who never knew why he wasn't good enough. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, and I had this sick feeling in my stomach like I was going to pass out right there in front of everyone. The silence stretched on for what felt like forever. Grandfather was giving me that look he used to give me when I was younger,
the one that said I was disappointing him just by existing. Jake was shifting uncomfortably next to Sarah, but he still wasn't saying anything to stop this. My parents were practically radiating anxiety, and I could see my mom mouthing "please" at me from across the room. My mind was racing between two options that both felt terrible. I could cave, like I always did, hand over my savings, and watch Jake get another free ride while I started over from nothing. Everyone would be happy. Christmas would be saved. And I'd go back to being the family doormat who never caused problems. Or I could stand up for myself and risk losing my entire family over money. The thing that really got to me was how normal everyone was acting about it. Like this was just another family discussion about who brings dessert or what time dinner starts. My uncle was actually checking his phone while they waited for me to respond. My cousin Lisa was playing with her kids like nothing was happening. It was just another day of treating me like my feelings and my life didn't matter. I started thinking about all the times I'd swallowed my pride and stayed quiet. When Jake got his college paid for, and I got told to take out loans. When he got that car, and I was told character building meant walking everywhere. When I was homeless, and grandfather told me that maybe this would teach me some responsibility. Every single time,
Responsible one who made good decisions, while I had a history of poor choices that got me into trouble. The way he said it made it sound like being homeless was something I'd chosen, like I'd been lazy instead of desperate. That's when something inside me finally snapped. Not in an explosive way, but more like a wire that had been stretched too tight for too long, just quietly breaking. All those years of anger and hurt and frustration that I'd been pushing down suddenly felt calm and clear instead of overwhelming. My mom must have seen something change in my expression, because she actually stepped toward me with this panicked look on her face. She started whispering about how I should just think about it, how we could talk about it later, how I didn't want to do something I'd regret. My dad was doing his throat-clearing thing even more frantically, probably hoping someone else would change the subject. But I wasn't angry anymore. I was just tired. Tired of being the reasonable one who never fought back. Tired of protecting everyone else's comfort at the expense of my own dignity. Tired of pretending that the way they treated me was acceptable because we shared DNA. I looked around the room at all these people who were supposed to love me, who were sitting there acting like it was perfectly normal to demand I give up everything I'd worked for. These people who'd watched grandfather treat me like garbage for years and never said a word. Who'd seen me struggle and fail and pick myself up again, while Jake got every advantage handed to him on a silver platter. The crazy part was that I wasn't even thinking about the money anymore. If Jake had come to me privately and explained that he was in trouble or needed help, I probably would have found a way to give him something. But this wasn't about Jake needing help. This was about grandfather wanting to maintain his power structure, where I stayed on the bottom and Jake stayed on top. It was about making sure I knew my place in the family hierarchy. When I finally started speaking, my voice came out calmer than I expected. I wasn't yelling or getting emotional. I just started telling the truth about what my relationship with grandfather had really been like. I told them about the time I called him crying from my car, begging for help with a security deposit, and how he'd lectured me about personal responsibility, while Jake was living rent-free and looked embarrassed instead of confident. Sarah was gripping his arm and looking around like she wanted to disappear. I told them that I'd spent years thinking there was something wrong with me, that I wasn't worthy of the same love and support that Jake got automatically, that I'd blamed myself for every struggle because grandfather had convinced me that Jake's success was earned, while my failures were character flaws. Then I got to the part that felt the most important. I told them that my savings weren't just money. They were proof that I could take care of myself, despite never getting the help that Jake got. They were the first thing in my life that belonged entirely to me.
that I'd earned without anyone's help or permission. And I'd rather lose every single person in that room than give that up to maintain a system that had never given me anything but pain. The silence after I finished talking was different from before. It wasn't expectant or uncomfortable. It was heavy, like everyone was holding their breath. Grandfather looked like I'd slapped him, and for the first time in my life, he didn't have a quick comeback about responsibility or character building. The silence after I finished talking felt like it lasted forever. Nobody was looking at anybody else, and the only sound was my little cousin playing with his toy truck in the corner, completely oblivious to what had just happened. Grandfather's face had gone from red to this pale gray color, and his mouth was hanging open like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Jake was the first person to move. He mumbled something about needing some air and walked out to the back porch, taking Sarah with him. I could see them through the window having what looked like a pretty intense conversation. Sarah kept glancing back at the house with this expression like she was seeing our family for the first time and didn't like what she was looking at. My aunt finally broke the silence by saying something about how maybe we should just sit down and eat dinner. She had this fake, cheerful voice like she was trying to pretend nothing had happened, but it came out all shaky. A few people started moving toward the table, but the energy in the room was completely dead. Grandfather slowly sat down in his chair and just stared at his plate. I'd never seen him look so old before. For my entire life, he'd been this larger-than-life figure who commanded every room he walked into. And suddenly, was done. Not just with the conversation, but with the whole situation. I'd said what I needed to say, and sitting through an awkward dinner pretending everything was fine wasn't going to help anybody. I told my parents I was leaving, and my mom immediately started panicking about how that would make things worse. The funny thing was that I felt completely calm for the first time in years. All that anxiety and anger I'd been carrying around was just gone. I finally stopped trying to win approval from people who were never going to give it to me, and it was like this huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. As I was getting my coat, my cousin Lisa came up to me. She's about my age, and we'd always gotten along okay, but she'd never said anything about the way Grandfather treated me differently. She told me that she was sorry, that she'd always noticed the favoritism but didn't know how bad it really was. It was nice to hear, but also kind of frustrating, because it meant other people had been seeing it too, and just never bothered to speak up. Walking to my car, I could hear raised voices coming from inside the house. It sounded like people were finally having the conversations they should have been having for years, which was probably a good thing, even if it was messy. Through the back window, I could see Jake and Sarah still talking on the porch. Sarah looked upset, and Jake kept running his hands through his hair, the way he does when he's stressed. The drive home was weird. I kept expecting to feel guilty or regretful about what I'd done, but instead I just felt tired and relieved. For the first time in my life, I'd prioritized my own well-being over keeping the family peace, and the world hadn't ended. My phone was buzzing with texts, but I didn't want to deal with that yet. When I got home, I ordered Chinese food and watched Netflix like it was any other night. It felt surreal that such a huge confrontation had happened just a few hours earlier. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for someone to show up at my door demanding I apologize or fix things somehow. The texts started coming in around 9 that night. My mom sent me a long and told me that he'd been waiting for someone to say what I said for about 15 years. He said he'd watched Grandfather treat me and my dad like second-class family members while putting Jake and his side of the family on a pedestal, and he was glad someone finally had the guts to call it out. Over the next few days, I got more messages from family members. Some were angry, like my aunt who said I'd ruined Christmas and humiliated an elderly man who'd done his best for our family. Others were supportive, like my cousin Mark, who said he'd noticed the same patterns and was relieved that someone had finally addressed it. The weirdest part was that Jake never contacted me directly. I heard through my mom that he and Sarah had a big fight after they left Christmas dinner, and that Sarah had been asking him a lot of uncomfortable questions about our family history. Apparently, she'd started connecting some dots about why Jake never seemed to worry about money or struggle with anything the way most people their age do. My parents have been trying to get me to call grandfather and apologize, but I'm not sure what I'd be apologizing for. For telling the truth? For refusing to hand over my life savings? For finally standing up for myself after 27 years of being treated like I was less important than Jake? Every time they bring it up, I just ask them which part of what I said was untrue, and they can't really answer that. The apartment purchase is still going through, and I'm supposed to close next week. A few of the younger cousins have already asked if they can see it when I move in, which feels like a small victory. For the first time, I feel like I have some family members who see me as a real person instead of just the family scapegoat. I keep going back and forth about whether I handled everything the right way. Part of me wonders if I should have found a less public way to address the favoritism, but honestly, I don't think a private conversation would have changed anything. Grandfather has had 27 years to treat me fairly, and he chose not to. Sometimes the only way to break a toxic pattern is to drag it out into the light, where everyone can see it for what it really is. Was I wrong for exposing my grandfather during the holiday dinner? Or was it the only way to break years of favoritism and manipulation?
For my engagement party, my aunt announced her divorce like it was her night, so I revealed the secret reason her marriage ended. I'm 30F and had been planning this engagement party for months with my fiancé Jake, who's 32. My family offered to help host it at this nice banquet hall we rented, and we had about 60 people coming. Friends who flew in from out of state, extended family, co-workers, basically everyone important to us. I was so excited because it felt like the perfect way to celebrate before diving into wedding planning. The thing is, my Aunt Carol has always been the family attention magnet. She's my mom's younger sister, 48 years old, and honestly, she's made every single family event about herself for as long as I can remember. I'm talking decades of this behavior. At my high school graduation, she announced she was pregnant during the reception dinner, when everyone was supposed to be congratulating me. My cousin's wedding 3 years ago? She wore white, actual white, and spent the entire cocktail hour cornering guests to talk about her own marriage problems. On my 25th birthday, she brought her guitar without asking anyone and did this impromptu performance that lasted over an hour while my birthday cake sat there melting. I'd always just smiled and dealt with it, because keeping family peace seemed more important than making waves. My mom would always say, "That's just how Carol is. She needs attention. She's going through a rough patch." Whatever excuse fit the situation. But the resentment had been building up inside me for years. Every time she pulled something like this, I'd bite my tongue and tell myself it wasn't worth the drama. What made everything so much worse was that I knew something the rest of my family didn't know. Carol's marriage to my Uncle David wasn't falling apart because they were growing apart, or having communication issues like she'd been telling everyone for months. 3 months ago, David called me completely out of the blue, crying so hard I could barely understand him at first. He told me he'd caught Carol having an affair with her coworker Mark from the insurance office where she works. Apparently, he'd gotten suspicious when she started working late constantly and being secretive with her phone. So he showed up at her office one evening and saw them together in her car in the parking lot. David was absolutely devastated. Directions. My mom even said she admired how Carol and David were handling things. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there knowing the truth and watching Carol soak up all this sympathy she absolutely didn't deserve. So the night of my engagement party arrives,
and everything started off perfectly. Jake and I were making our rounds. People were congratulating us. My friend Sarah had flown in from Seattle. My college roommate Emma drove up from Portland. The venue looked beautiful. The food was great. Everyone seemed to be having an amazing time. We had the whole evening planned out. Dinner, some mingling, then speeches starting at 8 p.m. My dad was supposed to go first, then Jake's parents, then us. But at 7:45, right when people were finishing up their meals and getting ready for the speeches, Carol suddenly got up from her table and walked straight to the DJ booth. She grabbed the microphone before anyone could stop her. She was already pretty tipsy from the open bar and had this overly dramatic look on her face that I recognized from every other time she'd pulled something like this. My stomach immediately dropped. Jake was sitting next to me, and he grabbed my arm when he saw what was happening. We both knew this wasn't going to be good. Carol tapped the microphone and said something like, "I'm sorry, everyone, but I need to share something really important while we're all together here as a family tonight." The whole room went quiet and turned to look at her. I felt like I was watching a car accident in slow motion. She launched into this massive 20-minute sob story about how she and David were getting divorced. She went on and on about how difficult it's been, how she's been struggling, how she's finding herself and starting this new chapter in her life. She talked about the courage it takes to leave a marriage, how she hoped everyone would support her during this difficult journey, and how meaningful it was for her to be able to announce this surrounded by family love and support. People who had come specifically to celebrate Jake and me getting engaged were now passing tissues to Carol and getting up to give her hugs. The entire energy of the room completely shifted. Instead of excitement and joy about our engagement, everyone was focused on comforting my aunt and telling her how brave and strong she was.
Cheating aunt who was playing the victim.
Jake leaned over and whispered that we could still salvage the situation, that we should just wait for her to finish and then do our speeches like we'd planned. He was trying to be the voice of reason, telling me not to let her ruin our night. But I was watching Carol soak up 20 minutes of attention and sympathy that belonged at my engagement party, and something inside me finally snapped. When Carol finally wrapped up her performance and handed the microphone back to the DJ, my dad started walking up to do his speech like we'd planned, but I intercepted him and took the mic instead. I could see Jake's face go completely pale, because he could tell I was about to do something that couldn't be taken back. I stood there holding the microphone, and I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Carol was still sitting at her table looking pleased with herself, probably thinking I was about to thank her for sharing or tell her how brave she was. Jake was staring at me with this expression that was half panic, half pleading, like he was telepathically begging me not to do whatever I was clearly about to do. For a split second, I actually considered just doing the normal thing. I could have thanked Carol for sharing, made some generic comment about family supporting each other through difficult times, then moved on to the regular speeches. That would have been the mature thing to do. That would have kept the peace. But then I looked around the room and saw all these people who had come specifically for Jake and me. People who had spent money on flights and hotels and babysitters, and they were all still focused on comforting Carol. My moment was gone. She had stolen it completely, just like she always did. I took a deep breath and said, "Thank you so much, Carol, for sharing that with everyone. It really does take courage to be honest with family." Carol actually beamed at me from her table. She probably thought I was about to give her even more praise and support. The irony wasn't lost on me. Then I continued, "Since we're all being so honest and open tonight, I think it's important that everyone knows the real reason Carol and David are getting divorced." The room went completely silent, like you could have heard a pin drop. Carol's smile started situation,
but her voice was drowned out by all the murmuring that had started around the room. I wasn't done, though. I was on a roll, and all the anger I'd been holding in for years was finally coming out. David called me 3 months ago, crying because he'd caught them together in her office parking lot. He asked me to keep it quiet because he didn't want to humiliate Carol publicly. But I guess Carol didn't have the same consideration for my engagement party. At this point, Carol was standing up from her table, her face completely white except for these red blotches on her cheeks. She looked like she was about to either throw up or pass out. The people who had been comforting her minutes earlier were now staring at her with completely different expressions. The whole dynamic in the room had shifted so fast it was almost surreal. All that sympathy and support that Carol had been soaking up for 20 minutes just evaporated instantly. Instead of people feeling sorry for this brave woman going through a difficult divorce, they were now looking at her like she was the villain in the story, which she actually was. Carol grabbed her purse and started heading toward the exit, but she couldn't resist trying to defend herself on the way out. She said something about how I didn't know the whole story, and how dare I betray family like this. But honestly, most people couldn't hear her clearly because everyone was talking at once. My cousin Lisa, Carol's daughter, jumped up from her table and followed her mom out. She shot me this absolutely venomous look as she passed by, like I had just murdered someone in front of everyone. I felt bad about Lisa getting caught in the middle of this, but I was way past the point of backing down. The energy in the room was electric, but also incredibly uncomfortable. People didn't know how to react. Some of them looked shocked. Others looked like they were trying not to laugh, and a few looked genuinely uncomfortable with the whole situation. Jake's parents were sitting there with their mouths literally hanging open. My mom looked absolutely mortified. She had her head in her hands, and I could tell she was probably thinking about all the family drama this was going to cause. My dad, on the other hand, looked like he was trying really hard not to smile. He's never liked Carol's attention-seeking behavior either, but he's always been better at hiding it, shocked or uncomfortable, but enough that it didn't feel like I had completely destroyed the evening. I handed the microphone back to the DJ and said, "Okay, now that we've cleared the air, let's get back to celebrating Jake and me getting engaged." My dad immediately jumped up and grabbed the mic to do his toast, probably trying to get things back on track as quickly as possible. He made this really sweet speech about how proud he was of me, and how much he liked Jake, and how excited he was for our future together. Then Jake's mom did her speech, talking about how happy they were to welcome me into their family. But even though we managed to continue with the planned program, the whole atmosphere was different. People kept glancing toward the door where Carol had made her dramatic exit. I could see little groups having hushed conversations, probably discussing what had just happened. The party continued, but there was this undercurrent of tension and excitement that hadn't been there before. Part of me felt vindicated and relieved that I had finally stood up for myself after years of just taking Carol's behavior. But another part of me was starting to worry about the consequences and wondering if I had gone too far. After my dad and Jake's mom finished their speeches, we tried to get the party back to normal. But it definitely wasn't the same vibe as before. People were still mingling and congratulating us, but I kept catching little groups whispering to each other and glancing around like they were discussing what had just happened. The elephant in the room was gone, but the mess it left behind was still there. Jake was being supportive, but I could tell he was processing everything. He stuck close to me for the rest of the night, which I appreciated, but he was quieter than usual. I kept worrying that I had embarrassed him in front of his family and friends, especially since his parents are pretty traditional and conflict-averse people. The reactions from my family were all over the place. My cousin Brad came up to me about an hour after everything went down and said he was glad someone finally called Carol out on her behavior. He told me she'd been pulling the same attention-seeking stunts for years, and it was about time someone stood up to her.
That made me feel a little better. But then my Aunt Susan cornered my mom near the bar, and I could hear her saying something about how I would.
Truth. Jake's family was surprisingly cool about the whole thing. His mom actually came up to me later and said she thought I handled myself well under the circumstances. She said she could see why I felt like I had to defend myself, and that Carol was way out of line for hijacking our celebration like that. Jake's dad didn't say much, but he's not really a big talker anyway, and he seemed fine. The party ended around 11 p.m., which was earlier than we'd planned, but honestly, I was exhausted from all the drama and ready for everyone to go home. Jake and I spent probably an hour saying goodbye to everyone and thanking them for coming. Most people were really nice about it, telling us they had a great time and that they were excited for the wedding. A few people made comments about the Carol situation, mostly supportive stuff, but I could tell some of the older relatives were not thrilled with how I'd handled things. The drive home was interesting. Jake was quiet for the first few minutes, and I was convinced he was going to tell me I'd gone too far and embarrassed him. I was already preparing my defense in my head, thinking about how I was going to explain that I just couldn't take it anymore. But then he said he'd never seen me stand up for myself like that before, and that he was actually proud of me. He said he could see how frustrated I was getting during Carol's speech, and while he wished it hadn't had to happen at our party, he understood why I did it. That conversation probably brought us closer together than anything else that happened that night. We ended up talking for hours after we got home about how we wanted to handle family drama once we're married. It was one of those conversations that felt really important for our relationship, like we were figuring out how to be a team when dealing with difficult relatives. Jake said he had my back no matter what, and that if Carol or anyone else had a problem with what happened, they'd have to deal with both of us. It's been 2 weeks since the party now, and the fallout has been pretty much what I expected. Carol still isn't speaking to me, which, honestly, is kind of a relief. She's been telling other family members that I betrayed her trust and ruined her vulnerable moment. My mom thinks I should apologize to keep the peace, but my dad told her to let it go, and that Carol brought it on herself. The extent second-guessing myself, and that sometimes family members need to be called out when they cross the line. That meant a lot to me, because I was worried they thought I was some kind of drama queen. The person I felt worst about was David. I had promised him I wouldn't tell anyone about Carol's affair, and even though I did it to defend myself, I still broke his confidence. But he actually texted me a few days after the party, thanking me for finally telling the truth. He said he was tired of Carol playing the victim when she was the one who had destroyed their marriage, and that he was glad people finally knew what really happened. Looking back on it now, I still don't know if I did the right thing or not. Part of me feels completely vindicated. Carol had been pulling this kind of stunt for years, and she finally got called out for it in a way that she couldn't just brush off or make excuses for. She hijacked my engagement party to get attention and sympathy she didn't deserve, and I stopped her from getting away with it. But another part of me wonders if I just stooped to her level. Maybe the mature thing would have been to let her have her moment, and then talk to her privately later. Maybe exposing her affair in front of 60 people was cruel, even if she deserved it. The party definitely didn't end the way I had imagined it would when we were planning it. The weird thing is that even though the night was a disaster in some ways, Jake and I actually feel stronger as a couple because of it. Going through our first major family crisis together before we're even married felt like some kind of test that we passed. We're more confident now about how we'll handle difficult situations as a team. So I guess that's where things stand. My family is still dealing with the aftermath. Carol and I probably won't be speaking anytime soon, and I'm still not sure if I was completely right or completely wrong. But at least everyone finally knows the truth about what kind of person my aunt really is. On my graduation day, my stepmother handed my diploma to her son like it was his achievement. so I let everyone know what she had done to me for years. I'm 22, and I've been dealing with my stepmother Linda, 45, and her son Marcus, 19, basically my entire life. My dad remarried Linda when I was 8 after my parents got divorced, and honestly, from the very first day she moved into our house, it was crystal clear that I was going to be the outsider in this new family setup. The favoritism started immediately and never stopped. Marcus would get brand new clothes for school, while I got his hand-me-downs, even though half the time they didn't even fit me properly. Christmas mornings were the worst, because Linda would go completely overboard buying Marcus expensive electronics, designer shoes, whatever he wanted, while I'd unwrap some generic gift card or clearance rack item she grabbed last minute. She'd spend hours bragging to the neighbors about Marcus getting a C+ on some random test. But when I made honor roll multiple semesters in a row, she'd just shrug and change the subject. Every time I wanted to do something for myself, there was suddenly no money in the family budget. I wanted to join the debate team in high school, but Linda said we couldn't afford the tournament fees. I wanted to take art classes, but that was too expensive. Meanwhile, Marcus was getting a brand new gaming setup that cost over $2,000 because he told Linda he was really passionate about technology, or whatever. He used it to play Call of Duty for 12 hours a day. The manipulation got worse as I got older. Linda had this way of making everything about how I needed to support the family and think about Marcus's future. When I saved up money from my part-time job at a local diner to buy a laptop for schoolwork, Linda convinced me that Marcus needed it more because he had this big project due. The project turned out to be him wanting to start a YouTube gaming channel that lasted exactly 3 weeks. When I got accepted to college, her first reaction wasn't congratulations or pride. It was asking if I could defer enrollment for a year to help save money for Marcus's car insurance and gas. My dad just went along with whatever Linda wanted. He'd give me these apologetics to help with. I ended up working 2 part-time jobs the entire time I was in school just to survive. I worked at the campus coffee shop during the week, making lattes and sandwiches for other students whose parents were paying their way through college. On weekends, I worked for a catering company, serving food at weddings and corporate events. I'd be on my feet for 10 hours straight, carrying heavy trays and dealing with demanding clients, then come home and try to study for exams. Meanwhile, Marcus was living his best life at home with 0 responsibilities. He graduated high school with a 2.1 GPA and no plans for college, work, or really anything productive. Linda kept making excuses for him, saying he was finding himself and exploring his options. His main options seemed to be sleeping until noon and playing video games until 3 a.m. But somehow, Linda always found money in the budget for his wants and needs. The whole time I was in college, Linda would still try to manipulate me into putting Marcus first. She'd call me during finals week, asking if I could send money home because Marcus needed new shoes or wanted to go on some trip with his friends. She'd guilt-trip me about how hard things were at home and how Marcus was struggling without his big sister around to help motivate him. I was struggling too, working myself to exhaustion just to afford ramen noodles and used textbooks. But apparently, that didn't matter. I graduated with a 3.7 GPA and a degree in communications, and I was honestly proud of myself for the first time in years. I'd done it completely on my own, with no help from my family, while working constantly and dealing with their guilt trips and manipulation the entire time. I was the first person in my family to graduate from college, which felt like a huge accomplishment. The graduation ceremony was held at the university's main auditorium, and my whole extended family came out for it. My grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, everyone was there. Linda had been talking about my graduation for weeks beforehand, telling everyone how proud the family was
and how much they'd supported me through college. It made me sick hearing her lie like that, but I figured I'd just grit my teeth and get through the day. When they called my name during
Support they'd given him as a family, and how proud they were of their graduate. People around us started clapping and congratulating Marcus, who just stood there with this satisfied smirk on his face like he'd actually earned something. I watched in complete shock as my own family members and friends started shaking his hand and telling him how proud they were of his accomplishment. My diploma was in his hands, and everyone thought it belonged to him. I just stood there completely frozen while Marcus held my diploma and soaked up congratulations that belonged to me. My great-aunt Ruth was telling him how she always knew he'd make something of himself. My dad's work buddy was patting him on the back, saying his hard work had finally paid off. Even some of my own college friends who didn't know my family situation were coming over to congratulate him, thinking he was my brother who had also graduated. The rage was building up inside me, but I couldn't move or speak. This was exactly the kind of thing Linda had been doing to me my entire life, just on a much bigger and more public scale. She'd always found ways to redirect attention and credit away from me toward Marcus, but stealing my actual diploma at my own graduation ceremony was a new low even for her. My dad must have seen the look on my face because he immediately grabbed my arm and pulled me aside. He had this panicked expression and started whispering urgently about how I needed to stay calm and not make a scene. He kept saying that Linda didn't mean anything by it and that she was just excited for the family. Classic Dad, always making excuses for her behavior and asking me to be the bigger person instead of actually dealing with the problem. But I wasn't feeling like being the bigger person anymore. I was 22 years old, and I'd just spent 4 years working myself to death to earn a college degree with zero help from my family. I'd missed out on the normal college experience because I was too busy working 2 jobs to pay for everything myself. I'd eaten ramen noodles for dinner more nights than I could count, while Linda was buying Marcus $100 sneakers he never wore. And now, she was literally stealing my diploma and handing it to her precious son like he'd accomplished something. The worst part was watching Marcus just go along with it. He wasn't even trying to correct people or give me credit. He was posing for pictures with my diploma, nodding along when people congratulated him, some distant relative who had just shown up for the free food. She kept fussing over Marcus, straightening his collar and telling him to hold the diploma higher so everyone could see it clearly in the photos. I watched her direct this whole performance and realized she'd probably planned this. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment mistake or misunderstanding. Linda had been telling people for weeks about how proud the family was and how much support they'd given me, laying the groundwork to take credit for my achievement. She'd brought Marcus to my graduation specifically so she could pull this stunt and make him look good in front of the extended family. The photographer was getting everyone positioned and ready to take the picture. My grandparents were beaming with pride at Marcus. My cousins were telling him how inspiring he was. My own achievement was being handed over to someone who'd never worked a day in his life, and everyone was just going along with it, because Linda was loud and confident and acting like this was normal. That's when something inside me just snapped. All those years of being treated like a second-class citizen in my own family. All those times I'd bitten my tongue and kept the peace when Linda was being unfair. All those times my dad had asked me to just let things go instead of standing up for myself. All those holidays and birthdays where I'd watched Marcus get everything while I got scraps. All those guilt trips about putting family first and supporting Marcus's dreams while nobody gave a damn about mine. This was supposed to be my day, my moment, my recognition for something I'd earned entirely on my own, despite my family's complete lack of support. And Linda was stealing it, just like she'd stolen everything else from me over the years. When the photographer raised his camera to take the shot, I stepped forward and spoke up loud enough for everyone to hear. I told them I needed to say something before we took the picture. The whole crowd went quiet, and Linda's face immediately went white because she knew exactly what was about to happen. I could feel my heart pounding,
but I didn't care anymore. I was done being invisible. I was done letting Linda rewrite history to make Marcus look good. I was done protecting everyone else's feelings while mine got trampled. Linda had pushed too far this time, and there was no way I was going to let her get away with it about how I felt about it. Now it was their turn to feel uncomfortable for once. I looked directly at everyone gathered around us and told them that the diploma Linda had just handed to Marcus was actually mine. I said I was the one who had graduated today, and that I was the one who had worked 2 jobs throughout college to pay for everything myself, with 0 financial help from my family. I made it clear that Marcus had never even applied to college, let alone attended or graduated from one. The silence was deafening. You could literally hear people's phones buzzing and cars driving by in the parking lot because nobody was making a sound. Linda's face went from white to bright red, and she started stuttering something about how this was all just a misunderstanding and that we were celebrating as a family. But I wasn't finished. I told everyone exactly how I'd supported myself through 4 years of college. I mentioned working at the campus coffee shop, making minimum wage while trying to keep up with my coursework. I talked about spending my weekends doing catering jobs, being on my feet for 10-hour shifts serving food at weddings and corporate events. I explained how I'd bought all my own textbooks, paid my own tuition, covered my own living expenses, everything, while my family spent thousands of dollars on gaming equipment and other luxuries for Marcus. Then I said that if anyone in this crowd deserved applause today, it was me, not someone who had never held a job or earned anything on his own. I pointed out that Marcus had barely graduated high school and hadn't even bothered applying to college, so it was pretty ridiculous that he was standing there accepting congratulations for my degree. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Marcus threw my diploma on the ground and stormed off toward the parking lot without saying a word to anyone. Linda chased after him, screaming over her shoulder about how I had ruined everything and embarrassed the entire family in front of everyone. She kept yelling that I was selfish and ungrateful and that I'd destroyed what should have been a beautiful family moment. My dad just stood there looking completely mortified. He didn't defend me or call out Linda's behavior, but he also didn't chase after her or try to smooth things over. He just kind of stood there, staring at the ground, while everyone around us tried to figure out what had just happened. She had no idea I'd been paying my own way through college, and that she was impressed by my work ethic. A few of my cousins mentioned that they'd always wondered why Linda talked about my achievements like they were family accomplishments, when I was obviously doing everything myself. My dad's sister pulled me aside and said she'd noticed over the years that Linda treated Marcus and me very differently, but she'd never realized how bad it actually was. She apologized for not speaking up sooner, and said she was proud of me for finally standing up for myself. Several other relatives made similar comments about how they'd picked up on the favoritism, but hadn't known the full extent of it. Some of my college friends who had witnessed the whole thing were amazing. They came over and congratulated me properly, making sure I knew they understood that I was the actual graduate. A few of them told me later that they thought I was incredibly brave for calling out my family's behavior in front of everyone. One girl said she'd been in a similar situation with her own family, taking credit for her achievements, and that watching me speak up had inspired her to set better boundaries. The photographer was still standing there with his camera, clearly not sure what to do about the family photos. Linda was gone, Marcus was gone, and half the family had left, so we ended up just taking a few small group pictures with the relatives who stayed. It felt weird, but also kind of liberating to have photos from my graduation day that were actually about celebrating my achievement, instead of some performance Linda had orchestrated. The rest of the day was pretty awkward. The relatives who stayed tried to act normal, but there was obviously this tension hanging over everything. Some people kept bringing up my confrontation with Linda, asking if I really thought it was necessary to call her out so publicly. Others were more supportive and said they were glad someone had finally held her accountable for her behavior. My dad barely talked to me for the rest of the day. When we were cleaning up after the reception, he made a few comments about how I could have handled things more diplomatically, and that Linda was probably just trying to include Marcus in the celebration. Same old dad, making excuses for Linda, and acting like I was the problem for not tolerating her manipulation quietly. That night, Marcus blocked me on every social media platform: Instagram, Facebook,
Feelings and keeping the peace while she walked all over me. Maybe I should have spoken up sooner instead of letting things build up to that breaking point. So that's my story about how my stepmother tried to steal credit for my college graduation, and how I finally decided I'd had enough of being treated like a second-class citizen in my own family.
During my father's funeral, my brother claimed he was the only child worth remembering, so I told the whole room what he really did to Dad. I'm 25, and my dad was basically everything to me. He's the one who put me through college when he could barely afford it, always telling me that education was the one thing nobody could take away from you. Every time I called home stressed about exams or money, he'd somehow find a way to help without making me feel like a burden. He pushed me to be independent, to stand on my own 2 feet, but he was always there when I really needed him. My older brother Jake is 28, and he's been the complete opposite of everything my dad tried to teach us. This guy has this incredible talent for screwing up his life and then somehow making everyone feel sorry for him. He's got this charm, you know? Like he can walk into a room and within 5 minutes have everyone thinking he's just misunderstood. It's honestly impressive in the worst possible way. The problems with Jake started in high school, but they got really bad about 3 years ago. First, it was small stuff, borrowing $50 here and there, promising to pay Dad back by the weekend. Then it became bigger. Unpaid rent that Dad had to cover so Jake wouldn't get evicted. Credit card debt that somehow became Dad's responsibility because Jake claimed he was using the cards for family emergencies. The worst part was when Jake got arrested for driving without insurance and called Dad from jail at 2 a.m. expecting to be bailed out. Of course, Dad did it. About 2 years ago, Jake moved back into Dad's house. He sold it as this temporary thing, just until he could get back on his feet after losing another job. Dad was getting older. Maybe having some company would be good for him. Except Jake never paid rent, never helped with groceries, never even offered to help with utilities. I'd come visit Dad on weekends and find Jake sprawled on the couch playing video games, while Dad was out back trying to fix the fence by himself. The thing that really got to me was watching Dad age during this time. I'm talking about real, visible aging. Dad had always been this strong, capable guy who could fix anything and never seemed stressed about money. But with Jake living there, taking advantage of him, Dad started trouble. When I found out, I confronted Jake about it, and he actually had the nerve to tell me that Dad offered to help and that it wasn't my business anyway. Dad's health really started declining after that. The stress was killing him, literally. He'd lie awake at night worrying about Jake's next crisis. I could hear it in his voice when we talked on the phone. He'd try to sound upbeat, but there was this exhaustion there that never used to be. When Dad had his heart attack 3 months ago, I honestly wasn't surprised. The doctors said it was genetic factors and his age, but I knew the real cause. So when we're sitting in the church for Dad's funeral, I'm already feeling pretty raw about everything. The place was packed because Dad was genuinely loved in our town. He'd helped half the people there with car repairs or home projects over the years, never asking for much in return. People kept coming up to Mom and me, talking about what a good man he was, how generous he was, how he'd give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. Mom seemed nervous during the service. She kept glancing between Jake and me like she was expecting something to happen. I figured it was just normal grief and stress, but there was this tension I couldn't quite place. The pastor did his usual speech about Dad's life and character, then asked if anyone wanted to share memories.
A few people stood up and talked about Dad. His old coworker mentioned how Dad once stayed late every night for a week to help him finish a big project when his wife was in the hospital. A neighbor talked about how Dad would snowblow her driveway every winter without being asked. Normal stuff that painted the picture of who Dad really was. Someone who helped people without expecting anything back. Then Jake stood up. I should have seen this coming, but somehow I didn't. He walked to the front of the church with this confident stride, like he was about to give the performance of his life. And honestly, that's exactly what it was. Jake started talking about how he was the only child who truly understood Dad's struggles, how he was the one who stayed close to home to take care of him in his final years. He said Dad would be most proud of him above anyone else in the room, because he never abandoned the family like some people do.
While I'm thinking about Dad selling his tools, about the sleepless nights, about the blood pressure medication. The worst part was that people were buying it. Jake has always been good at this, making himself look like the victim or the hero, depending on what the situation calls for. That's when I realized that if I didn't do something right now, this was going to be Dad's legacy. People were going to leave this church thinking that his deadbeat son was actually the devoted one, and that I was the selfish kid who ran off and left his father behind. They were going to remember Jake's version of events, instead of the truth about who Dad really was, and what really killed him. I'm staring at my mom, and she's giving me these desperate eyes that basically scream, "Please don't do whatever you're thinking about doing." She knows me well enough to see that I'm about 2 seconds away from losing it. Part of me is trying to be rational about this. It's a funeral. People are grieving. Maybe this isn't the time or place to start calling out lies. Maybe I should just let Jake have his moment and deal with this privately later. But then I'm thinking about Dad. I'm thinking about all those nights he couldn't sleep because he was worried about Jake's latest mess. I'm thinking about how he aged 10 years in the span of 2. How his hands would shake slightly when the phone rang because he was always expecting bad news from Jake. I'm thinking about those beautiful vintage tools that belonged to his father, sold to some random collector for a fraction of their worth, just so Jake could pay off his gambling debts. The pastor asks if anyone else wants to speak, and the room goes quiet. Jake's sitting there in the front pew looking completely satisfied with himself, like he just delivered the speech of the century. A few people are still nodding in his direction, and I can hear quiet murmurs of approval. Someone behind me whispers about how touching it was that Jake stayed home to care for his father. Another person mentions how you can really see the family resemblance between Jake and Dad, like somehow that means they had some special bond. That's when it hits me. If I don't say something right now, this becomes the official story. This becomes how people remember Dad, through Jake's completely fabricated version of events. They're going to leave here thinking,
Who've known me since I was a kid. Others are Dad's co-workers and friends who I've met a few times over the years. My voice starts out shaky, but then something kicks in and it gets steadier. I start talking about the real Dad, not Jake's fantasy version. I tell them about how Dad worked double shifts at the plant for 3 straight months to pay Jake's rent when he got fired from his job at the hardware store. I mention how Dad had to remortgage the house he'd almost finished paying off, because Jake racked up credit card debt and then claimed he couldn't work because of anxiety. The room is getting quieter, if that's even possible. I can see people's expressions starting to change. Some of them look confused, like they're trying to reconcile what I'm saying with what Jake just told them. Others are starting to look uncomfortable, shifting in their seats and avoiding eye contact. I tell them about the tools, Dad's most prized possessions, the ones he'd spent hours maintaining and polishing, the ones that connected him to his own father, who died when Dad was young. I explain how Dad sold them to some collector he found in the newspaper classifieds,
got maybe 30 cents on the dollar for what they were actually worth, all so Jake could pay off gambling debts from the Riverboat Casino. Jake's face is going through this progression from smug to confused to pale to bright red. He starts to stand up like he's going to interrupt me, but something about the way I'm looking at him makes him sit back down. Maybe it's because he knows that everything I'm saying is true, and if he tries to argue, I've got receipts for all of it. I keep going. I tell them about Dad's blood pressure medication, how he never needed it before Jake moved back home. I mention the sleepless nights, how I'd call Dad and he'd sound exhausted because he'd been up worrying about whatever crisis Jake was going to create next. I talk about how Dad aged rapidly over the past 2 years, how his hair went completely gray, and he developed this constant, worried expression that never used to be there. The hardest part is telling them that Dad died worried sick about Jake's latest mess. 3 days before his heart attack, Jake had gotten fired from another job. Apparently he'd been
Of always being the backup plan for someone who refused to grow up, probably took years off Dad's life. I mentioned that Dad used to be this carefree guy who loved working on projects and helping neighbors, but in his final years he became anxious and worried all the time. And the thing that really gets to me, the thing that makes my voice crack a little, is that Dad died feeling like he'd failed as a parent because he couldn't figure out how to help Jake without destroying himself in the process. When I finish talking, nobody moves. The silence stretches on for what feels like forever. Jake's face has gone from red to this grayish color, and his hands are clenched into fists. I can see Mom in my peripheral vision, and she's not just crying the normal funeral tears anymore. She's got that angry, frustrated expression that means she's completely overwhelmed and doesn't know how to process what just happened. That's when Jake explodes. He jumps up and starts yelling that I'm a liar, that I'm making everything up because I'm jealous that Dad loved him more. He's shouting about how I'm disrespecting Dad's memory and how I always thought I was better than the family. His voice is getting louder and more unhinged, and people are starting to look genuinely uncomfortable. Jake starts storming toward the exit, but he's so angry that he's not watching where he's going. He knocks over one of the big flower arrangements near the back of the church, and these white lilies go flying everywhere. The sound of the vase hitting the floor echoes through the whole building. Then he slams the church doors so hard that they bounce back open and slam shut again. The silence after Jake stormed out was somehow worse than when he was yelling. Everyone just sat there, staring at the scattered flowers and the doors that were still slightly swaying from being slammed so hard. I'm standing at the front of the church, feeling like I just detonated a bomb in the middle of my father's funeral service. Mom is crying, but it's not the quiet, dignified crying you expect at a funeral. She's got her face in her hands and her shoulders are shaking in a way that makes it clear she's completely overwhelmed. I walk back to my seat, and it's like I'm walking through water. Nobody's looking directly at me, but I can feel everyone's eyes follow up tired. He says he tried asking Dad about it a few times, but Dad would just change the subject. My Aunt Sarah, Mom's sister, pulls me aside after the service ends. She's been quiet through all of this, but now she tells me she's been waiting for years for someone to finally call Jake out on his behavior. Apparently, she tried talking to Mom about it multiple times, but Mom would always defend Jake and say he was just going through a rough patch. Sarah says she watched Dad deteriorate over the past couple years and suspected it had something to do with Jake, but she never felt like it was her place to say anything. The weirdest part is how the family immediately splits into these two distinct camps. There are people who won't even look at me now, like I've committed some unforgivable sin by speaking up at a funeral. My Uncle Jim, Dad's brother, literally turns his back on me when I try to talk to him at the reception. I overhear my cousin telling someone that I completely ruined everything, and that Dad would be ashamed of me for airing family business in public like that. But then,
There are others who quietly approach me throughout the day. Dad's neighbor, Mrs. Peterson, tells me she always wondered why Dad stopped coming to their monthly block parties. She says he used to be so social and friendly, but over the past year or two he seemed withdrawn and anxious. Another one of Dad's friends mentions that Dad had started declining invitations to go fishing or grab beers after work, claiming he was too busy or too tired. These people are putting together pieces they didn't even realize were connected. The reception is awkward as hell. It's supposed to be this time for people to share happy memories and support each other. But instead, everyone's walking on eggshells. Half the room is pretending nothing happened, while the other half is clearly choosing sides about whether I was right to speak up or completely out of line. Mom is barely holding it together, trying to play hostess while dealing with the fact that her family just imploded at her husband's funeral. Jake doesn't show up to the reception at all. Someone mentions seeing him speed out of the church parking lot right after he left the service. I find out later that he went straight to Dad's house, packed up all his stuff, and was gone by the time Mom and I got home that evening. He didn't help clean out Dad's things.
Other people start reaching out privately. I get a call from Dad's old boss, who tells me that Dad had requested to work extra overtime shifts for months, claiming he needed the money for family expenses. The boss had been confused because Dad was normally pretty financially stable. Now it makes sense. I also hear from a few neighbors who mention things they'd noticed but never felt comfortable addressing, like how Dad's car was frequently gone during the day, even though he was supposed to be retired, or how they'd see Jake coming and going at odd hours without ever seeming to work. Mom is caught in the middle of all this, and it's destroying her. She tells me she understands why I felt like I had to speak up, but she's hurt that I chose Dad's funeral as the moment to do it. She keeps saying that funerals are supposed to be about honoring the dead, not settling scores with the living. Part of me gets that, but part of me thinks that letting Jake rewrite history would have been the real dishonor to Dad's memory. 3 weeks later, Jake still hasn't contacted me or Mom. He moved out of Dad's house immediately and hasn't helped with settling any of Dad's affairs. Mom had to handle probate, organize all of Dad's belongings, and deal with his remaining debts completely on her own. When I offer to help, she accepts, but there's this tension between us that never used to be there. She's grateful for the help, but still angry about what happened at the funeral. The hardest part is not knowing whether I did the right thing. Some days I feel completely justified. Jake was up there lying about being the devoted son while taking credit for Dad's good qualities, and somebody needed to set the record straight. Other days I wonder if I should have found a different way, a private way to handle it. Maybe I could have pulled people aside individually after the service and told them the truth without making such a public scene. What really gets to me is thinking about Dad and what he would have wanted. He always tried to keep peace in the family, even when it meant enabling Jake's behavior. He probably would have wanted me to stay quiet and let Jake have his moment, because that's the kind of person Dad was. But then again, Dad also taught me to stand up for what's right and not let people walk all over me. So here I am, 3 weeks after my father's funeral. At my cousin's wedding reception, my mother tried to announce my pregnancy as if it were her accomplishment, so I told everyone what she had really done to me growing up. I, 28, have been dealing with my narcissistic mother, 56, my entire life. She's the type of person who makes everything about herself, and I mean everything. Growing up, she would take credit for any achievement I had, no matter how small. Got good grades? That was because of her excellent parenting. Made the honor roll? She must have pushed me hard enough. Got into college? Well, she was the one who made sure I applied. It was exhausting being around her because somehow every conversation would circle back to how she was responsible for whatever good thing was happening in my life. But it wasn't just the credit stealing that made her unbearable. She was also incredibly controlling and would undermine me constantly. If I wanted to pursue something she didn't approve of, suddenly I was being selfish or unrealistic.
When I started dating my now husband, Jake, 30, she spent months telling me he wasn't right for me and that I was settling. When I got promoted at work, she found a way to point out all the ways I could still improve instead of just being happy for me. And whenever I tried to push back or set any kind of boundary, she would flip it around and make me feel guilty for being an ungrateful daughter. The worst part was how she would do this thing where she'd criticize me privately, but then brag about me to other people like she was this amazing, supportive mother. Family gatherings were the absolute worst because she would put on this performance about how proud she was of me. But I knew that as soon as we were alone, she'd find something to tear me down about. After years of this cycle, I finally started going to therapy about 3 years ago. My therapist helped me realize that what I was dealing with wasn't normal mother-daughter stuff. It was emotional manipulation and narcissistic behavior. She helped me understand that I didn't owe my mother access to every part of my life just because she gave birth to me. It took a long time, but I finally started putting distance between us and setting real boundaries. The boundaries weren't easy to maintain because my mother would guilt-trip me constantly. She'd call crying about how I never visited anymore or how I was keeping her at arm's length from out I was pregnant. We were absolutely over the moon about it. We'd been trying for a few months, and seeing those 2 lines on the test was one of the best moments of my life. We spent the whole evening just sitting on our couch talking about baby names and what our life was going to look like with a little one. But we also both agreed immediately that we wanted to keep the news quiet for a while. I was only about 6 weeks along, and we knew the first trimester could be risky. Plus, we wanted to enjoy having this secret between just the 2 of us for a bit, before dealing with everyone else's opinions and excitement. We decided we'd tell our parents and closest friends after I hit the 12-week mark, and we'd do it privately and on our own terms. We definitely didn't want to announce it at Sarah's wedding. Sarah is my cousin on my dad's side, and we've always been close. She'd been planning this wedding for over a year, and everything was going to be perfect. The last thing we wanted to do was take any attention away from her big day with our own news. The wedding ceremony was beautiful. It was at this gorgeous country club, and Sarah looked absolutely stunning. The whole thing went off without a hitch, and you could tell she was just glowing with happiness. During the cocktail hour before dinner, I managed to avoid my mother pretty successfully. She was busy making rounds and talking to all the relatives she hadn't seen in a while, which was fine by me. Dinner went smoothly too. We were seated at a table with some of my dad's siblings and their families, and the conversation was light and fun. My mother was at a different table with some of her friends, and I could see her holding court and probably telling stories about herself. But she wasn't bothering me. After dinner, they started doing the traditional toasts. Sarah's dad gave a sweet speech about watching his daughter grow up, and the best man told some funny stories about the groom from college. Everyone was having a great time, and the whole reception had this warm, celebratory energy. That's when my mother decided to make her move. I saw her stand up at her table and grab her champagne glass. She didn't wait to be called on or ask permission from anyone. She just started clinking her glass with her fork, and the whole reception started that I was pregnant. But she didn't just share the news, she made it about herself. She talked about how she was going to be a grandmother, and how I was giving her this blessing. She went on about how she raised me so well that now I was ready to start a family of my own. I sat there frozen as the entire room erupted in surprised congratulations and turned to look at me. Sarah's face had gone from confused to shocked, and I could see that she realized her reception had just been hijacked. All around me, people were raising their glasses and calling out congratulations, but all I could think about was how my mother had once again found a way to steal someone else's moment and make it about herself. The congratulations kept coming from all directions, but I felt like I was trapped in some kind of nightmare. People were getting up from their tables to come over and hug me, asking when I was due, and if we knew what we were having. I could barely form words to respond because I was so stunned by what had just happened. Jake's hand tightened on my leg, and when I looked at him, I could see he was furious. His jaw was clenched and his eyes were dark, but he was trying to stay calm for my sake. He leaned over and whispered that whatever I wanted to do, he'd support me completely. That simple statement somehow made everything click into focus for me. I looked around the reception hall at all these family members who had watched my mother pull stunts like this my entire life. There was my Aunt Linda, nodding approvingly at my mother like she'd done something wonderful. My Uncle Bob was raising his glass in a toast to my mother's announcement. Even some of my dad's relatives, who knew how my mother operated, were just going along with it like this was normal behavior. Then I looked over at Sarah, who was sitting at the head table, trying to smile but clearly looked uncomfortable. This was supposed to be her day. She'd spent over a year planning every detail of this wedding, and my mother had just stolen her thunder with an announcement that wasn't even hers to make. I could see Sarah's new husband whispering something in her ear, probably asking if she knew this was going to happen. My mother was still standing there basking in all the attention, accepting congratulations from people like she was the one who was pregnant.
The polite thing to do would have been to smile and go along with it to avoid making a scene at Sarah's wedding. But I was so tired of being smart and polite while my mother trampled all over my boundaries and took credit for my life. I stood up, and the room started to quiet down because people could probably tell from my body language that something was wrong. My mother looked at me expectantly, probably thinking I was going to thank her for sharing our wonderful news or give some kind of speech about how grateful I was to have such a supportive mother. Instead, I told her that I hadn't planned to share this news yet, especially not today, because this was Sarah's day, not hers. My voice was shaking at first, but it got steadier as I kept talking. I could feel every eye in that reception hall focused on me, but for once, I didn't care about making other people uncomfortable. I told her that this baby wasn't her blessing or her accomplishment. It was mine and Jake's. The words felt so good coming out of my mouth because I'd been wanting to say them for years about everything she'd ever tried to take credit for. My mother's face went through about 5 different emotions in the span of seconds. First, she looked confused, like she couldn't understand why I wasn't going along with her performance. Then she looked hurt, with that wounded expression she always put on when someone called her out. But underneath it all, I could see anger starting to build. She tried to backtrack and make it seem like she was just excited about becoming a grandmother, but I wasn't having it anymore. 28 years of keeping my mouth shut to keep the peace had finally reached its limit. I told her she'd been doing this my whole life, taking credit for everything I did and then acting hurt when I didn't thank her for it. The words started pouring out faster than I could stop them. I brought up how she'd belittled me through school, telling me I'd never amount to anything, but now suddenly she wanted to brag about raising me so well. The reception hall had gone completely silent. I could hear the air conditioning humming and someone's phone buzzing, but other than that, you could have heard a pin drop. Some of the older relatives looked absolutely horrified that I was airing our family business in public like this. A few people were staring down at their plates like in the middle of being called out. She was still trying to make herself the victim. I asked her what exactly she thought she'd done for me, because all I could remember was being told I was selfish and ungrateful every time I tried to have any independence. The words were coming out harsher than I'd planned, but years of suppressed anger were finally finding their voice. Jake was still sitting next to me, and I could feel his support, even though he wasn't saying anything. A few people at nearby tables were shifting uncomfortably in their seats, probably wishing they were anywhere else. Sarah was staring at us with her mouth slightly open, clearly not knowing how to handle this situation at her own wedding reception. My mother grabbed her purse and stood there for a moment, like she was trying to decide what to do next. Then she muttered something about being humiliated by her own daughter and stormed toward the exit. A couple of her friends got up and followed her, shooting me dirty looks as they left. The room stayed silent for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds. Everyone was looking back and forth between where my mother had been standing and where I was still standing by my table, trying to figure out what they were supposed to do next. Sarah was the first person to break the uncomfortable silence. She quickly stood up and grabbed the microphone from the DJ, announcing that it was time to cut the cake and get the dancing started. Her voice was bright and cheerful, but I could tell she was working hard to redirect everyone's attention back to celebrating her wedding. The DJ started playing upbeat music, and slowly people began moving around again and talking amongst themselves. I sat back down because my legs felt shaky, and Jake immediately put his arm around me. He told me he was proud of me for finally standing up to her, and honestly, hearing him say that made me feel a little better about the whole situation. But I also felt terrible, because I'd just caused a massive scene at my cousin's wedding reception. The rest of the evening was awkward as hell. Some relatives came over to congratulate me on the pregnancy, but you could tell they felt weird about it after what had just happened. They'd give me these forced smiles and ask when I was due, but the conversations felt stilted and uncomfortable. Talked to me throughout the evening. They didn't really address what had happened directly, but they were extra friendly and supportive, which made me think they understood why I'd finally snapped. One of them even made a comment about how family events were always more peaceful when certain people weren't stirring up drama, which I took as her way of saying she got it. The people who really surprised me were some of my mother's own relatives. My Aunt Carol, who's my mother's sister, came over during the dancing portion of the reception. She said she'd watched my mother's behavior for years and that someone needed to call her out on it eventually. She told me she was sorry it had to happen at Sarah's wedding, but she wasn't sorry that it finally happened at all. Jake and I ended up leaving a little earlier than we'd planned because the whole atmosphere just felt too tense. People were trying to enjoy the reception, but there was this underlying current of awkwardness that never really went away. Sarah hugged me goodbye and said we'd talk soon, but I could tell she was still processing everything that had happened. The drive home was quiet. Jake asked how I was feeling, and honestly, I didn't know. Part of me felt relieved that I'd finally said all the things I'd been thinking for years. It felt good to stop pretending that my mother's behavior was normal or acceptable. But I also felt guilty about ruining Sarah's reception, and embarrassed about airing our family business in front of everyone like that. When we got home, I had about 15 missed calls from my mother and twice as many text messages. The voicemails started out angry, with her going on about how I'd humiliated her in front of the entire family and how ungrateful I was. But by the end, they shifted to her usual guilt-tripping tactics about how hurt she was and how she couldn't believe her own daughter would treat her that way. The text messages were all over the place emotionally. Some of them were angry rants about my behavior. Others were her trying to justify what she'd done by saying she was just excited about becoming a grandmother. A few of them were her playing the victim and talking about how devastated she was that I'd attacked her publicly. I ended up turning my phone off because I couldn't handle reading any more of them. The next few days were weird. Some family members reached out to check on me, but others clearly sided with my mother. Suddenly, every family relationship felt complicated and tense. About a week later, Sarah called me. I was dreading the conversation because I figured she was going to be upset about what happened at her reception. Instead, she thanked me. She said that my mother had been pulling attention-seeking stunts at family events for as long as she could remember, and everyone always just went along with it because they didn't want to cause drama. She told me that several people had come up to her after the reception to say they were glad someone finally called my mother out on her behavior, even if the timing wasn't ideal. Sarah also said that she'd actually been worried my mother was going to find some way to make her wedding about herself. So in a weird way, she was almost relieved that it happened early in the reception, and she was able to redirect everyone's attention back to celebrating her marriage. My mother still hasn't spoken to me directly since that night. She's been posting passive-aggressive things on social media about ungrateful children and family loyalty, which I know are directed at me. A few relatives have tried to get us to reconcile, but I'm not ready for that yet. I don't regret standing up to her, but I do regret that it happened at Sarah's wedding. The whole experience has made me think about what I want my relationship with my mother to look like when this baby comes. I know she's going to expect to be heavily involved as a grandmother, but I'm not willing to go back to letting her walk all over me just to keep the peace. Some people think I should apologize for confronting her publicly, but others think it was long overdue. I'm still trying to figure out if I was wrong for handling it the way I did, or if it was necessary to finally put a stop to her behavior. On the day I bought my first house, my uncle tried to put the deed in his name, so I confronted him in front of the entire family barbecue. I'm 26, and I had just closed on my first house that morning. It's nothing fancy, a small 2-bedroom starter home in a decent neighborhood, but it was mine. I worked 3 jobs through college and kept working overtime for 2 years after graduation to save up that down payment. Every time my friends went out for drinks or took weekend trips, I stayed home counting every dollar. So when I finally got those keys in my hand, I felt like I could conquer the world. My family has these weekly barbecues at my cousin Sarah's place, and I figured this was the perfect day to celebrate. Everyone was so excited when I told them about the house closing. My mom kept hugging me, my dad was bragging to his brothers about how proud he was, and all my cousins wanted to know when they could come see it. It felt amazing to finally be the one with good news for once. But then there's my Uncle Mike. He's 52, and he's always been the family's unofficial financial advisor. Whenever someone needs help with taxes or has questions about loans or investments, they go to Uncle Mike. He's got this way of making everyone feel like they can't handle money without his guidance. The older relatives worship him because he helped my grandparents refinance their house years ago and supposedly saved them thousands. He's always inserting himself into everyone's financial business under the guise of looking out for family. The thing is, I have history with Uncle Mike and money, and it's not good history. When I was 19, I had managed to save about $5,000 from my part-time job for college expenses. I was so proud of that money because I'd worked at a grocery store for 2 years, picking up every extra shift I could get. Then Uncle Mike approached me with this sob story about how his business was having cash flow problems and he needed $3,000 to make payroll or his employees wouldn't get paid. He made it sound like I'd be saving people's jobs. He promised he'd pay me back within 2 months, said he'd even throw in some interest as a thank you. But he also laid on the guilt thick, talking about details. He kept asking questions about the mortgage rate, the closing costs, whether I had enough in savings for emergencies. I tried to keep my answers vague because something about his tone made me uncomfortable. He had this look in his eyes like he was calculating something. The whole family was there, probably about 25 people total. My parents, 3 sets of aunts and uncles, all my cousins, even my grandparents. Everyone was in such a good mood, eating burgers and playing cornhole, and they kept congratulating me. My Aunt Carol said she was so proud of me for being responsible and independent. My dad's brother kept joking about how I was making the rest of the cousins look bad for still living at home. But Uncle Mike wasn't really joining in the celebration the same way. He was asking pointed questions about property taxes and homeowners insurance. When I mentioned I was handling everything myself,
He got this concerned look on his face and started going on about how complicated home ownership is, especially for someone my age. Several of the older relatives nodded along like he was making perfect sense. Then my cousin Jake mentioned something about refinancing his car loan, and suddenly Uncle Mike was in full advisor mode, talking about interest rates and loan terms. Everyone was hanging on his every word like he was some kind of financial guru. My grandmother actually said, "Thank God we have Mike to keep us all on the right track with money." I had to bite my tongue. About an hour into the barbecue, when everyone was full and relaxed, Uncle Mike disappeared inside for a few minutes. I didn't think much of it at first, but when he came back out, he was carrying his leather briefcase, which seemed weird for a casual family barbecue. He had this big smile on his face like he was about to surprise everyone with something amazing. He walked over to where I was sitting with a few cousins and cleared his throat loudly. "Hey everyone, can I get your attention for a minute?" The whole backyard went quiet and turned to look at him. He was standing there with the briefcase in one hand and had pulled out some official-looking papers with the other. "I wanted to take a moment to address something important about our girl's new house purchase," he said, gesturing toward me with a big grin. My stomach immediately dropped because I knew nothing good was going to come out of his mouth. Protection and guidance she needs as a young single woman navigating home ownership for the first time. The backyard erupted in approving murmurs and actual applause. My Aunt Sarah started clapping and saying, "Oh, Mike, that's so thoughtful." My grandmother nodded approvingly and said something about how smart it was to have an experienced man helping with such a big responsibility. I sat there, feeling like the world was spinning around me. He was trying to put his name on my house deed. My house. The house I had saved for years to buy. The house that was supposed to represent my independence and financial security. And he was doing it in front of the entire family, making it sound like some generous gift he was giving me. The worst part was that some of my relatives were looking at me expectantly, like they thought I should be grateful and thanking him for his generosity, like this was some wonderful surprise he'd arranged for my benefit. I could feel my face getting hot and my hands starting to shake as the reality of what was happening sank in. I managed to find my voice and asked if I could see the papers. My hands were definitely shaking now, but I tried to keep my tone calm. Uncle Mike waved me off like I was being silly and said not to worry about the complicated legal stuff, that he'd handle all of that for me. He started explaining to everyone how he'd take care of the mortgage payments and any major property decisions so I wouldn't have to stress about it. That's when it really hit me what he was doing. He wasn't just trying to add his name to the deed. He was positioning himself to basically take over my house. In his mind, and apparently in the minds of several family members, I was too young and inexperienced to handle home ownership alone. My Aunt Sarah jumped in, talking about how lucky I was to have such a caring uncle who was willing to take on that responsibility. A few other relatives started nodding and agreeing about how smart this arrangement was. I realized that some of them actually thought this had been planned all along, like Uncle Mike and I had discussed this beforehand, and this was just the formal announcement. Uncle Mike was eating up all the praise. He had this satisfied smile on his face like he'd just solved everyone's problems. Then he started talking about how we should probably look into refinancing in a few months to get a better rate, and how he never paid back. How he'd use the exact same tactics, making it about family responsibility and helping each other out, putting pressure on me in front of other people so I'd look bad if I refused. Back then I was 19 and didn't know any better. But I wasn't 19 anymore. Uncle Mike started getting impatient with how long I was taking to look over the paperwork. He said we should probably just sign everything now, while the whole family was here to witness it, make it official, and celebrate properly. Several people agreed that sounded like a great idea. My dad looked confused, but didn't say anything. My mom had this worried expression, but also stayed quiet. That's when the pressure really started building. Uncle Mike pulled out a pen and set it down next to the papers. He said it would be rude to refuse such a generous offer, especially when he was just trying to help and protect me. My grandmother chimed in saying she thought it was wonderful that the younger generation had someone so responsible looking out for them. I felt completely trapped. If I refused to sign, I'd look ungrateful and selfish in front of my entire extended family. These were people who had known Uncle Mike for decades and saw him as this pillar of financial wisdom. They'd probably think I was being foolish or stubborn, maybe even disrespectful to my elders. But if I signed those papers, I'd be handing over control of my house to the same man who had manipulated me out of $3,000 when I was a teenager. The same man who had a pattern of inserting himself into other people's financial business. I'd worked so hard for this independence, and he was trying to take it away from me using family pressure and social manipulation. I started thinking about all the times over the years when I'd seen him do similar things to other family members. Like when my cousin Jake needed a car loan and Uncle Mike insisted on co-signing, then spent months lecturing Jake about every purchase he made. Or when my cousin Maria was starting her small business and Uncle Mike kept pushing her to let him review all her financial decisions first. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this was his pattern. He used his reputation as the family financial expert to gain control over other people's money and decisions. And he always did it publicly, with other family members around to pressure about any of the complicated aspects of homeownership. He said young single women just weren't equipped to handle mortgages and property maintenance on their own, and that's why it was so important to have experienced family members step in to help. The condescending tone in his voice when he said, "young single women," pushed me over the edge. I'd spent years proving I could handle my finances independently. I'd saved every penny for this house while working multiple jobs. I'd researched lenders, negotiated with real estate agents, handled all the paperwork myself. And here he was, in front of my entire family, essentially saying I was too incompetent to own property without a man's supervision. I stood up from my chair, and everyone got quiet, thinking I was about to give some kind of grateful speech before signing the papers. Uncle Mike's smile got even bigger, like he was already savoring his victory. The pen was still sitting there next to the papers, and I could feel everyone's eyes on me. That's when I grabbed those papers right out of his hands and tore them in half. The entire backyard went dead silent. Uncle Mike's confident smile disappeared completely, and his face started turning red. I wasn't done, though. I was so angry and humiliated that 7 years of keeping quiet about his manipulation just came pouring out. I told everyone about the $3,000 he guilt-tripped me into lending him when I was 19. Money that was supposed to help his employees, but that I never saw again. I explained how he'd used the exact same tactics then. Family pressure, making me look selfish if I refused, promising it was all for my own good. I called out his pattern of using family relationships to control other people's finances. The silence that followed was deafening. Uncle Mike just stood there sputtering, trying to come up with some explanation, but nothing coherent was coming out of his mouth. After I finished talking, nobody said anything for what felt like forever. Uncle Mike's face had gone from red to this weird pale color, and he kept opening and closing his mouth like he was trying to think of something to say, but couldn't get the words out. The confident, helpful uncle persona had completely cracked. A few of my relatives looked genuinely shocked, like they'd never heard any of this before. But others started nodding slowly. Uncle Mike had been trying to do. Uncle Mike finally managed to put together a sentence. He tried to spin it like I was being ungrateful and didn't understand how family was supposed to work. He said something about how he was just trying to protect me, and that young people today don't appreciate when their elders try to help them. But his voice sounded shaky and defensive, nothing like his usual confident tone when he's dispensing financial advice. The thing is, once you point out a manipulator's tactics, it becomes really obvious to everyone else. Several relatives who had been nodding along with his plan 20 minutes earlier were now looking at him differently, You could see them replaying other interactions they'd had with him over the years. The rest of the barbecue was incredibly awkward. Some people tried to change the subject and get things back to normal, but there was this tension hanging over everything. Uncle Mike ended up leaving about an hour later, claiming he had somewhere else he needed to be. Before he left, he made this passive-aggressive comment about how he hoped I'd be able to handle everything on my own, since that's apparently what I wanted. My grandmother, who had been praising his generosity earlier, barely said goodbye to him. I think even she was starting to piece together that his offer wasn't as selfless as it had seemed. But the real validation came over the next few weeks. I started getting texts and calls from younger cousins who had been at the barbecue. My cousin Jake was the first one to reach out. He admitted that Uncle Mike had pressured him into borrowing $1,500 last year for what he called car repairs. Jake said Uncle Mike made it sound like he was doing Jake this huge favor by lending the money, but then spent months checking up on Jake's spending and lecturing him about financial responsibility. Then my cousin Maria called me. She's 28 and started her own small business about 3 years ago. Turns out Uncle Mike had been inserting himself into her business decisions from day one. He convinced her to let him review her loan applications, her business plan, even her monthly expenses. She said she felt like she couldn't make any financial decisions without running them past him first, because he'd made her feel like she didn't understand business. The most disturbing call came from my youngest cousin Emma, who's only 22. She told me
Each of us feel like we were the ones being helped, like we should be grateful for his interference. Several of my cousins said they were glad I spoke up, because they'd been feeling uncomfortable about his involvement in their finances, but didn't know how to say no without looking ungrateful or disrespectful. Apparently, he'd been using family pressure and his reputation as the financial expert to manipulate multiple people over the years. The family dynamics are still weird months later. Some of the older relatives think I handled things wrong, and that I should have dealt with Uncle Mike privately instead of making a scene. My great aunt still gives me dirty looks at family events because she thinks I was disrespectful to an elder. But most people, especially the younger generation, have been supportive. Uncle Mike still shows up to family gatherings, but he's much quieter now. He doesn't offer unsolicited financial advice anymore, and people don't automatically defer to him when money topics come up. It's like his authority on financial matters got completely undermined once people started questioning his motives. The weird thing is that some relatives have started coming to me for advice now, probably because I proved I could handle my own finances without help. My cousin Jake asked me to look over his budget last month, and Emma wanted my opinion on a savings account she was opening. I try to give advice without being controlling, which apparently is harder than it sounds. As for Uncle Mike and me, we basically don't talk anymore. He's never acknowledged that what he did was wrong, and he's definitely never apologized for the $3,000 or for trying to manipulate me into giving him control over my house. At Christmas, he was polite but distant, like he was just tolerating my presence. I still second-guess myself sometimes about whether I handled it the right way. Making a scene at a family barbecue wasn't exactly ideal, and it did create lasting tension in the family. But I also think about what would have happened if I'd just gone along with his plan to avoid conflict. I'd probably be dealing with his interference in every aspect of home ownership, and who knows what other family members he'd still be manipulating. The house is still just mine, by the way. I've been handling the mortgage payments and maintenance just fine without any help from Uncle Mike, despite his predictions that I'd be overwhelmed. Sometimes I wonder. Right before my wedding vows, my mother-in-law announced I was lucky to marry her son because I was damaged goods, so I exposed her secret to the entire guest list. I, 29F, was standing at the altar of our local chapel, about to marry the love of my life, Mark, 31, when my future mother-in-law, Patricia, 58, decided to publicly humiliate me in front of everyone we cared about. Looking back now, I should have seen it coming. Patricia had been making my life hell since the day Mark first brought me home 3 years ago. From the very beginning,
Patricia made it clear that I wasn't good enough for her precious son. She'd make these little comments that always had just enough plausible deniability that Mark could brush them off as misunderstandings. When she found out my parents were divorced, she made sure to mention how important family stability was to her family's values. When Mark told her I had been engaged before but it didn't work out, she started referring to me as experienced, in this tone that made it sound dirty. She even managed to turn my job history against me. I had worked as a waitress through college to pay for my degree, and she'd bring up how service work builds character whenever we were around her country club friends. Mark always took the path of least resistance. Every time I tried to talk to him about his mother's behavior, he'd say things like, "That's just how she is," or "She doesn't mean anything by it," or, my personal favorite, "Can't you just try to get along with her for my sake?" He'd beg me to keep the peace, to not rock the boat, to give her more time to warm up to me. 3 years of this, and she only got worse. The wedding planning was a nightmare. Patricia inserted herself into every decision, from the venue to the flowers to the guest list. She'd make suggestions that were actually demands, then act hurt when I didn't immediately agree. She questioned whether I was really ready for the commitment of marriage, given my history. She made comments about my dress being a bit much for a second engagement, don't you think? She even suggested we do a small ceremony, since it wasn't like it was my first time around the block. The morning of the wedding, Patricia showed up to the bridal suite where I was getting so forgiving of someone with my baggage, and that she hoped I wouldn't take his generosity for granted. I was so stunned I couldn't even respond. I just stood there while she patted my arm condescendingly and walked away. I should have known that wasn't the end of it. Patricia had been building up to something bigger, and she'd picked the most public, most humiliating moment possible to deliver her final blow. The ceremony was supposed to be simple and beautiful. We'd chosen a small historic chapel that held about 100 people, and we'd filled it with our closest family and friends. My side was there. My divorced parents, sitting cordially in the same row, my college friends, my work colleagues, my grandparents, who'd driven 8 hours to be there. Mark's side included his father, his siblings, extended family, and all of Patricia's country club friends who I'd met maybe twice, but she'd insisted had to be invited. I walked down the aisle feeling genuinely happy for the first time in weeks. Mark looked handsome in his navy suit, and when he saw me, his face lit up in this way that reminded me why I fell in love with him in the first place. My dad walked me down the aisle and kissed my cheek before handing me over to Mark. For a moment, everything felt perfect. The officiant, Pastor Williams, had just welcomed everyone and was about to begin the ceremony when Patricia suddenly stood up. She was sitting in the front row, right next to Mark's father, and when she rose from her seat, the whole chapel went quiet. At first, I thought maybe she was having some kind of medical emergency or needed to step out. But then she started talking. In a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, she said she just wanted to take a moment before the ceremony began to acknowledge how generous her son was being. She said Mark was such a loving, forgiving man to marry me despite my, and I quote, learning experiences. She actually used air quotes when she said it. Then she looked directly at me and said that not every man would be so understanding of damaged goods, but that Mark had such a big heart, he was willing to overlook my past mistakes. The entire chapel went dead silent. I could hear people shifting in their seats, the uncomfortable kind of movement that happens when a person, and keep the peace. But standing there in my wedding dress, in front of everyone I loved, having my most important day turned into a public shaming session, I realized I was done. I was done being her verbal punching bag. I was done with Mark's cowardice. And I was definitely done protecting someone who had never shown me an ounce of respect.
Patricia was still standing there with this smug, satisfied look on her face, like she'd just delivered the perfect speech. She clearly thought she'd gotten away with the ultimate power move, humiliating me on my own wedding day in front of all our family and friends. She had no idea what was coming next. I had about 5 seconds to make a decision that would change everything. Patricia was still standing there with that self-satisfied smirk, clearly expecting me to just take her public humiliation and move on with the ceremony like a good little doormat. The entire chapel was staring at me, waiting to see how I'd react. Some people looked sympathetic, others looked uncomfortable, and a few looked like they were enjoying the drama. My first instinct was to do what I'd always done: swallow the insult, force a smile, and deal with it privately later. That's what Mark would want. That's what would keep the peace. That's what the mature thing to do would be. But standing there in my wedding dress, feeling the weight of 100 pairs of eyes on me, I realized I was tired of being mature. I was tired of taking the high road while Patricia bulldozed right over me. The thing that really pushed me over the edge was looking at Mark. He was still just standing there, paralyzed. His own mother had just publicly called his bride damaged goods, and he couldn't even open his mouth to defend me. In that moment, I understood that if I didn't stand up for myself, no one else was going to do it. Not even the man who was supposed to love and protect me above all others. I turned away from Mark and faced the congregation. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, but my voice came out clear and steady. I thanked Patricia for her touching words, and said that since we were sharing thoughts about— She opened her mouth like she was going to say something, then closed it again. She looked around the chapel desperately, probably hoping someone would come to her rescue or tell me to stop talking. Her husband, Mark's father, just stared at her with this expression I'll never forget. It wasn't anger exactly, more like resignation mixed with deep sadness. Like he'd been dreading this moment for 5 years, knowing that eventually the truth would come out in the worst possible way. Patricia tried to interrupt me, saying that this wasn't the time or place for this conversation, but I wasn't finished. I said that since she seemed so concerned about everyone knowing the truth about people's character, I thought they should have the full picture. I mentioned that the reason I knew about the affair was because I'd overheard her on the phone with her tennis instructor at Mark's birthday dinner 2 years ago, making plans to meet up while her husband was out of town. The whispers got louder. Some people were looking at Patricia with disgust. Others were looking at me like they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Mark's siblings looked mortified. His cousins were frantically texting on their phones. The country club ladies Patricia had insisted on inviting were having a field day with this gossip. I finished by saying that if anyone in this chapel had baggage they needed to worry about, it definitely wasn't me. Then I turned back to Pastor Williams and asked if we could please continue with the ceremony, now that Patricia had gotten her speech out of her system. Patricia finally sat down, but not before she shot me a look that could have killed. Her husband didn't look at her at all. He just stared straight ahead at the altar with this blank expression. Some of Patricia's friends were whispering furiously to each other, and I caught fragments about how they'd always wondered why she'd suddenly quit the tennis program a few years back. Pastor Williams looked like he wanted to be anywhere else in the world, but he gamely tried to get the ceremony back on track. He cleared his throat and asked everyone to please focus on the joyous occasion we were there to celebrate. But the damage was done. The whole atmosphere had changed completely. Mark was staring at me with this mixture of shock, embarrassment, and something else I couldn't quite read. Maybe admiration? Maybe horror? It was hard to tell. When Pastor Williams asked, I could feel everyone's eyes on us, but not in the way you usually feel it at a wedding.
People weren't looking at us with joy and celebration. They were looking at us like we were a car wreck they couldn't look away from. The whispers followed us all the way out of the chapel. In the receiving line outside, the reactions were all over the place. Some people congratulated me not just on getting married, but on what they called my backbone. My maid of honor whispered that Patricia had it coming, and she was proud of me. My grandmother, who's never liked drama, just squeezed my hand and said sometimes people need to hear the truth. But others were clearly uncomfortable. A few of Mark's relatives gave us stiff, formal congratulations and hurried away. Patricia's country club friends were buzzing like bees, clearly excited to have front row seats to the scandal of the century. Patricia herself was nowhere to be seen. She'd apparently gone straight to the car and was sitting there waiting for the family photos to be over so she could leave. Mark's father came through the line and apologized to me quietly, saying he was sorry things had gotten so out of hand. He looked exhausted and older than I'd ever seen him. Mark barely said a word to me during the photos. When the photographer asked us to look happy and in love, we both had to fake it. The tension between us was obvious, and I knew we were going to have to deal with the fallout from this eventually. But for now, we had a reception to get through, and I had a feeling it was going to be the most awkward party of my life. The reception was hands down the most uncomfortable party I've ever attended, and it was supposed to be celebrating my marriage. We'd rented the community center next to the chapel, and my mom and sister had spent weeks decorating it with fairy lights and flowers. Under normal circumstances, it would have been perfect, but nothing about this day was normal anymore. Patricia showed up about an hour late, after most people had already gone through the buffet line. She'd clearly been crying. Her makeup was smudged and her eyes were red and puffy. She came in with Mark's father, but they weren't talking to each other. They sat at their assigned table and basically ignored everyone around them. Mark's father kept checking his phone like he was looking for an escape route. The weird members who clearly thought I'd crossed a line. They were polite enough, but you could tell they thought airing dirty laundry at a wedding was classless. A few of them made comments about how there's a time and place for everything, and a wedding ceremony isn't it. Mark was completely checked out. During our first dance, he barely looked at me. When people came up to congratulate us, he'd force a smile and thank them, but the moment they walked away, his face would go blank again. I tried to talk to him a few times, but he'd just say we'd discuss it later and change the subject. The real drama happened during dinner. Mark's father suddenly stood up from his table and walked over to where Patricia was sitting. The whole room went quiet, because everyone could tell something was about to happen. He leaned down and said something to her that I couldn't hear, but whatever it was made her face go white. Then he walked out of the reception hall completely, just left his wife sitting there, alone at their table. Patricia tried to play it off like nothing had happened, but you could see her hands shaking when she picked up her water glass. Some of her friends went over to check on her, but she just kept insisting she was fine, and that her husband had stepped out to take a phone call. Everyone knew that wasn't true. About an hour later, Patricia came up to me while I was talking to my bridesmaids. She pulled me aside and told me I had ruined her family, and that she hoped I was happy with what I'd done. She said I was vindictive and cruel, and that Mark deserved better than someone who would humiliate his mother on their wedding day. Then she said she was leaving, and that I shouldn't expect to see her at any future family gatherings. Honestly, the threat of not having to deal with her at family events sounded like a reward rather than a punishment. But I didn't say that. I just told her that she'd brought this on herself, and that maybe if she'd treated me with basic human decency, we wouldn't be having this conversation. She left right after that, and the whole atmosphere lightened up immediately. It was like everyone had been holding their breath, waiting for her to leave, so they could actually enjoy the party. The dancing got more energetic. People started laughing. Over the next few days, I got a ton of texts and calls from people who'd been at the wedding. My friends were all supportive, saying Patricia had it coming, and they were proud of me for not letting her walk all over me. My aunt even sent me a long message about how she dealt with a similar situation with her mother-in-law, and how sometimes you have to draw a line in the sand. But I also got some messages that weren't so positive. Mark's cousin texted me saying that while Patricia was wrong, a wedding wasn't the place to air family secrets. One of his aunts called to say she was disappointed in how I'd handled things and that there were better ways to resolve conflicts. The most telling response came from Mark's father. 3 days after the wedding, he called me directly and apologized for his wife's behavior. He said he'd known for years that Patricia's treatment of me was unacceptable, but he'd hoped she'd eventually come around. He told me that what I did took courage, even if the timing wasn't ideal. Then he said he and Patricia were going to counseling, but he wasn't sure if their marriage was going to survive this. Mark still wouldn't talk about it. Every time I brought up the wedding or his mother or what happened next, he'd shut down. He'd say things like we needed to focus on moving forward, not dwelling on the past. But I could tell he was angry with me, even if he wouldn't admit it. He started working late more often, and when we were home together, there was this tension that hadn't been there before. The breaking point came 3 weeks after the wedding. Mark came home from work and told me his parents were getting divorced. He said his mother was blaming me for destroying their marriage, and that she'd told him he had to choose between his wife and his family. Then he asked me if I was happy now that I'd gotten what I wanted. That's when I realized that Mark thought I'd planned this whole thing, like I'd been waiting for the perfect moment to destroy his mother. He couldn't see that I'd been pushed to my breaking point and had finally defended myself. In his mind, I was the villain who had ruined his family on our wedding day. So Reddit, I'm sitting here 3 weeks into my marriage, wondering if I've destroyed everything before it even really started. Was I wrong for exposing Patricia's affair at my own wedding? During my promotion party, my boss handed the award to my coworker instead of me. So I exposed everything he had been hiding from the company. I'm a 31-year-old guy who's been grinding at this mid-sized tech consulting firm for 7 years. 7 years. That's longer than some people stay married these days. My boss, Derek, 45, has been running our department like his own personal kingdom, and there's this one coworker, Brandon, 29, who's basically Derek's golden child. The guy could probably set the office on fire, and Derek would find a way to spin it as innovative thinking. Let me paint you a picture of how this whole mess started. I've been busting my ass at this company since I was 24, fresh out of college with student loans up to my eyeballs. While Brandon was schmoozing clients over expensive lunches, I was the one pulling all-nighters fixing his screwed-up code. While he was taking long coffee breaks and chatting up the new hires, I was covering Derek's responsibilities every time he had another family emergency or mysterious illness that always seemed to coincide with golf tournaments. The promotion had been dangling in front of me for months. Derek kept saying things like, "Your time is coming," and "We're just waiting for the right opportunity." Meanwhile, I'm watching Brandon waltz into meetings 15 minutes late with a Starbucks cup, charm everyone with his stupid jokes, and somehow get credit for projects I'd been working on for weeks. The final straw was when I single-handedly saved our biggest client relationship after Brandon botched their quarterly report. I worked 3 straight weekends to fix his mistakes, and what does Derek tell the client? That it was a team effort. But then, finally, it seemed like justice was going to prevail. Derek pulled me aside 2 months ago and basically told me the senior analyst position was mine. He said the company was recognizing my dedication and all my hard work was about to pay off. I started mentally spending that salary bump. My girlfriend Sarah and I even looked at apartments in a better neighborhood,
I felt like I could finally breathe after years of feeling underappreciated. The company banquet was supposed to be my moment. They held it at this fancy hotel downtown, the kind of place with cloth napkins and waiters who refill your water
excuse to walk away. Brandon was acting weird too, but in the opposite direction. He was way too chipper, even for him. Normally, he'd at least pretend to be stressed about deadlines or client calls, but that week he was practically skipping around the office. He kept making these comments about big changes coming and exciting announcements. I thought he was just happy for me, which should have been my first red flag right there. The night of the banquet, Sarah and I got there early. I wanted to mingle, shake some hands, maybe chat with some of the senior management before the big announcement. The room was packed with people from all the different departments. There was this energy in the air, like everyone knew something important was about to happen. My coworkers from our team were all congratulating me, patting me on the back, asking if I was nervous. Even people from other departments who barely knew me were coming up and saying things like, "Heard tonight's your night." I remember sitting at our table, picking at the rubber chicken they always serve at these things, trying to calm my nerves. Sarah kept squeezing my hand under the table and whispering about how proud she was. My stomach was doing backflips, but the good kind, you know? Like when you're about to get on a roller coaster you've been waiting in line for. Then Derek got up to make his speech. He tapped his fork against his wine glass and the whole room went quiet. He started going on about leadership and perseverance, about how the company values dedication and innovation. He talked about how important it was to recognize employees who go above and beyond, who show initiative and take ownership of their work. I was sitting there thinking, this is it. This is finally happening. My heart was pounding so hard I thought people could probably hear it. I was getting ready to stand up, practicing my acceptance speech in my head, thinking about all the people I wanted to thank. Sarah was gripping my hand so tight her nails were digging into my palm. Derek raised the plaque, this fancy glass thing with the company logo etched into it, and said, "This year's promotion to senior analyst goes to someone who embodies everything we just talked about." I started to push back from the table. Brandon Mitchell. I'm not even kidding. Time stopped. Like, literally stopped. I sat there. At nearby tables were shooting me these sympathetic looks, and I could hear whispers starting up around the room. Someone behind me said, "I thought for sure it was going to be him." Another person muttered something about it being obvious politics. The worst part was watching Brandon give his acceptance speech. He started talking about teamwork and collaboration, about how success is never achieved alone. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there knowing damn well that half the projects he was taking credit for were ones I'd either completed for him or fixed after he messed them up. That's when something inside me just snapped. So there I was, sitting at this banquet table, watching Brandon milk his moment for all it was worth, and I could feel this rage building up inside me like a pressure cooker about to explode. My mind was racing through all the possibilities. I could just sit there, smile, clap along with everyone else, and pretend this was totally normal. That would be the smart career move, right? Keep my head down, don't make waves, maybe look for another job in a few months. But then I thought about my mortgage payments, Sarah's student loans, the fact that we'd been putting off getting married because we couldn't afford a decent wedding on my current salary. I thought about all those weekends I'd missed with friends and family because I was in the office fixing Brandon's mistakes or covering for Derek's disappearing acts. 7 years of my life I'd given to this company, and this is what I had to show for it. The applause was still going when I felt myself stand up. I wasn't even planning it. My body just moved on its own. Sarah grabbed my arm and whispered something like, "What are you doing?" But I was already committed. The whole room was still focused on Brandon, who was now posing for photos with Derek and some of the senior management. I started clapping. Really loud, deliberate clapping.
the kind that makes people look around to see what's happening. Gradually, the attention in the room shifted from Brandon to me. Perfect. "Congratulations, Brandon," I called out across the room. My voice was steady, which surprised me because inside I felt like I was having a heart attack. Really, truly deserved. I mean that. Brandon gave me this confused smile and nodded. Derek looked uncomfortable, like he could sense something was about.
PowerPoint file, saved on my personal drive with my name in the metadata and timestamps showing I'd created it at 2 a.m. on a Sunday night. Brandon had just swapped out my name for his in the footer. The room was dead silent now. You could hear people's forks hitting their plates as they stopped eating to listen. Then I moved on to the quarterly efficiency report that got Brandon recognized by the CEO 6 months ago. The one where he supposedly identified cost-saving measures that saved the company $200,000 annually. Turns out most of those recommendations came straight from an industry white paper published 3 years ago. Not exactly plagiarism, but definitely not the innovative thinking Derek had praised him for in front of the entire leadership team. I could see Brandon's face turning red, and he kept trying to interrupt me with things like, "This really isn't the time or place for this," and "We should discuss this privately." But I was way past caring about appropriate venues at that point. Derek tried to step in too. He was doing this nervous laugh thing and saying something about how we should all calm down and handle this through proper channels. But the damage was already done. People were starting to murmur among themselves, and I could see some of my coworkers nodding along with what I was saying. So I pulled out my phone. Yeah, I actually had receipts. I'd been saving emails and screenshots for months without really knowing why. Maybe some part of me knew this day would come. I started reading off email chains where Brandon would ask me to review his work, which really meant rewrite the entire thing. Then I'd get no credit when he presented it to clients. The best part was when I brought up his expense reports. See, Brandon had this habit of billing personal stuff to company accounts. Dinners with his girlfriend, gas for weekend trips, even some clothes he claimed were professional attire for client meetings. I'd noticed it because I sometimes helped Derek with administrative stuff, and some of these receipts were obviously fake or personal. At this point, the senior management at the head table was looking genuinely concerned. One of them, I think it was the VP of operations, actually got up and walked over to Derek. They started having this hushed conversation while I was still talking. Other people in the room were starting to speak up too. Jenny's confidence was completely gone. The whole thing probably lasted about 10 minutes, but it felt like hours. Sarah was tugging on my jacket the entire time, trying to get me to sit down and shut up. I could see hotel staff standing by the doors looking confused about whether they should intervene. Some people were recording with their phones, which probably wasn't great for anyone involved. Finally, Derek managed to regain some control of the situation. He got back on the microphone and said something about how there seemed to be some misunderstandings that needed to be sorted out privately. He suggested everyone continue enjoying their dinner while the leadership team addressed these concerns. But nobody was eating anymore. The whole energy of the room had completely shifted from celebration to chaos. People were getting up from their tables, having animated conversations in small groups. Some were already heading for the exits. Brandon had disappeared. I have no idea when he left, but 1 minute he was standing there looking mortified, and the next he was just gone. The plaque was sitting abandoned on the podium. Security showed up about 5 minutes later, not to arrest anyone or anything dramatic like that, but Derek had apparently requested they help facilitate a smooth conclusion to the evening. Translation: they wanted me out of there before I could do any more damage. As they walked me toward the exit, I could see senior management huddled together in what looked like a very serious discussion. Derek was gesticulating wildly, probably trying to do damage control. A few of my coworkers gave me supportive nods as I walked past, but most people just stared.
Sarah followed me out without saying a word. The car ride home was the longest 20 minutes of my life. The security escort out of the banquet was honestly pretty humiliating. They weren't rough or anything, but having two guys in cheap suits walk you to the door while your co-workers watch is not exactly the professional image I'd been cultivating for 7 years. Sarah didn't say a single word to me until we got to the car, and even then, it was just, "Give me the keys." The drive home was brutal. Sarah kept glancing at me like I'd lost my mind, which, honestly, maybe I had. Every few minutes, she'd start to say something and then stop herself.
Probably torched any chance of advancement at this company, maybe even my job entirely. Monday morning, I woke up with this sick feeling in my stomach. I got dressed for work like normal, but I honestly wasn't sure if I'd still have a desk when I got there. The office felt different the moment I walked in. People were staring, some trying to be subtle about it, others just openly gawking. A few coworkers came up to me and said things like, "That was brave," or "Someone needed to say it." But most people were keeping their distance. The first weird thing I noticed was that Derek wasn't there. His office was dark, and his assistant looked uncomfortable when I asked if he was coming in. She just said he was handling some personal matters and wouldn't give me any details. Then I realized Brandon wasn't at his desk either. His computer was there, his coffee mug was still sitting there from Friday, but no Brandon. Around 10 a.m., I got the call I'd been expecting. HR wanted to see me immediately. Not for a meeting later in the week, not for a scheduled discussion, but right now. I walked into that conference room expecting to clean out my desk afterward, but the meeting wasn't what I thought it would be. Linda from HR was there with someone I didn't recognize, introduced as an external investigator the company had brought in. They weren't there to fire me. They wanted to hear everything I'd said at the banquet in detail. They asked me to provide any documentation I had about Brandon's work issues and Derek's management problems. Turns out, my little outburst had opened a much bigger can of worms than I'd realized. Other employees had been coming forward since Friday night with their own stories about both Derek and Brandon. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who'd been covering for Brandon's mistakes or dealing with Derek's favoritism. The investigator told me they'd received over a dozen formal complaints just since Monday morning. They put me on administrative leave pending the investigation. Paid leave, which was better than I'd expected, but still meant I couldn't be in the office while they sorted everything out. I went home that afternoon, not knowing if I'd ever come back to that job. Over the next few days, I started hearing things through the office gossip network. Jenny from accounting called me because of similar issues with Derek's management. The whole thing snowballed way beyond what I'd intended. What started as me being pissed off about a promotion turned into this massive investigation into our entire department. Senior management was apparently furious that these issues had been going on for so long without anyone in leadership knowing about it. Brandon never came back to the office after the banquet. I heard through the grapevine that he'd resigned effective immediately, rather than face whatever disciplinary action was coming. Someone said they saw him cleaning out his desk over the weekend with security watching. The golden boy, who'd seemed untouchable, just disappeared. Derek's situation was more complicated. He couldn't just resign because the investigation had found enough problems with his management that the company was worried about potential legal issues. They kept him on leave while they figured out what to do, but everyone knew his career at the company was over. The weird part is how other people in the office started treating me. Some people thought I was a hero for finally speaking up about something everyone knew was wrong. Others thought I was an idiot for handling it the way I did, destroying my own career prospects over office politics. A few people were openly hostile, like I'd somehow betrayed some unspoken rule about keeping workplace drama private. The investigation wrapped up after about 3 weeks. They found enough evidence to support most of what I'd said at the banquet, plus a bunch of other stuff I hadn't even known about.
Brandon's resignation was accepted. Derek was terminated for cause, and the company implemented some new policies about project attribution and expense reporting. As for me, they offered me Derek's job, interim department manager, while they looked for a permanent replacement. It wasn't the promotion I'd originally wanted, but it was better than being unemployed. The pay was actually more than the senior analyst position would have been, and I got to help rebuild the department culture from scratch. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night sometimes. I still don't know if what I did was right. Yeah, I exposed some real problems and maybe prevented other people from getting screwed over the way I was. But I also destroyed two people's careers in the most public, humiliating way possible. I could have handled it through proper channels, could have documented everything and presented it to HR privately. Instead, at my best friend's bridal shower, my mother stood up and announced that I should have been the bride instead. So I finally told everyone why she wasn't even invited to my own engagement. I'm 27, and I've been dealing with my toxic mother my entire life. She's 54 and has this incredible talent for making everything about herself while simultaneously tearing me down. My best friend Sarah is 28, and we've been close since college. She's getting married next month to this amazing guy, Tom, and honestly, their relationship is everything I hope mine will be one day. For context, my relationship with my mother has been a nightmare for years. She's the type of person who would show up to my graduation and spend the entire time complaining about how the parking was inconvenient. When I got my first job out of college, she told everyone it was just because they needed to fill a diversity quota. When I got promoted last year, she said it was probably because I was sleeping with my boss. Nothing I do is ever good enough, and somehow she always finds a way to twist my accomplishments into something negative or make them about her struggles as a single mother. The worst part is how she compares me to literally everyone else. My cousin got married at 24, and my mother spent 2 years telling me I should be more like her. When that cousin got divorced 8 months later, suddenly my mother was glad I was taking my time. My neighbor's daughter bought a house, and apparently I should be more financially responsible like her. My coworker got engaged, and my mother asked why I couldn't find a man like that. It never ends. But the real breaking point happened 2 years ago, when I got engaged to my fiancé, Jake. Jake is incredible. He's patient, kind, funny, and he actually listens to me. We'd been together for 3 years, and when he proposed, I was over the moon. I thought maybe finally my mother would be happy for me and proud of something I was doing with my life. Instead, she completely lost her mind. She started by criticizing everything about the proposal. The ring wasn't big enough. He should have asked her permission first. We were moving too fast. I was too young. He was too old. We hadn't been together long enough. Then she started nitpicking Jake himself. He was too quiet. He didn't make enough money. A breakdown after the wedding. She said I was just getting married because I was desperate and that he deserved someone better who actually had their life together. She even suggested he should break up with me before I got more attached and it became harder to leave me. Jake, being the amazing person he is, didn't believe any of it and came straight to me. But the fact that my own mother tried to sabotage my engagement by lying to my fiancé was the final straw. I was so angry I couldn't even see straight. This wasn't just her usual passive-aggressive comments or backhanded compliments. This was her actively trying to destroy my relationship and my happiness. That's when I decided she wasn't welcome at our engagement party. We had a small celebration with close friends and family at this cute restaurant downtown, and I specifically did not invite her. When people asked where she was, I just said she couldn't make it. I wasn't ready to tell everyone what she had done because I was still processing it myself. But I knew I couldn't have her there pretending to be the supportive mother while secretly hoping my relationship would fail. She was furious when she found out about the party from my aunt's Facebook photos. She called me screaming about how embarrassing it was that her own daughter didn't invite her to celebrate her engagement. She said everyone was asking where she was, and she didn't know what to tell people. She accused me of being vindictive and holding grudges, and said I was punishing her for caring about me. Since then, I've kept her at arm's length. I still talk to her occasionally and see her at family events, but I don't share details about my life anymore. I don't tell her about wedding planning, I don't ask for her opinion on anything, and I definitely don't trust her around Jake. It's been peaceful, but also sad because part of me still wishes I had a normal mother who could just be happy for me. So when Sarah's bridal shower came around last weekend, I was actually looking forward to it. Sarah's family is lovely, and her future mother-in-law is the sweetest woman who's been nothing but welcoming to everyone. The shower was at this beautiful banquet hall with gorgeous decorations, mimosas, and all of Sarah's favorite people. I was having such a nice time just celebrating my best friend and enjoying being around positive, supportive women for once. I had no idea my mother was even coming.
Watching her open gifts. She got some beautiful things: kitchen appliances, home decor, lingerie, gift cards. Everyone was taking turns giving little speeches about how happy they were for her and Tom. Then right in the middle of Sarah opening this gorgeous kitchen mixer from her future mother-in-law, my mother suddenly stood up. The room got quiet because everyone thought maybe she was going to give a speech too, which would have been weird since she barely knows Sarah, but people were being polite. Instead, she looked around the room with this big smile and announced loudly, "Everyone knows my daughter should have been married first." She was always the prettier one and the most deserving of all this attention. The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah's face went completely white and she just froze holding the mixer box. All the aunts and cousins and bridesmaids suddenly became very interested in their mimosas. I felt my face burning with embarrassment and this familiar rage that I always get when my mother pulls stuff like this. Here she was, at my best friend's bridal shower, making it about me and her weird obsession with my relationship status. I sat there completely frozen for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only about 10 seconds. My mind was racing through all my options, and none of them seemed good. I could pretend I didn't hear her and hope everyone would just move on. But she was still standing there with this expectant look on her face, like she was waiting for everyone to agree with her. I could get up and leave, but that would probably make an even bigger scene and ruin Sarah's day even more. Or I could say something, but I was terrified of making everything worse. The worst part was seeing Sarah's face. She looked absolutely mortified and confused, like she couldn't believe this was happening at her own bridal shower. Her future mother-in-law was staring at my mother with her mouth slightly open, and Sarah's bridesmaids were all looking back and forth between me and my mother like they were watching a tennis match. The bride's aunts were whispering to each other behind their hands, and I could feel everyone's eyes on me, waiting to see what I would do. My mother was still standing there, beaming like she had just given the most wonderful compliment in the world. She had this satisfied look on her face. Like college friend's promotion celebration, she made sure to mention that I had been promoted twice in the same time period. She has this compulsive need to insert herself into other people's moments and somehow make them about me, which sounds nice in theory, but is actually just her way of making everything about herself. But this felt different, because it wasn't just embarrassing me. She was actively ruining Sarah's special day, and Sarah is the most important person in my life, besides Jake. Sarah has been there for me through everything, including all the drama with my mother over the years. She's listened to me cry about my toxic family situation more times than I can count, and she's never once made me feel bad about it, or told me I should just get over it. She deserves better than having her bridal shower turned into some weird commentary about my love life. I looked over at Sarah, and she caught my eye. She gave me this tiny little nod, and I could tell she was trying to communicate that it was okay if I needed to say something. She wasn't telling me what to do, but she was letting me know that she would support whatever I decided. That's just who Sarah is.
Even when someone is ruining her own party, she's thinking about how to make other people feel better. That little nod from Sarah gave me the courage I needed. I realized that staying quiet wasn't protecting anyone. It wasn't protecting Sarah because my mother had already ruined the moment. It wasn't protecting the other guests because they were already uncomfortable and confused. And it definitely wasn't protecting me because I was just enabling my mother to keep doing this kind of thing. I took a deep breath and stood up slowly. My hands were shaking and my voice was shaky when I started talking, but I managed to get the words out. I said something like, "Actually, Mom, that's really interesting that you think I should be married by now, considering you weren't even invited to my engagement party." The reaction was immediate. There were audible gasps from around the room, and I saw several people put their hands over their mouths. My mother's confident smile faltered for just a second, but then she doubled down. She said something about how I make terrible decisions, and she was only trying to protect me, which was exactly the kind of response I expected from her. That's when something inside me just snapped. I had spent 2 years
About the phone calls to Jake where she tried to convince him I was unstable and not ready for marriage. I explained how she had spent weeks trying to sabotage my engagement by spreading lies about my mental health and telling my fiancé he deserved better. I described how she had called him multiple times behind my back, trying to plant seeds of doubt about our relationship and convince him to leave me before we got married. The room was dead silent, except for a few people whispering things like, "Oh my God," and "I can't believe it." I could see the shock on everyone's faces as they realized what my mother had actually done. These weren't just normal mother-daughter disagreements or wedding planning stress. This was my own mother actively trying to destroy my relationship and sabotage my happiness. My mother's face went from confident to embarrassed to angry in about 30 seconds. She kept looking around the room like she expected someone to defend her or tell me I was being dramatic, but nobody said anything. Even her own sister, my Aunt Carol, who usually takes her side in everything, just sat there looking uncomfortable and avoiding eye contact. The more I talked, the angrier I got. All the hurt and betrayal I had been suppressing for 2 years came pouring out. I told everyone how she had tried to convince Jake that marrying me would be a mistake, how she had suggested he break up with me for his own good, and how she had painted me as some kind of unstable person who couldn't handle adult relationships. I explained that this wasn't just overprotective mother behavior. This was deliberate sabotage designed to ruin the best thing that had ever happened to me. When I finally stopped talking, the silence in the room was deafening. My mother had sat back down at some point during my speech, and her face was bright red. She wasn't smiling anymore, and she kept fidgeting with her napkin like she wanted to disappear. Several people were staring at her with expressions ranging from shock to disgust, and I could tell everyone was reevaluating everything they thought they knew about our relationship. After I finished talking, the silence stretched on for what felt like forever. Nobody knew what to say or do. My mother was staring down at her hands, and her face was still bright red. A few of Sarah's relatives were exchanging glances like they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Sarah's future, Some of the tension in the room, and people started whispering to each other again. I could hear fragments of conversations where people were saying things like, "I always wondered why she wasn't at the engagement party," and "That explains so much about their relationship." My Aunt Carol came over and apologized to me for not knowing what my mother had done. She said if she had known, she would have said something to my mother a long time ago. My mother sat there for maybe another 20 minutes after my outburst, but she didn't participate in any of the conversations. She didn't help clean up wrapping paper, she didn't comment on any of the gifts, and she definitely didn't make any more speeches. She just sat there looking uncomfortable and checking her phone every few minutes like she was looking for an excuse to leave early. When she finally did get up to leave, she made this big show of saying goodbye to Sarah's mom and thanking her for inviting her to the lovely shower. She completely ignored me and didn't say goodbye to anyone else,
including Sarah. She just grabbed her purse and walked out like nothing had happened. I heard later from my aunt that she complained the entire drive home about how I had embarrassed her in front of everyone. But honestly, I was just relieved she was gone. The party actually got back on track pretty quickly after she left. Sarah opened the rest of her gifts, and everyone seemed more relaxed without the weird tension my mother had created. Sarah's bridesmaids started telling funny stories about her and Tom, and her aunts were giving marriage advice that was actually sweet and supportive instead of passive-aggressive. It reminded me what normal family celebrations are supposed to feel like. Several people came up to me throughout the rest of the party to say they were sorry about what happened, and that they had no idea my mother had done those things to me. Sarah's mom apologized for inviting her without giving me a heads up, and she said she never would have included her if she had known about the engagement party situation. Some of Sarah's relatives even shared their own stories about toxic family members and how hard it is to deal with that kind of behavior. The drive home was weird because I felt this mixture of relief and guilt. On one hand, I was so glad that I had finally told people the truth about what my mother did, instead of protecting her and making excuses for her behavior. It felt good to shower. He said he was proud of me for finally standing up to her, and that it was about time people knew what she was really like. He reminded me that she was the one who chose to make a scene at someone else's party, and that I was just defending myself and our relationship. That night I got several texts from family members who had heard about what happened. My Aunt Carol texted to say she was sorry she never realized how bad things were between me and my mother. My cousin Emily, who wasn't at the shower but heard about it from her mom, texted that she always thought there was more to the story about why my mother wasn't at my engagement party. Even Sarah's sister texted me to say she thought I handled the situation perfectly, and that my mother was completely out of line. But I also got some negative reactions. My mother's best friend called me the next day to tell me I was ungrateful, and that I had humiliated my mother in public. She said that whatever issues we had should have been kept private, and that airing family drama at someone else's celebration was inappropriate. My mother's brother, my Uncle Dave, sent me a text saying I was being too harsh and that my mother just wants what's best for me, even if she doesn't always express it well. The worst part was that my mother completely stopped talking to me after the shower. Usually when we have arguments, she'll call me within a few days acting like nothing happened or expecting me to apologize. But this time has been different. It's been over a week now, and I haven't heard anything from her at all. Part of me is relieved because it's been peaceful not having to deal with her drama. But another part of me wonders if I went too far and permanently damaged our relationship. Jake thinks I did exactly what I needed to do, and that my mother brought this on herself. He says she's probably embarrassed because people finally know what she's really like, and that's why she's not reaching out. Sarah agrees and says she's actually grateful that I spoke up, because it showed her other relatives what kind of person my mother really is. I keep going back and forth on whether I handled it the right way. Maybe I should have just pulled her aside privately and told her to stop making comments about my love life. Maybe I should have left the party instead of creating drama at Sarah's special day. But then I think about how many times I've stayed quiet while she embarrassed me.
Engagement wasn't a big deal. I honestly don't know if she's ever going to speak to me again, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. There's a part of me that would miss having her in my life, even though our relationship is toxic. But there's also a part of me that thinks, maybe this is exactly what needed to happen for me to finally be free from her constant criticism and manipulation. When my grandmother read her will out loud, she left everything to my cousin and called me a disappointment. So I revealed the secret she never wanted anyone to know. I'm sitting in my grandmother's living room right now, still processing what just happened 3 hours ago. There were about 15 of us crammed into her small space. Me, my parents, my cousin Jake, who's 28, a handful of aunts and uncles, and some second cousins I barely know. The whole thing felt like a weird family reunion, except everyone was dressed in black and nobody was laughing.
Let me back up a bit. I'm 32, and for the last 10 years I've basically been my grandmother's personal assistant. Every Tuesday I'd drive her to her doctor appointments because she refused to take the bus. I'd show up with groceries when she called saying her pantry was empty. When her kitchen sink started leaking at 2 a.m., guess who got the phone call? Me. I'd drop whatever I was doing and drive over with my toolbox. Jake, on the other hand, might show up twice a year if we're lucky. Usually around Christmas when he knows there might be gift money involved, or when he's between jobs and needs a place to crash. But somehow, in my grandmother's eyes, Jake was the golden child and I was the family disappointment. I can't even count how many times she'd look at me and say, "Why can't you be more like Jake?" when I'd visit her. It didn't matter that Jake hadn't called her in months, or that he forgot her birthday 3 years in a row. In her mind, he was successful and charming, and I was just the grandson who never lived up to his potential. My parents knew about this dynamic, but they always told me to be patient with her. She's old. She doesn't mean it. Just be the bigger person. Classic advice that sounds great until you're the one constantly getting compared to someone who treats family like an ATM. So when Grandma announced she wanted to read her will herself, instead of having the lawyer do it, I should have known something was up. She had this energy about her that felt different. She kept glancing between Jake and me with this satisfied look on her face, like she was about to reveal some big surprise that she'd been planning for months. The lawyer tried to talk her out of it, said it was unusual, but she insisted. She wanted everyone gathered, started reading. She made a big show of it, cleared her throat dramatically, put on her reading glasses, the whole performance. She went through some small stuff first, her jewelry box to my aunt, some old photographs to my uncle, her china set to my mom. Normal grandmother will stuff. Then she got to the big items. Her house, which is worth about $400,000 in today's market, was going to Jake. Her savings account, her investment portfolio, everything significant. All Jake. She read it out loud like she was announcing lottery numbers, making sure everyone heard every word clearly. But here's the part that still makes my stomach turn. After she finished listing everything Jake was getting, she looked directly at me. Not at the paper, not at the lawyer, but straight at me. And she said, "You were always a disappointment, and I don't reward failures." The room went completely silent. I'm talking dead quiet, like everyone forgot how to breathe. My mom's face crumpled, and she looked like she might start crying right there. My dad was staring at his hands. My aunts and uncles were looking anywhere except at me or Grandma. The only sound was the old grandfather clock in the corner ticking away. And Jake? Jake was trying so hard not to grin that his face was turning red. He gave this little shrug like, "What did you expect?" And I realized that he'd known this was coming. They'd probably discussed it beforehand. While I was driving her to doctor appointments and fixing her garbage disposal, she was planning this moment. This public humiliation disguised as a will reading. I just sat there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds. My brain was trying to process how someone could be that cruel in front of the entire family. This wasn't just about money, though losing out on what should have been a fair inheritance definitely stung. This was about her using her final act to tell everyone that I wasn't worth anything to her. My parents were giving me those pleading looks they'd perfected over the years. The "don't cause a scene, just let it go. Be the bigger person" looks. My mom was shaking her head slightly, and my dad was making that face he makes when he's what had just happened. That's when something inside me just snapped. I'd been the dutiful grandson for so long, taking her criticism and comparisons without fighting back, always being told to respect my elders, to be understanding, to let things go. But sitting there, listening to her call me a disappointment while handing everything to Jake, who couldn't even be bothered to visit her when she was healthy. I realized I was done being the bigger person. I stood up slowly, and everyone's eyes were suddenly on me. My heart was pounding, but my voice was completely calm when I started talking. After 32 years of keeping my mouth shut, I was finally ready to say what everyone needed to hear. I could feel everyone staring at me as I stood up, but for the first time in years I wasn't worried about what they were thinking. My hands weren't even shaking, which surprised me because my heart was beating so fast I could hear it in my ears. The room was still dead silent from Grandma's little announcement, and I knew this was my one chance to finally say what I'd been holding back for way too long. My dad was giving me this desperate look, the kind he used to give me when I was a kid about to do something stupid in public. My mom had her hand pressed to her mouth like she was physically trying to stop herself from saying something. Even my aunts and uncles were frozen, probably sensing that whatever was about to happen was going to change things permanently. But what really pushed me over the edge was Jake. He was still sitting there with that smug expression, looking around the room like he was already planning how to spend his inheritance. He caught my eye and actually had the nerve to shrug again, like this whole situation was just business as usual. Like watching his cousin get publicly humiliated was just another Tuesday for him. I've never been the type to cause drama at family events. Growing up, I was always the peacekeeper, the one who'd change the subject when things got tense at dinner, or who'd apologize first after arguments, just to keep everyone happy. My parents raised me to respect my elders and keep family business private. But standing there looking at Jake's face, I realized that being the good guy had gotten me absolutely nowhere. The internal debate lasted maybe 10 seconds, but it felt like an hour. Part of me wanted to just walk out with whatever
Boy. And the money thing. God, the money thing still makes me angry just thinking about it. 6 years ago, when I was finishing college, my parents told me there had been some kind of mix-up with my education fund. The bank had apparently mismanaged it somehow, and instead of having enough to finish my degree without loans, I was suddenly looking at $12,000 in debt. My parents were devastated, because they'd been so careful about saving for my education since I was little. They spent weeks on the phone with the bank, trying to figure out what happened. The bank kept saying they had no record of any mismanagement, but my parents trusted Grandma when she explained the situation to them. She was so convincing about how these things happen sometimes, how the bank was probably just covering their tracks. My parents felt like idiots for not being more involved in managing the fund. What they didn't know, what nobody knew except me and apparently Jake, was that Grandma had taken that money to bail Jake out of his gambling debts. I only found out by accident when I overheard a phone conversation between them about a year later. Jake was thanking her for saving his credit score and promising to pay her back, which we all know never happened. I never told my parents because I thought it would destroy them. They'd already felt so guilty about the college fund situation, and finding out that Grandma had lied to them and stolen from their son would have been devastating. So I kept quiet and took out the student loans and graduated with debt that I'm still paying off today. Standing there in her living room, watching her reward the same person she'd stolen from me to help, I realized I was done protecting everyone else's feelings at the expense of my own dignity. So I looked directly at Grandma and said, very calmly, that since we were being honest about disappointments, maybe everyone should know that she had stolen $12,000 from my college fund 6 years ago to bail Jake out of his gambling debts. The reaction was immediate and intense. You know that moment in movies when everything stops and you can practically hear the record scratch? It was exactly like that. Jake's smug expression vanished so fast I almost laughed. His face went completely white, and he started to stutter something. But I wasn't done talking yet. I told everyone how she'd lied to my parents about the bank mismanaging the fund. Happens between family members should stay private, but everyone could see she wasn't actually denying what I'd said. My uncle was the first person to speak up. He asked if this was really true, and you could tell he was already putting pieces together in his head.
My aunt started nodding like she was remembering something, and she mentioned how weird it had been that the bank never sent any paperwork about the mismanagement. My parents were just staring at me with their mouths open. Jake tried to jump in and deny everything, but he's always been a terrible liar when he's caught off guard. He was stumbling over his words and contradicting himself, saying first that it never happened, and then that it wasn't as bad as I was making it sound. Everyone was starting to look at him differently, and you could practically see the family dynamic shifting in real time. The whole room erupted into different conversations at once. People were asking questions, demanding explanations. Some relatives were arguing with each other. The nice, quiet will reading had turned into complete chaos, and I was the one who had caused it. But for the first time in years, I felt like I could actually breathe. The chaos that followed was unlike anything I'd ever seen at a family gathering. My aunt was asking pointed questions about the timeline. My uncle was demanding to see bank records, and several cousins were looking between Jake and Grandma like they were seeing them for the first time. The lawyer looked like he wanted to crawl under the coffee table and disappear. Jake kept trying to control the narrative, saying things like it wasn't that simple, and I was making it sound worse than it was. But every time he opened his mouth, he just made himself look guiltier. At one point, he said the gambling thing was exaggerated, which was basically admitting that the gambling thing had happened. My cousin Sarah, who's always been pretty sharp, caught that immediately and called him out on it. Grandma was getting more and more flustered as people kept asking for details. She tried to pull the "I'm an old woman, how dare you question me" card, but it wasn't working like it usually did. My uncle specifically asked her if she had taken money from my college fund, and instead of giving a straight answer, she went into this long speech about how family helps family, and sometimes difficult decisions have to be made. That's when arguments, but I was done being part of it. Jake followed me outside, which I should have expected. He was trying to explain himself, saying that he'd been young and stupid and in real trouble back then. He kept insisting that he'd always planned to pay the money back, that it was supposed to be a loan, not a gift. I asked him why he'd never mentioned this plan to me, especially since it was my education fund he was borrowing from. He didn't have an answer for that. The weirdest part was that he seemed genuinely surprised that I was upset about it, like he couldn't understand why I'd be mad about having my college money stolen to pay off his gambling debts. He kept saying that family is supposed to help each other, completely missing the irony that he'd never helped anyone in his life. My parents came outside about 20 minutes later looking completely shell-shocked. My mom was crying, not the angry crying, but the sad, disappointed kind. My dad looked like someone had punched him in the stomach. They'd spent 6 years feeling guilty about not protecting my college fund better, and now they were finding out that there had never been anything they could have done differently. The drive home was quiet, but not uncomfortable. For the first time in years, my parents weren't lecturing me about causing drama or keeping the peace. My mom kept apologizing for not investigating the bank situation more thoroughly, and my dad was muttering about how he should have known something was off when Grandma had all the answers about what had supposedly gone wrong. It's been 3 weeks since the will reading, and the fallout has been interesting to watch. The will itself still stands, obviously. Legally, there's nothing anyone can do about Grandma's decision to leave everything to Jake. But the family dynamics have completely shifted. Jake's been getting the cold shoulder from about half the family. My uncle called me 2 days after the whole thing happened to apologize for not speaking up sooner. Apparently, he'd always suspected something was fishy about my college fund situation, but he'd never wanted to accuse Grandma of lying without proof. Now he feels terrible about staying quiet. My cousin Sarah has completely cut Jake off. She was always one of his defenders before, but finding out about the gambling debts and the lying changed her perspective entirely. She's been texting me occasionally to check in, which is nice because we were never angry about what happened. He told me he's proud that I finally stood up for myself, which is something I never thought I'd hear from him about a family confrontation.
Grandma has been calling me nonstop, but I'm not ready to talk to her yet. She leaves voicemails that alternate between trying to justify what she did and acting like I'm the one who owes her an apology for embarrassing her in front of the family. She keeps saying that airing family business like that was inappropriate, completely missing the point that stealing from family members is what was actually inappropriate. Some relatives are saying I should forgive and forget because she's old and won't be around much longer. The whole be the bigger person argument that I've been hearing my entire life. But honestly, I'm tired of being the bigger person when it just means being a doormat. Sometimes people need to face consequences for their actions, even if they're elderly family members. The worst part of this whole situation came out yesterday, and it's making me question whether I should have stayed quiet after all. I found out through my cousin Sarah that Jake has been talking to real estate agents about selling Grandma's house. Apparently, being the favorite grandson was just a long-term investment strategy for him, and now that the will is settled, he's ready to cash out. I don't think Grandma knows yet. She probably assumes he's going to live there and take care of the property the way I always took care of her. The idea that she destroyed our relationship to reward someone who's planning to sell her home and walk away with the money would probably break her heart. Part of me thinks I should tell her what Jake is planning. Part of me thinks she deserves to figure it out on her own. Either way, it's a mess that's going to get messier. And for once in my life, I'm not the one who's going to clean it up.